ये बहुत बहुत रिस्की जगह है, ये सिलेंडर फटा है यहाँ पर। और हम आगे आइए चलते हैं, ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री देश छोड़ के चले गए इस्तीफा देके।
इसकी तो एक्चुअल कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन हमको आज तक अभी तक पता नहीं लगी है, मगर अगर वो भाग भी गए तो वो कोई उससे कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला खास में नहीं है, क्योंकि अब गवर्नमेंट, अब अच्छे लीडर अगर गवर्नमेंट ओवरटेक कर लेंगे तो वो जहाँ भी नेपाल में किसी भी कोने पे वो छुपेंगे, उनको आसानी से।
सरकार अब क्या रहेगा नेपाल का?
अब ये जो पुराना लोग हैं ना, वो कोई नहीं चला सकता है। अब युवक चाहिए, युवक चाहिए। अब युवक ये चलाएगा, ये पुराना जितना है वो सब बाइकाट।
तो देखिए युवाओं के हवाले अब ये देश होना चाहिए, युवा नेता होना चाहिए। देखिए ये सीधी तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं, ये संसद भवन है जो पूरी तरह से आग की लपटों में आ गया। लोगों का गुस्सा था, यहाँ पे जो अराजकता फैली हुई थी, जो सरकार, जो नेता थे, उन्होंने लोगों की सुनी नहीं। यहाँ पे युवाओं के बारे में उन्होंने, डेवलपमेंट के बारे में नहीं सुना, और यही वजह था कि आज नेपाल जल रहा है।
So chaos continues on the streets of Nepal. My colleague Anand Tiwari getting us the latest from ground zero. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Newspapers, Pradeep Paudel, the health minister in the Oli government, has also put in. So these are weighty portfolio holders, and they've all thrown in the towel, saying that, look, we want to distance ourselves from this government that is made of kleptocrats, according to some individuals, nepotists and authoritarians. So you're seeing basically three ministers go. People have been accusing the government of having the blood of innocent children, youth on their hands. Many people have been taunting the government for using the kind of tactics that you're seeing, because this protest was initially peaceful and then suddenly something changed. The government thought that they'd got too close to government buildings and decided to push back the protesters, which resulted, as it always does, in skirmishes. We don't know, of course, if some of these protesters or protests had been infiltrated by other elements, sometimes viewers, to justify a crackdown, sometimes to also impose curfew or emergency. So a lot of scenarios. New Delhi taking a distant view, saying that we hope that peace prevails, that both sides work out some sort of a solution via media. But that's going to be difficult given the scenes that we're seeing and the fact that the youth, Gen Z as they brand themselves, are not backing down. They have continued their protest for a second day. It's going to lead to repercussions. They're going to force the hand of the government, and there's going to be more clashes. You can already see tear gas shells being fired, mild lathi charge, and we've been also been speaking with higher ups in the Nepalese government, Nepal minister. We've just spoken to one, and the situation is very precariously placed in the mountain kingdom, in the Himalayan kingdom, and it appears that KP Oli, the Prime Minister, might actually be contemplating stepping down. Now this would mean further instability. Let's go straight across to Mr. Ramnath Adhikari for more on this. Mr. Adhikari, yes, what's the latest? What's happening?
आपने रिजाइन कर दिया है सर?
मैले राजीनामा दिएको छु।
अच्छा, आपने राजीनामा दिया है?
राजीनामा दिएको छु। मैले प्रधानमन्त्री कहाँ पुगेर राजीनामा दिन सकेको छैन। मैले सामाजिक सञ्जाल मार्फत राजीनामा दिएको घोषणा गरेको छु।
ओके, तो आपकी पार्टी का अभी भी सपोर्ट है सरकार को या नहीं है?
अरू सब कुरा मलाई जानकारी छैन। मैले नैतिकताका आधारमा राजीनामा दिएको छु सर। मैले यति मात्रै बोले।
अच्छा, तो क्या अब आप चाहते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री भी राजीनामा दें, इस्तीफा दें?
थप कुरा म नगरौं।
हाँ जी,
म थप कुरा नगरौं।
अच्छा, और आगे आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो सरकार है ये बचेगी नेपाल में?
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद। म संघीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्र प्रति विश्वास गर्ने एउटा कार्यकर्ता, नेपाली कांग्रेसको कार्यकर्ता भएका कारणले संघीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्रको संस्थागत विकासका लागि लाग्छु। हालका लागि मैले राजीनामा दिएको छु।
Well, let's go straight across to Anand. Anand, you're getting some updates.
Siddhant has just spoken, and this is a CNN News 18 exclusive. Ramnath Adhikari, we just heard him. He has spoken in a mix of Nepali and Hindi, but he has said, I have given my Razinama. And this is soon after the Nepal Home Minister. So there is clear fissures within the Nepal government, and that means there is pressure on KP Sharma Oli also to resign. And this is despite the social media ban being removed. But the protests are still on. It looks like matters have reached a tipping point, a boiling point, and things have spiraled beyond KP Sharma Oli's control. And we are seeing a Bangladesh redo, Rahul, in the region. So another region, another nation within the subcontinent that now sees perhaps an overturn of the elected government or the incumbent government because of protests spiraling onto the streets and led by youth. So there are a lot of boxes which are being ticked vis-a-vis what happened in Bangladesh, although the situation is different. And within Nepal, there has been pro-monarchy protests which have happened over the last month and a half or 2 months. Nepal has been constantly in protest mode for various reasons. Here it seems like Army Nepal, which is
And welcome back to our rolling coverage of the regime change in Nepal, and big breaking news coming in, and all signs were pointing in this direction. Top Nepal sources are telling CNN News 18 that the army is likely to take control of the situation in Nepal, likely to take control in the nation of Nepal after the exit of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. But also what we are learning from top sources in Nepal is that Oli is unlikely to go out of the country immediately, is what we are learning from top sources. But the army will take over the state of affairs inside Nepal is the big piece of breaking news that's coming in. This is information brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. As per top sources inside Nepal, the army is likely to take over the state of affairs in the country, which is currently facing a lot of chaos given the political turmoil and the law and order breakdown on the streets. So in order to maintain order so that there could be some political resolution, some movement towards peace and order, the army is likely to take control of the state of affairs inside Nepal. That is the big piece of news that's coming in. This is from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. As per top Nepal sources, the army is likely to take over Nepal given the political vacuum that has been created with the targeted attacks on top political leaders of Oli's government, as well as the exit of KP Sharma Oli. As the situation continues to go from bad to worse on the streets of Nepal, the army is likely to take over to establish some level of order. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Siddhant Mishra on the broadcast. So Siddhant, all signs were pointing in this direction. Ashok Raj Sigdel, the army chief of Nepal, reports also suggested that he had asked KP Sharma Oli to step down. So it seems in order to maintain some level of peace on the ground, some level of order on the ground, the army is likely to take over.
Well, that's right. It's a complete breakdown of law and order in Kathmandu, Ayushman. In fact, I did manage to speak to some of my friends in Kathmandu, including the people from the journalist fraternity. It's complete lawlessness in Kathmandu at this point in time, and in fact, it's kind of a same script which was followed in Bangladesh a year back. The same script is being followed in Nepal. Perhaps the pressure of people, a crowd on the ground, made KP Sharma Oli to submit his resignation to the president, to resign, and this was done by the army of Nepal. So now what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us, and in fact reports are also telling us that army is likely to take over Nepal. And you know, for an interim period, and perhaps you know, maybe the leaders, the next leadership, the young leadership which the protesters have been asking for, demanding for, perhaps till the time they take or some kind of a framework gets decided. So till then, the army is likely to take control of Nepal.
Right. Thank you, Siddhant, for getting us that update. Getting some more news that's coming in from Nepal. Siddhant, please stay with us, because protesters vandalized and set ablaze the offices of Kantipur TV as well as Radio Kantipur today. They forced the staff out of the office before setting the place on fire. Those are the visuals on your screen. This is the office of Kantipur TV, one of the key broadcasters inside Nepal, and protesters have now targeted the media offices inside Kathmandu as well. Kantipur TV as well as Kantipur Radio, their offices have been targeted by the mob. So it seems that while the aim was to oust the Oli government, remember the first trigger was the social media ban, then it turned into the corruption charges against the Oli government. But it seems the protests have been hijacked by vandals and anti-social elements who are now just going on a rampage across the streets of Nepal. You can see those visuals on your screen. An entire media building has been set on fire. This is Kantipur TV. Its offices have been set ablaze by the vandals as the situation goes from bad to worse. No semblance of law and order on the streets of Nepal. And as sources tell CNN News 18 that the army is likely to take over to bring some order on the ground. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, this is the need of the hour, because it seems that while the protest was aimed at the Oli government, now vandals just running amok across the streets of Nepal. Siddhant, can you hear me? We'll try to reconnect with Siddhant over there, but those are the visuals on your screen. This is Kantipur television office, ladies and gentlemen, which has been targeted by vandals. So the situation just going out of control on the streets of Nepal. Siddhant is back with us on the broadcast. So Siddhant, as per top sources which have told CNN News 18 that the army is likely to take over, this is the current situation on the ground that they need to address. First, the protests were initiated against the Oli government, but now mobs and vandals just running amok on the streets of Nepal.
Well, yes, that's right, Ayushman. In fact, now we're getting to know that this television news network have been attacked by the protesters. They have made the staff inside the building to come out, and after which the building was set on fire. Now, in fact, many media personnel were injured yesterday. More than 40 to 50 media personnel were injured yesterday in the protest, and in fact, today also many of them got injured. Many media vehicles have been set on fire by the protesters. That is exactly what people on ground are telling me. Their vehicles have been set on fire. The media personnel are being asked to get out of the car, and then they burn the vehicle. So this is happening, and there's complete lawlessness on the streets of Kathmandu, complete breakdown of law and order. Till the time army completely takes over the streets of Kathmandu, perhaps this situation is likely to prevail.
Right. Thank you, Siddhant, for getting us the latest update from Ground Zero. That is the situation currently in Kathmandu, where the Kantipur television office has been set ablaze by the protesters. Remember, it seems that in the wake of the exit of KP Sharma Oli from the post of the Prime Minister of Nepal, the protests have gone out of hand, which is why, as per top sources, the army is likely to take control to restore some semblance of law and order in the country as it tries to transition into another government after so much instability over the last 17 years, which have seen the rise and fall of 15 governments. How things unfold, we'll have to wait and see, but that's all we have to pack it on the show. We're going to take a quick break now. Up next, Nation at 5.
Huge development. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who is in his third term, who's been Prime Minister over a little over a year now, has just put in his papers. That's the word. He had called for an all-party meeting later this evening, where we're given to understand that he will make this official. He will officially say this to all the parties concerned. Hundreds of thousands of young protesters, nicknamed the Gen Z protesters, they came down, they stormed the Nepalese parliament building because they were sick and tired of the status quo of politics in Nepal over the last 30 years.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Newspapers, Pradeep Paudel, the health minister in the Oli government, has also put in. So these are weighty portfolio holders, and they've all thrown in the towel, saying that, look, we want to distance ourselves from this government that is made of kleptocrats, according to some individuals, nepotists and authoritarians. So you're seeing basically three ministers go. People have been accusing the government of having the blood of innocent children, youth on their hands. Many people have been taunting the government for using the kind of tactics that you're seeing, because this protest was initially peaceful and then suddenly something changed. The government thought that they'd got too close to government buildings and decided to push back the protesters, which resulted, as it always does, in skirmishes. We don't know, of course, if some of these protesters or protests had been infiltrated by other elements, sometimes viewers, to justify a crackdown, sometimes to also impose curfew or emergency. So a lot of scenarios. New Delhi taking a distant view, saying that we hope that peace prevails, that both sides work out some sort of a solution via media. But that's going to be difficult given the scenes that we're seeing and the fact that the youth, Gen Z as they brand themselves, are not backing down. They have continued their protest for a second day. It's going to lead to repercussions. They're going to force the hand of the government, and there's going to be more clashes. You can already see tear gas shells being fired, mild lathi charge. And we've been also been speaking with higher-ups in the Nepalese government, Nepal minister. We've just spoken to one, and the situation is very precariously placed in the mountain kingdom, in the Himalayan kingdom, and it appears that KP Oli, the Prime Minister, might actually be contemplating stepping down. Now, this would mean further instability. Let's go straight across to Mr. Ramnath Adhikari for more on this. Mr. Adhikari, yes, what's the latest? What's happening?
आपने रिजाइन कर दिया है सर?
मैले राजीनामा दिएको छु।
अच्छा, आपने राजीनामा दिया है?
राजीनामा दिएको छु। मैले प्रधानमन्त्री कहाँ पुगेर राजीनामा दिन सकेको छैन। मैले सामाजिक सञ्जाल मार्फत राजीनामा दिएको घोषणा गरेको छु।
ओके, तो आपकी पार्टी का अभी भी सपोर्ट है सरकार को या नहीं है?
अरू सब कुरा मलाई जानकारी छैन। मैले नैतिकताका आधारमा राजीनामा दिएको छु सर। मैले यति मात्रै बोले।
अच्छा, तो क्या अब आप चाहते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री भी राजीनामा दें, इस्तीफा दें?
थप कुरा म नगरौं।
हाँ जी,
म थप कुरा नगरौं।
अच्छा, और आगे आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो सरकार है ये बचेगी नेपाल में?
धन्यवाद। म संघीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्र प्रति विश्वास गर्ने एउटा कार्यकर्ता, नेपाली कांग्रेसको कार्यकर्ता भएका कारणले संघीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्रको संस्थागत विकासका लागि लाग्छु। हालका लागि मैले राजीनामा दिएको छु।
Well, let's go straight across to Anand. Anand, you're getting some updates.
Siddhant has just spoken, and this is a CNN News 18 exclusive. Ramnath Adhikari, we just heard him. He has spoken in a mix of Nepali and Hindi, but he has said, I have given my Razinama. And this is soon after the...
Very good evening. You're watching Nation at 5. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has resigned. This as nationwide protests have spiraled out of control in Nepal. Despite the withdrawal of controversial orders, unrest is raging on. Gunshots were fired near the Prime Minister's residence as protesters try to storm the area. Mobs have also stormed the parliament. Sources are now indicating that the army could take over to establish law and order. India has urged calm and issued an advisory to nationals in Nepal. First, it was Sri Lanka, then Bangladesh, and now Nepal. The question is Nepal heading the Dhaka way? That's in fact the question we will also be probing in just a bit. But News 18's Anand Tiwari has shared the latest update on Nepal's situation from ground zero. Let's listen in.
जैसे ही नेपाल के प्रधानमंत्री ने इस्तीफा दिया उसके बाद आप देख सकते हैं हालात और ज़्यादा बदतर हो गए हैं और इस वक्त हम एक हाई राइज बिल्डिंग पर खड़े हुए हैं और यहाँ से मेरे कैमरा पर्सन युगल आपको सीधी तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। देखिए बिल्कुल मेरे सामने ये पार्लियामेंट है जो धू-धू करके पूरी तरह से जल रहा है और ये बाजू में एक होटल है और एक बैंक है, ये पूरी तरह से जल गया। ये बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जान जोखिम में डाल के, क्योंकि नीचे उग्र प्रदर्शनकारी हैं, लोगों का गुस्सा शांत नहीं हो रहा है, लोग भ्रष्टाचार और जो करप्शन था उससे यहाँ पर त्रस्त हो चुके थे और उनका लगातार कहना था कि जो यहाँ की सरकार है उसने युवाओं के बारे में कोई सुध नहीं ली और जो करप्शन का मुद्दा था वो इतना ज्यादा हावी हुआ कि उसके बाद सरकार को बैकफुट पे आना पड़ा। लेकिन कल जिस तरह से जो निर्दोष छात्र थे उनकी मौत हुई है दर्दनाक, उससे जो लोग थे वो और ज्यादा आक्रोशित हो गए। आप देखिए पूरा धुएं का गुबार जो है यहाँ पर इस पूरी सड़क पर आपको नजर आएगा। ये बिल्कुल वीआईपी जोन है जहां पर कि मेरे ठीक सामने जो आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं युगल, ये पार्लियामेंट है और ये पूरी तरह से आप देख सकते हैं धू-धू करके जल रहा है। यहाँ पे सारा फर्नीचर तोड़ दिया गया है और ये आगजनी की तस्वीरें यहाँ पे मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा। देखिए ये बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें यहाँ से दिखाएंगे कि किस तरह से पार्लियामेंट पूरी तरह से आग की लपटों में घिरा हुआ नजर आ रहा है। यहाँ पर एक बैंक था उससे सटा हुआ और एक होटल था जो पूरी तरह से जल गया है, उसके शीशे तारे टूट चुके हैं। जो लोग हैं प्रदर्शनकारी है वो सड़कों पर हैं, पुलिस नदारत है और जो आर्मी है अब उसके कंट्रोल में पूरा नेपाल शहर है, पूरा काठमांडू है। लोगों का गुस्सा शांत नहीं हो रहा है। 4 मंत्रियों ने इस्तीफा दिया, 20 से ज्यादा सांसदों ने इस्तीफा दिया। प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में खबर आ रही है कि वो देश छोड़ के भाग गए हैं और ऐसे में अब नेपाल का भविष्य आगे क्या होगा, नेपाल की सत्ता किसके पास काबिज होगी। इमरजेंसी जैसे हालात जो है वो पूरी तरह से नेपाल में बन गए हैं और ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ये पूरा काला धुएं का जो गुबार है ये पूरे काठमांडू में नजर आ रहा है। हम संसद भवन के पास हैं, कुछ लोगों से बात भी करेंगे, युवाओं से जिनकी बात को सुना नहीं गया। देखिए ये संसद भवन की तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं जो पूरी तरह से आग की चपटों में यहाँ पे जो अराजकता फैली हुई थी, जो सरकार जो नेता थे उन्होंने लोगों की सुनी नहीं। यहाँ पे युवाओं के बारे में उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट के बारे में नहीं सुना और यही वजह थी कि आज नेपाल जल रहा है। आपको दुख हो रहा है आपका नेपाल जल रहा है?
बहुत ज़्यादा दुख हो रहा है। इसका दुख तो हम व्यक्त करके बता भी नहीं सकते। ये अभी क्या
देखिए बहुत रिस्की जगह है, ये सिलेंडर फटा है यहाँ पर और हम आगे आइए चलते हैं। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री देश छोड़ के चले गए इस्तीफा देके।
इसकी तो एक्चुअल कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन हमको आज तक अभी तक पता नहीं लगी है, मगर अगर वो भाग भी गए तो वो उससे कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला खास में नहीं है, क्योंकि अब गवर्नमेंट अब अच्छे लीडर अगर गवर्नमेंट ओवरटेक कर लेंगे तो वो जहाँ भी नेपाल में किसी भी कोने पे वो छुपेंगे उनको आसानी से।
सरकार अब क्या रहेगा नेपाल का?
अब ये जो पुराना लोग हैं ना वो कोई नहीं चला सकता है। अब युवक चाहिए, युवक चाहिए। अब युवक ये चलाएगा, ये पुराना जितना है वो सब बाइकाट।
तो देखिए युवाओं के हवाले अब ये देश होना चाहिए, युवा नेता होना चाहिए। देखिए ये सीधी तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं। ये संसद भवन है जो पूरी तरह से आग की लपटों में आ गया। लोगों का गुस्सा था, यहाँ पे जो अराजकता फैली हुई थी, जो सरकार जो नेता थे उन्होंने लोगों की सुनी नहीं। यहाँ पे युवाओं के बारे में उन्होंने डेवलपमेंट के बारे में नहीं सुना और यही वजह थी कि आज नेपाल जल रहा है।
All right, so as Nepal continues to burn, we at CNN News 18 have been tracking all the latest developments from ground zero for you. Let's quickly go across to Siddhant, who will furnish us with the latest inputs. Siddhant, as of now, what will ensure that law and order is restored at the soonest? Are we expecting the army to step in?
Well, Akanksha, situation still remains tensed. In fact, Chief Secretary, Army, and the Mayor of Kathmandu, they all have come up with an appeal to the protesters to show restraint and to stop the violence. But what I'm getting to know from people, those who are on ground, the situation is still tensed. In fact, many journalists have been attacked, Akanksha. Their vehicles have been set on fire. The buildings, the politician houses, and the buildings of national pride have also been vandalized by the protesters. It's exactly the repeat of what we saw in Bangladesh a year back. And now Manoj Gupta is bringing for us that army is likely to take control of Nepal, and army will be running the country till it gets a new model of governance. But when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, when could we see the army on the streets of Kathmandu? Because situation is so bad that nobody is safe. No area in Kathmandu is safe at this point in time. In fact, the Indian government has also come up with an advisory for the Indian citizens, asking them to remain indoor, not to go out
Right.
in Kathmandu. So situation
Siddhant,
is
whether
really bad.
it is the current dispensation, the ministers from the current Oli dispensation, or say the former Prime Minister also being attacked, is this now an indication that the anger on the streets is against the wider political elite and not just the Oli government?
Well, yes, that's right, Akanksha. So, this has been in the making from a very long time. In fact, in April, there was a massive protest in Kathmandu against the electricity bill. Before that, in February, we reported that how there was the pro-monarchy campaign which was going on. So, this has been in the making, and this government has failed miserably. It is against the operation, the tyranny of Oli, KP Sharma Oli's government, and how they have been functioning. They came into power on the promise of stabilizing the economy of Nepal, providing more jobs to the youth, but they couldn't fulfill those promises. And there's a lot of corruption charges on the government, nepotism charges, backdoor entry of those who are close to Prime Minister Oli into the government positions, etc., etc. So all those things were, piling up, and perhaps this became the reason. The trigger happened when the social media ban was imposed, and perhaps that became the trigger point, and the protesters came on the street, and the protest is started. And now KP Sharma Oli has resigned. But the future of Nepal is still vague. Perhaps army is going to take over what's going to be the future of Nepal, whether this protest will continue for a few more days,
Right.
or whether protesters will go back home. Perhaps there's very little clarity on that.
Stay with me, Siddhant, as we track all the developments. Remember, as Siddhant has been highlighting, that these are not developments that have taken place overnight. There's in fact an entire timeline which I'd like to in fact bring to you. As far as the entire unrest is concerned, it all began on 4th of September this year, when the Nepalese government in fact went ahead with its decision to ban 26 social media platforms. That includes Instagram, X, YouTube, Facebook, all of them. On 8th of September this year, the Gen Z protesters, as they have been nicknamed, they hit the streets against this ban on social media. They said that this is a direct crackdown on freedom of speech and expression. On 8th of September, the protesters then clashed with the cops. At least 19 people were killed. This was what we witnessed on the streets of Kathmandu just yesterday. 19 youth, in fact, killed as the Nepalese police went ahead firing rubber bullets. They fired tear gas at these peaceful protesters. They are accusing the government of hijacking, in fact even the opposition parties of hijacking. Now at the same time, there were demands of a resignation for KP Sharma Oli to in fact step forward and resign, and today is the big day which will go in the annals of history. On 9th of September, that is when Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli finally resigned. Remember, he was in his 4th term as the Prime Minister of Nepal when he tendered in that resignation. This after 4 ministers from his government in fact went ahead with their own resignations. We are continuing to bring you all the latest inputs. In fact, we are getting in some breaking inputs on this news story. Protesters have set the Supreme Court in Kathmandu on fire. This amid anti-government protests is what we are learning, as Siddhant was also highlighting, that the situation on ground level continues to remain extremely fragile. And in the latest input that we are bringing to you is that the protesters have set the Supreme Court in Kathmandu on fire. Remember, they have been breaching all the high security zones. That includes not just the parliament, but in the latest, what we can tell you is that these protesters have gone ahead and set the Supreme Court on fire amid these anti-government protests, which are only snowballing by the hour. And it seems that the government, of course, has completely failed, but the army is now contemplating on when to step in fact control the law and order situation on the ground level. But what we can tell you in the latest that's coming in is that the protesters have gone ahead and set the Supreme Court on fire, and this indeed is going to mean more trouble for Nepal. Let's quickly go across to Akhilesh Upadhyay, who's a columnist and a former editor at Kathmandu Times. He's also joining us. Akhilesh, if I could bring you in on this piece of very disturbing breaking input that's coming in, that the protesters have set the Supreme Court on fire in Kathmandu. What are you learning and what can you share with us?
Okay, first of all, I was the editor of the Kathmandu Post.
All right.
And okay, I look at, observing the ground situation very closely last 2 days. And it was unfortunate when it started, but looks like the Gen Z protesters are, moving forward. Their demands of Prime Minister's ousters has been met. But I've also noticed, as much as I follow it closely, both on the ground and in the telephone, the appeal for calm, which is coming from the mayor of Kathmandu, who could possibly be one of the interim leaders during the transition, it will probably take a while to kind of percolate down to the protesters who are already out and about. So that being the case, the transition process has begun if not in technical terms, political terms. For example, the protest rally I saw from my home terrace, which is very close to the Prime Minister who has resigned his office, has just turned into a victory rally. The same people, same folks, same crowd, same youth, and you can see the temperature come down, But for it all to soak in, given the fact that they are the Gen Z are young protesters on the ground and out and about, it'll take a while to come down, I think.
Akhilesh,
Hopefully
what are
not
you
too
learning in terms of who is responsible for this kind of vandalism and arson that we are witnessing on the streets of Kathmandu? In fact, several other journalists that we've been speaking to are saying that many with their own political agenda, perhaps in the opposition, have also hijacked these protests. Is it these Gen Z protesters who are in fact responsible for this kind of harm that's being done to Kathmandu?
Gen Z protesters that I saw yesterday actually on the ground are in school uniforms, unarmed, and you can think of like average college students, 20, 21 year old, and many were young girls,
Okay.
So I don't expect them to be armed or use arsons, etc. And I don't want to speculate wildly and say there's infiltration, but at least for the Gen Z protesters that I've been seeing on the ground, including at the Prime Minister's party office for 4 hours, none of them were armed. There was no infiltration. I was with the protester for several hours. So we shall see how it goes, though. I qualify.
Akhilesh, it's interesting that you also mentioned the name of Balendra Saha, who is in fact being touted as a probable now next interim chief for Nepal at the moment. What makes you say that he will perhaps have that kind of effect on Gen Z, which maybe the army is unable to in fact sort of do right now in terms of making that point be heard as far as the protesters are concerned, to call upon more calm in Nepal?
Yeah, I would like to say that tonight and the next 24 hours will remain extremely crucial, because despite all the state apparatus, why did the past government fail? Because it had lost its political legitimacy, though it had parliamentary majority. The two biggest parties were in government, the CPN-UML, the Prime Minister's party, and Deuba's party, which is the largest party. So in fact, they comfortably have majority, well past the majority. Now the key question is, army can be deployed, but cannot be deployed yet without the legitimacy, perceived legitimacy on the ground. And hence, because Nepal's army doesn't have that adventurous record, I can see that they're probably even reluctant to go out and about immediately and resort to violence, That could mean quickly also then losing your legitimacy in the public eye in a world that is so wired. Don't forget the Gen Z generation, and everyone reads kind of consumes news in real time, So I can see that stuff has started, In his statement, Balin said that prepare to hold talks with that we will be holding talks with the army in the hours. This is one. And also the second point that the other party, one of the largest party, which has remained out of the government, the Rashtriya Swatantra Party, they have a proper organized structure, across the nation, though a very new party. That's another scenario I don't rule out, that Palin doesn't have a party per se, just a one man, a pretty popular guy in Kathmandu. But yeah, those forces will come into play, and my information says that there's a lot of backroom talks already going on.
All right. And since you talk about these backroom talks, the role that youth is playing, how do you analyze the kind of parallels when it comes to the protests in Nepal vis-a-vis the ones that have already taken place in Bangladesh just slightly more than a year ago in August, when we saw the Sheikh Hasina government being, dethroned over there. And similarly, we've seen the role that youth have played, especially in Sri Lanka as well. So what is your assessment of the role that the youth or the so-called Gen Z protesters are playing in Nepal?
There is a lot of commonality, but there is also a lot of things that are uncommon. First, what's common? They are students, they are angry, and they are fed up with the establishment, political establishment, both. Religion, however, hasn't played a crucial role in Nepal's politics. There's no, as some party that is very closely aligned with a certain religion in Pakistan, Here it is a very different case, All the major parties have been largely secular to this day. And the largest party that gets vote in terms of its support for Hinduism is one of the fourth or fifth largest party, So that has been the case. And I see this is extremely secular, this movement, but also there are so many forces intertwined, and it'll be a while before one or two or three leaders begin to emerge from the mass. For example, yesterday I was talking to a lady, one of the protesters on the ground, probably 24, and she said, "Oh, it's so cathartic to see people my age on the ground who I didn't know, and we speak similar voice." So there is a lot of hope in the way they express themselves, But of course, in no way should violence be condoned.
All right, Akhilesh, going to request you to continue staying with us. The big talking point right now, in fact, so to say, this hour is Balendra Shah. Who is he? Is he going to be Nepal's next leader? That's the big question everybody is asking right now. Who is he? He was born in 1990 in Kathmandu itself. As far as his education is concerned, he is an engineer from Kathmandu University, and as far as his post is concerned, he was elected as the Kathmandu mayor in the year 2022. What are his unique selling points? He's extremely popular among the youth, a point that was also being made by Akhilesh when he said that he's reached out to the Gen Z protesters, urged them to maintain calm and, in fact, peace and order. He's also known for his good urban planning as far as Kathmandu is concerned. He's also aiming to make Kathmandu a clean city, able to unite people behind him. That's the kind of power that he commands. I quickly go back to Akhilesh, who continues to stay with us. So Akhilesh, I'd like to bring in your inputs on Balendra as well, and what makes him, or rather what positions him so uniquely to be considered as far as for the post or for the role of an interim advisor in Nepal.
Okay, before I go into Balin Shah, who I have followed very closely, I don't want to deify any leaders, at a certain point in time. There's this human element to it. We all tend to do that and quickly vilify others,
Right.
At best, we are all gray creatures, neither black nor white. That said, the thing that has made him quickly popular among the young people is he doesn't have what others have, which is party. He is unique in that sense. And because he doesn't have party, he doesn't have that party patronage to sell to the crowd, He doesn't have a contractor to sell a contract to get more parties or more karyakartas in his fold, And I don't know. I mean, I know a few people who are very close to him. He doesn't have any karyakartas per se, kind of party cadres to work with. Yeah.
So
He's also seen as generally educated, very clean, sometimes straightforward, so straightforward that the fellow politicians who he needs to take along don't get it. And he's seen that his constituency are not fellow politicians. He straight talk to the audience, which is on the ground, and social media. He's extremely popular on social media or his websites or his posts.
all right, so Akhilesh, the point that you're also making is very important, because you're saying that he's seen as an independent person, not having any political affiliations. At a time, this entire movement is against the political elite, not just against the Oli dispensation. Where does this leave the proponents of democracy, given that we've seen 14 governmental changes in 16 years in Nepal?
Oh, excellent point. This is why I say, as important as ground swells are for changes. For example, the parliament was last elected only 3 years ago, but there have been several government changes already, right? And the cabinets keep on changing in their colors, which means this one's coming in, this one's going out. I even, as closely as I may try, I lose track of some of who's in the cabinet and which position does he hold, or is he still in the cabinet? Now, that being the case, in order for Nepal's democracy not get derailed, you need public acceptance in these extreme stressful situations. Nepal is currently going through extreme stress, as I would like to call it, And that means if we go too far and kind of centralize within authority, then there's a danger of derailment of the process rather than, a solidifying of the institutions, which are very crucial in the long run.
And
So
that's
I see-
interesting that you talk about solidifying the faith in democracy, also respecting institutions, given that the chairperson of the electricity board was also fired very abruptly by KP Sharma Oli, and that also sort of had an impact on the youth, given the role that he had played during the entire load shedding crisis that had plagued Nepal. So take us through why the successive governments have in fact displayed this disrespect towards constitutional institutions, also resorted to corruption.
Okay, lovely. The answer is the same, May it be Deuba, may it be Prasad, or may it be Oli, the multiple prime minister we've had most time since 1990, since the democracy was restored and monarchy was, abolished, abolished in 2008, but, put in the more cagey situation since 1990. These parties have been ruling the roost. And are people getting results? No. Are they frustrated deeply? Are a lot of people saying, okay, this is it, I will not see a change
All right,
in my
Akhilesh,
life?
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I'll have to quickly take in some breaking inputs that have come in just now. In fact, what we're learning is that former Nepal Prime Minister Jhalanath Khanal's wife has suffered severe burn injuries. This after being attacked by the vandals. In fact, that's the latest piece of information. So first, what we were learning was that the Supreme Court in Kathmandu was set on fire. And in more breaking inputs, what we are learning is that the former Prime Minister of Nepal, Mr. Khanal's wife in Kathmandu has been attacked. In fact, so much so she's also suffered burn marks and injuries. And this is very much in line with what has been happening so far, not just with the former Prime Minister, but also we've seen happen with the ministers in the KP Sharma Oli cabinet, where we've seen visuals also of the finance minister being chased and running amok on the road. And the latest, what we can tell you is that the former Prime Minister of Nepal, Jhalanath Khanal's wife, has suffered these burn injuries. Very disturbing visuals, in fact, coming over there. If I may show them to you, she's almost collapsed on the road over here, as she's also surrounded by the forces who are checking in on her. But in inputs inputs that we are receiving so far is that she was burnt by the vandals. Who are these protesters? Are they the Gen Z protesters? We do not know. Or are there political parties? We still can't say for sure. But in fact, that's Jhalanath's wife completely collapsed on the road as the forces continue to check in on her. On that note, let me quickly go across to Siddhant, who will share more inputs with us. But remember, this is not all right. So you can see a closer view of that. She's in fact suffered severe burn marks, as what we can see, and she's in fact in an unconscious state. It's a very, very serious condition from what it appears. Unfortunately, very tragic visuals coming in. Akhilesh continues to stay with us. Akhilesh, what do you make of this kind of tragic visuals, in fact, coming across? Who is responsible for this kind of vandalism, the arson and these kind of attacks? That too, I mean, eventually at the end of the day, they are all members of the politics in Nepal. You're looking at the wife of the former Prime Minister.
No, I totally agree with you. I mean, it is not good, these unfortunate developments, despite the larger light at the end of the tunnel, you know. And this will definitely impact the transition and drag it rather than have a broader, quick political acceptance. And I've just posted actually on my own Twitter saying that appealing to Gen Z to stay calm and give transition a space and let it work, you know. And then I see similar appeals from people across the not the parties. The parties for now are like not seen as like credible messengers, but others, you know, kind of like thought leaders, writers, civil society representatives, you know, it's come across, you know. And then if there is one single message that's trending in the social media, other than these the incidents of violence, etc., it's one singular appeal for calm.
But Akhilesh, what can you share with us with regards to the protesters? Because till yesterday, in fact till today, all the protesters that we have been speaking to have said that we always wanted to protest peacefully, and that our protests have in fact been hijacked by certain political elements, even foreign elements. What is it that you can share with us? Akhilesh, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
What is it that you can share with us with regards to these protesters? Are they just Gen Z protesters, or is there an involvement of outsiders as well, whether political or foreign NGOs?
Not foreign NGOs, I think. I would like to hope not the parties that have been discredited. But as a protest as broad-based as this, there's always a danger, you know. There's no unifying force or two. There's no unifying voice. You know, Balin is popular, doesn't mean he's a leader accepted across the board. Gen Z, yes, but how do you even define Gen Z anyway? You know, does every household person is a big follower of Balin Saab, currently the most popular face, it seems, yeah? So it'll probably take a while, you know, next 2 hours, 24 hours, 72 hours before everything coalesces into place. I hope sooner than later, honestly. I don't like the disturbing images myself, some of them trending on my own social media, you know, handles. But we shall see. That's all I can say as an honest analyst, and don't want to over-speculate over events that I don't have enough information
That
about.
also begs the question, why have the forces, including the army, failed to contain this kind of anger, the vandalism and arson that we are witnessing, and the kind of attacks we are seeing against all of the political elite?
Yeah, I would like to think this, you know. Balin has been a mayor, right? He's not been a national leader yet. So he's got to grow apace, you know, fast, and say, what does it require to be a good, it's nice to be a good mayor, right? Controlling a city, not even its every aspects of its life. Now it's an entirely different thing to control a country in serious crisis. And how do you mobilize the forces you don't know? or you are beginning to know? Do you have enough support from the people who have just been discredited, or they really want to discredit
All right, Akhilesh,
you?
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I can see some breaking inputs coming in that President Ram has in fact resigned as far as the Nepalese president is concerned. And what we are also being told is that the army is going to make an address. I quickly want to take that forward with you, Akhilesh. What do you make of the army's address now? What should we expect as far as that address that's all set to take place in some time from now? The army chief of Nepal will be making that address.
I don't know what will. Are you asking me a question
Yes,
there?
yes.
I don't know what he will, but he will definitely appeal for calm. But also, I mean, one to have some kind of like political, to be seen as also not how interventionist force, more an assisting force. That's the history of Nepal army, unlike some of the armies in the region.
All right, stay with me as I bring those breaking inputs for our viewers. In fact, in the latest inputs, we can tell you that the president of Nepal, Ramchandra Podal, has also resigned. He's in fact one of the last one in the string of high-profile resignations that Nepal has witnessed today. It began with 4 ministers, one of them being the Home Minister, and then soon was followed by Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. And in the latest that we can bring to you is that President Ramchandra Podal has resigned. And in other breaking inputs also, what we are learning is that the army chief in Nepal will also be making an address. Remember, the situation remains extremely volatile on the ground level. We've just shown you how the wife of a former Prime Minister of Nepal has been burnt as well. She suffered severe burn injuries and she was in fact lying collapsed. But in the latest, amid this kind of mounting pressure on the political elite of KP Sharma Oli's government, in fact, in the latest, what we can tell you is that President Ramchandra Podal has also resigned. I quickly go back to Akhilesh, who continues to stay with us. So, Akhilesh, take us through what do you make of the political scenario at the moment? Is this an indication that early elections are now the need of the hour?
Yeah, I mean, like, I've actually said it in public already. In order for us not to derail from the constitutional process and stick to constitutionalism, perhaps the best way out is early elections.
All right, we'll try and fix your frame in the meantime, but I want to just keep taking our viewers to all the latest inputs coming in. In the latest, what we can tell you is President Ramnath Podal has resigned over there, and Akhilesh is back with us. Akhilesh, yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah. What I have been saying, including in my social media post, is the best way out in order for Nepal to not derail the constitutional process or constitutionalism. The best way out perhaps is declare an early election, and the country then goes through political transition, but also cathartic process of then cleansing itself. And new leaders will emerge, as they all do in these crisis situations. And new parties will coalesce and say, okay, we'll shake hands. Those guys will not do, And these are also opportunities. If handled well, the time for when the changes take a pace fast. Instead of like years, this just happen in 2 days, 6 days, 6 months. And I would like to say, as I already said in my post, maybe give it a 6-month time, army or the law and order comes to place, new forces coalesce together or emerge. New leaders will have a more political buy-in with the public. Yeah, and then it will be a smoother transition towards election than declaring it overnight and then the national apparatus, the state apparatus being completely unprepared.
All right, stay with me, Akhilesh. I'm also joined in by our correspondent, Siddhant, who's been tracking all the latest developments for us from Nepal. In fact, Siddhant, if you could shed more light on the resignations that have just come in, not to forget the severe burn marks that have been suffered by the wife of the former Prime Minister of Nepal.
Well, as we were discussing before, it's a complete breakdown of law and order in Kathmandu. In fact, all the senior leadership of Kathmandu, their houses have been attacked. They have been attacked. In fact, Deoba family was rescued. Both Arzu Deoba and her relatives were rescued by by the locals as a mob attacked their house. The same was the case with KP Oli's personal residence. It was attacked. President's personal residence was attacked. So it's a complete breakdown of law and order in Nepal at this point in time. What we're getting to know is that army is going to take over the administration. That's what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us. But how that's going to happen, we really don't know. But we could expect in some time from now, there could be a briefing by the Nepalese army, perhaps announcing the takeover.
All right. In terms of the kind of attacks that have taken place, what are you learning from your sources, Siddhant? Who is responsible for these attacks? Many protesters have in fact gone on record to deny that it is not the Gen Z protesters who have resorted to this kind of arson and violence, but we do see many are in fact the youth which are taking to this kind of violence on the streets of Kathmandu. We seem to have lost that connection with Siddhant, but let's quickly go back to Akhilesh, who continues to stay with us. So Akhilesh, from what the feelers we are getting at the moment is that the army is going to step in on expected lines.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's time.
But you say it is time. What does one now expect next? In how many months or days can one expect general elections to take place?
I haven't followed elections, so, I mean, the process of elections so closely now. I would like to think, as with a country as large, comparatively large, it's not Bhutan by any stretch. It's going to take time, to get the roles in order, election roles in order, but also many other things like election officials. There could be a lot of changes in the election process itself, I don't know. I mean, this is up in the air for now, but I would like to say 6 months would be a good time when there will be a political buy-in of new actors in the process, and but also the bureaucracy begins to get its acts together. I would like to say, I mean, it's a very, very top of the mind cutoff point. I would say it's 6 months.
All right. In fact, going to slip into a quick break. Stay with me, Akhilesh. We have plenty to discuss right now as Nepal stands at a turning point as far as the politics in the nation is concerned. With that, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to Nation at 5 as we return with the latest news and updates.
Huge development. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who is in his third term, who's been Prime Minister over a little over a year now, has just put in his papers. That's the word. He had called for an all-party meeting later this evening where we're given to understand that he will make this official. He will officially say this to all the parties concerned. Hundreds of thousands of young protesters nicknamed the Gen Z protesters. They came down, they stormed the Nepalese parliament building because they were sick and tired of the status quo of politics in Nepal over the last 30 years.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Joining us here on CNN News 18, huge story breaking in the neighborhood. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who's been a sort of a semi-permanent fixture in Nepali politics over the last 30 years, he has now tendered in his resignation. His current government, I think this is his third stint in power, his current government, which was an uneasy coalition between him, the Nepali Congress, and a section of the Maoist party. It was an uneasy coalition that had been in power for the last year or so now, and now given these massive scale protests that we've seen led by young people, the trigger being, of course, the social media ban, but it goes far beyond that. Issues of corruption, unemployment, privileges, dynastic politics, curbs on young people speaking their mind. All of this sort of came into a deadly cocktail. It came into a deadly combination, which finally ended up consuming the current Prime Minister, Mr. Oli, who has tendered in his resignation. The latest information that we have is that Mr. Oli has been given safe escort by an army chopper. Him and his immediate family members have been taken to an army barrack where they will be kept for some time. CNN News 18 broke this story first to you. We were the first ones to tell you that Mr. Oli has put in his papers. He has officially sent in his resignation to the Nepalese president, Mr. Paudel, whose resignation has now been accepted. At 12:05 p.m. we told you about Mr. Oli planning to step down. It was clear earlier this morning itself. The RSP party quit, 4 ministers quit. The writing on the wall was clear as day to the Nepalese Prime Minister that he's fast losing support and he needs to step down. At 2:16 p.m. officially, KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, put in his papers and stepped down as Prime Minister after being given safe passage by the military, an assurance of safe passage by the Nepal Army Chief. Let me go across to Darshan, who's a Nepali journalist, who is joining us live from Kathmandu. Darshan, so Mr. Oli, the long-serving Prime Minister of Nepal, has finally quit. Do we know where he is? He's apparently been taken in an army helicopter to some safe passage. And what happens next, Darshan? Who becomes the next Prime Minister? What is the next government going to be like? Is there any word about what is happening?
So there is a lot of protest right now. Like though I'm in a hope in a safe place right now, I can hear a lot of screaming and the cloud which is filled with the smoke. So I'm not sure which are the buildings that has been into fire, but yeah, the PM Oli finally resigned. But it's not about a new government. It's a generational war. Like I mentioned earlier, Gen Z are like crazy, and there is also a lot of riots that's happening. And there is no one to take a lead at this time. But Gen Z are also, looking after Balin to come forward to control this chaos. Because right now there are protesters inside parliamentary building, inside the Singha Darbar, where all the ministries used to handle their places, and there are also many data centers that have very critical information. And right now there is no presence of the government in the street. Nepal police and APF have already said that the situation is not in our control. So it's chaos everywhere.
So tell me, where is the Nepalese army? Are they protecting these sensitive installations, the parliament building, the secretariat, the houses of various ministers? We're told that military choppers were sent to some of these houses to evacuate the ministers. What is the latest in terms of, how this story is unfolding there, and what are the demands of these young people? Because it started with the social media ban, but it seems like this is pent-up anger. For a number of reasons, from corruption to unemployment, which is all blown over now in Nepal.
Right, exactly. And the bigger, scope here, it's like I have been saying that it was also, social media ban took, maybe it helped to escalate things, but it is one of the only reason, the main focus.
Welcome back to our live and rolling coverage on the political crisis in Nepal. In the latest, what we can tell you is that Ramchandra Podal, who is the president of Nepal, has tendered in his resignation. This after Nepal's Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resigned, as nationwide protests have been spiraling out of control. Despite the withdrawal of the controversial orders, the unrest is raging on. Arson, vandalism can now be witnessed on the streets, with in fact the political elite being also attacked. In fact, the wife of the former Prime Minister was brutally attacked. She's also suffered burn injuries. In fact, getting in some breaking inputs, Kathmandu Mayor Balan Saha has appealed for peace, is what we can tell you. He's saying that all of Nepal's leaders who killed the protesters have in fact quit. Now it is time to maintain order. So remember, the message is crystal clear that it is time to have a new beginning in Nepal, and all those who were responsible for the heinous killing of those young Gen Z protesters, 19 of them so far, what Saha has gone on to say is that all of the political dispensation have tendered in their resignations and hence let peace prevail in Kathmandu. Let me quickly go across to Siddhant, who brings us those breaking inputs. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, that's right. So he appears to be a leader who has always been critical of Oli and his administration, Akanksha. In fact, this morning also he said that what has happened in yesterday in Kathmandu is nothing but an act of terror. Perhaps a very strong statement he made at the very beginning of the protest. So, in terms of he is one leader who still enjoys some level of credibility, in Nepal, because all the other we have been seeing in last couple of hours what has happened. Their houses have been attacked. They were attacked. But this one leader, the mayor of Kathmandu, still enjoys some level of credibility. So now this appeal is coming from his side. He is appealing to the protesters to offer restraint. Perhaps the army has also appealed to people. The chief secretary has also, cabinet secretary has also made the appeal. So, the bureaucracy is now coming ahead. Perhaps because ultimately they have to run the country now, because the complete leadership has resigned or they will resign because there's no option left for them. The army is likely to take over, and few credible faces, the political faces, perhaps could be seen leading the country in days to come.
All right, and when you say that, Saha is seen as a very pro-youth figure and somebody who is also against KP Sharma Oli and his political ideologies, is that enough for him to establish the credentials to be seen as a prospective leader in Nepal?
Well, absolutely. And in fact, he was, Akanksha, as I said, that there was also this hidden demand of these protesters that a leadership should be passed on to the younger generation. Enough of Deobas, Prachandas and Olis in Nepal. And they have been ruling one by one. So, this was a demand of the protesters that a young leadership should take the center stage. So he is perhaps one face who could, I mean, it's very early at this point in time, but who could get a support of Gen Z protesters. And perhaps if Gen Z protesters are going to be the stakeholders in deciding the future of Nepal, then definitely Mayor of Kathmandu would have an important role.
Siddhant, I want to quickly bring you in on the point of these so-called Gen Z protesters, the role that youth has been playing, particularly in all the political upheavals that we've seen in South Asian nations. To begin with, you've had Bangladesh being the most recent, you have Sri Lanka, you have Myanmar, the role that the youth have played in all of these protests.
Well, definitely, many are calling it a same toolkit being applied in various countries of the region. In fact, in India also, many experts and commentators are saying so. But definitely, but going by what I have been getting to know from friends, journalists in Kathmandu, there was anger against the government. And as I said, that there was a massive protest in Kathmandu in April on the issue of electricity bill, because they were protesting against the senior electricity department official. So, the protest used to be a very, very common thing taking place in Kathmandu in last 1 year since Prime Minister Oli coming to power. So whether it's the pro-monarchy demand, etc., etc. So, this was happening in one or the other form. But this is perhaps for the first time that people have come in such a large numbers onto the streets and made sure that this government resigns. So as this was in the making, it was brewing up and finally happened. But what is happening now, Akanksha, is a matter of huge concern, because complete lawlessness on the streets. Breakdown of law and order, no army, no police. The parliament has been set ablaze. Hilton Hotel has been set ablaze. The private residences of the politicians are being attacked. The Supreme Court has been attacked. Television channels are being attacked. So, there's nobody to control this mob. Now, the peaceful protesters, till day before yesterday, have turned into mob now. They have become rioters today, and they are rioting, arsoning, on the streets of Kathmandu. So, the talent for the law enforcement authorities is to get it stopped and to make sure that each and everyone obey the curfew that is already in place in Kathmandu.
Perhaps it's fairly nascent to ask that question, but the other question from the India point of view is also, how is this, all of these developments shaping up? What will they mean for India and China both?
Well, as far as Mr. Oli's position is concerned, Akanksha, as per my understanding, he was never New Delhi's favorite. That's for sure, because of his closeness with the Chinese leadership. But definitely, New Delhi always had a very warm equation with his government. In fact, the foreign minister of Nepal visited India, and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri was in Nepal in the month of June. In fact, he called on Prime Minister Oli, met his Nepalese counterpart. So the relations were cordial, but he was never liked so much by the Indian leadership. That is something which I have understood. And perhaps this is also one of the reasons that in last 1 year, there has been no visit of KP Oli to India. He is perhaps the only Nepalese Prime Minister who has never visited India in his tenure.
All right, many thanks to you, Siddhant, for bringing us all those inputs. In fact, getting in some more breaking inputs shared by securities editor Mr. Manoj Gupta. CNN News 18 has decoded the possible scenario in Nepal, how this will now play up. The army chief, remember, is going to address in some time from now. He will be urging the people in Nepal, particularly these Gen Z protesters, to maintain peace, law and order. He's unlikely to announce a takeover, but the army will manage things in the interim for a few days till the new interim advisor or the chief is in fact decided upon. They will have someone like Rabi Lamchani, who is acceptable to all and make an interim government. In fact, Anand Narasimhan joins me from the newsroom with more inputs. Anand, please go ahead and share with us the possible options currently for the people of Nepal.
One of the scenarios, even as Nepali media actually is reporting, that the president also has resigned. Although there is no major confirmation of the same, is the fact that the army takes over to try and restore law and order. What we are seeing is that the protests are slowly turning violent, not just against the incumbents and the leaders who the people were sick of because of corruption and because of mismanagement and law and impunity, absence of law and order and impunity, but it could turn into anarchy on the streets and rioting and random arson and loot. And that is something which the army can ill afford, and perhaps the army will immediately call for peace and attempt to restore law and order on the streets of Nepal, while promising that they are not completely taking over. There is no martial law, but a temporary state of emergency till the time there is an interim government that is put in place, and also to restore the path of democracy, or Nepal back onto the path of democracy. There are a few front runners who can be the young leaders in Balen Shah, the Kathmandu mayor. But right now, like you said, Rabi Lamchani could be the interim advisor. Ironically, and perhaps coincidence, that it's a very similar playbook to Colombo, to Dhaka, that we are witnessing in Kathmandu, Akanksha, and that cannot escape the viewer's attention. But for the moment in Nepal, the army chief is going to address, Mr. Sigdel, the army chief, is going to address the nation, and the call will be to immediately seize all violence, loot, arson, and vacate the streets. And perhaps by dawn tomorrow, there will be peace, and by afternoon, there could be an interim government in place at the helm, with Rabi Lamchani at the helm. So that's one of the scenarios that's possible. We still are waiting a full official confirmation from the Nepal President's office on Ramchandra Paudel, although many are claiming that he has also resigned. It's unlikely, because it's the president who will have powers and the army will have to, he's the supreme commander. So if the president resigns, then it's absolute chaos, because there's nobody to take control. And then it will be left to the army. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold there, because the rule book says that the president has to declare a state of emergency, ask the army to take charge, and then the army chiefs moves forward. We'll have to see, because the president's office did put out a letter confirming the acceptance of KP Sharma Oli's resignation, and the demand is that the rest of the leaders in the Nepal cabinet should also resign.
Anand, we speak on a day, 9th September, which will go down in the annals of history as far as Nepal is concerned. Take us through how this entire day has unfolded, from the resignations of the various ministers, including the Home Minister, to the ones who were even chased down the streets, a kind of arson, vandalism, not to forget the resignation of the Prime Minister himself. And as you're rightly highlighting, it could also be the President.
Well, CNN News 18 was the first to report that that KP or Sharma Oli will go, while others were saying that he's going to remain defiant, and the KP Sharma Oli's office itself said that he is going to remain defiant and he's not going to leave. He is now out of Kathmandu, but he's not leaving Nepal. But earlier in the day, they said that he's not going to step down and he thinks he's got a handle on the situation. But clearly, there was already indication that it's a matter of hours, not even days, that KP Sharma Oli will resign. And it was perhaps further hastened when top ministers in his cabinet started resigning on moral grounds and saying that there is no control of law and order, and the killing of the youth, perhaps that was the big trigger there when the forces tried to, and some in point blank and some right there on their forehead, were shot dead. And that's where it said enough is enough. Largely with the News 18 team on ground, Anand Tiwari, Tahir and so many of our other colleagues on ground, the sentiment from Nepalganj all the way to Kathmandu has been, we were sick and tired of the corruption and the impunity with which the law and order was being abused by these netas and these privileged. And that's why all former prime ministers, their private residences have been attacked, and they have personally been attacked, be it Sher Bahadur Deoba, be it Mr. Kanal, be it KP Sharma Oli, whose statue was broken out. Now we've got more tragic news that's come in from the Kanal residence.
In fact, stay with me, Anand. We're getting in breaking inputs. What we're learning is that the former Nepalese Prime Minister Jhalanath Kanal's wife, she has finally, eventually succumbed to those burn injuries. Remember, just minutes ago, we were playing out those tragic visuals of his wife who had completely collapsed on the road. And now in some deeply tragic and disturbing news coming in, what we're learning is that Kanal's wife has succumbed to those burn injuries. In fact, those are the visuals that we are bringing to you, which go on to show that Kanal's wife had suffered these major injuries. There were people rescuing her. The forces also tried checking in on her, but perhaps it was just too late by the time she was rushed to the hospital. She had faced severe burn marks, and in very deeply tragic news, what we can tell you is that she is eventually succumbed to those burn injuries. Nepal continues to burn, and CNN News 18 is continuing to track all the latest developments in the South Asian nation. Stay tuned. In fact, we are closing right now as Plain Speak is up next.
Brought to you by This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Joining us here on CNN News 18, huge story breaking in the neighborhood. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who's been a sort of a semi-permanent fixture in Nepali politics over the last 30 years, he has now tendered in his resignation. His current government, I think this is his third stint in power, his current government, which was an uneasy coalition between him, the Nepali Congress, and a section of the Maoist party. It was an uneasy coalition that had been in power for the last year or so now, and now, given these massive scale protests that we've seen, led by young people, the trigger being, of course, the social media ban, but it goes far beyond that. Issues of corruption, unemployment, privileges, dynastic politics, curbs on young people speaking their mind, all of this sort of came into a deadly cocktail. It came into a deadly combination, which finally ended up consuming the current Prime Minister, Mr. Oli, who has tendered in his resignation. The latest information that we have is that Mr. Oli has been given safe escort by an army chopper. Him and his immediate family members have been taken to an army barrack where they will be kept for some time. CNN News 18 broke this story first to you. We were the first ones to tell you that Mr. Oli has put in his papers. He has officially sent in his resignation to the Nepalese president, Mr. Paudel, whose resignation has now been accepted. At 12:05 p.m. we told you about Mr. Oli planning to step down. It was clear earlier this morning itself. The RSP party quit, 4 ministers quit, the writing on the wall was clear as day to the Nepalese Prime Minister that he's fast losing support and he needs to step down. At 2:16 p.m. officially, KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, put in his papers and stepped down as Prime Minister after being given safe passage by the military, an assurance of safe passage by the Nepal Army Chief. Let me go across to Darshan, who's a Nepali journalist, who is joining us live from Kathmandu. Darshan, so Mr. Oli, the long-serving Prime Minister of Nepal, has finally quit. Do we know where he is? He's apparently been taken in an army helicopter to some safe passage. And what happens next, Darshan? Who becomes the next Prime Minister? What is the next government going to be like? Is there any word about what is happening?
So there is a lot of protest right now. Like though I'm in a hope in a safe place right now, I can hear a lot of screaming and the cloud which is filled with the smoke. So I'm not sure which are the buildings that has been into fire, but yeah, the PM Oli finally resigned. But it's not about a new government. It's a generational war. Like I mentioned earlier, Gen Z are like crazy, and there is also a lot of riots that's happening. And there is no one to take a lead at this time. But Gen Z are also looking after Balin to come forward to control this chaos. Because right now there are protesters inside parliamentary building.
News 18 Primetime Studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. We are coming to you live from our CNN News 18 Primetime Studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions. Parliament complex breached and set ablaze. Supreme Court building torched. Unprecedented scenes continue to play out on the streets of Nepal for a second straight day. What started as a fallout of the Nepalese government's ban on more than 20 social media apps spiraled out of hands when the police resorted to use of force. The result? Complete mayhem. Fueled by anger over the death of 19+ youth, the protesters were up in arms today, forcing heads to roll one by one. The buck stopped with the Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who resigned earlier today, rejected and denounced. Those once in power are now rushing to flee the country. Those who couldn't make it in time are being chased and beaten on the streets. The unrest in Nepal mirrors recent crises in neighboring nations, from the student-led uprising of 2024 in Bangladesh to widespread demonstrations triggered by the 2022 economic crisis in Sri Lanka. The similarities are airy. As Nepal faces its most volatile moment in decades, the parallels with its neighbors are stark. A brewing of deep-rooted frustration, rapid escalation into nationwide upheaval, and leaders cornered, forced to relinquish power or seek safety abroad. The region is witnessing a seismic shift, one defined by youth movements, institutional distrust, and the withering patience of traditional political structures. Or is there something more than meets the eye? That's the big question we'll take with our guest joining us in just a bit. First up, let's get you the big visuals that we've tracked from Kathmandu and beyond, from the streets of Nepal earlier today. The streets completely transformed into battlegrounds as protesters, predominantly from Generation Z, continued their demonstrations. The current situation in Nepal paints a very grim picture of a nation on edge. The streets are filled with smoke of charred buildings, air thick with tear gas and more. And the voices of a populace leading the change. There is no stopping the kind of anger that is being witnessed on the streets of Kathmandu and beyond against everyone. No one has been spared, whether part of the current government or not. In fact, these are visuals of Nepal's Finance Minister, Prasad, seen running on the streets with people chasing him and actually landing kicks on him as he tries to run away from the crowd to save his life. Almost the entire government in Nepal now, including the exiting Prime Minister, seem to be in hiding. Speculations are rife if they will have to even flee the country. Former Prime Ministers, many sitting ministers have come under attack from mobs Earlier, we also saw pictures of helicopters taking some of those ministers and those part of the government away to safety. The army, of course, has been entrusted with taking these leaders to places of safety. As many as 4 elected governments have been toppled mid-term around the Indian neighborhood in what appears to be now an inescapable pattern. So let's break this down for you. First, of course, was Pakistan. It witnessed a similar situation back in 2022, where former Prime Minister Imran Khan's ouster was forced through a no-confidence motion, the first time in Pakistan's history, in the backdrop of a prolonged military tiff and allegations of conspiracy, remember. He was also on a warpath with America at that time. The country descended into chaos with massive street protests and more. Sri Lanka then witnessed a similar situation, unprecedented scenes in July 2022 in the wake of nationwide demonstrations over spiraling economic crisis that led to the downfall of the Rajapaksa clan. 2 years later, and just last year, remember, it was the Hasina government that was toppled following what was labelled as a student protest over job quota in government ranks. But many feel now what followed next gave away the game. Is something similar at play? Now, of course, it is Nepal. Again, another country bordering India. Prime Minister Oli has been forced to step down amidst mounting concerns of corruption, triggered by a ban on social media sites as well. The visuals speak for themselves. In fact, from Sri Lanka to Bangladesh and Nepal, seats of power were attacked in very similar fashion. Parliament complexes in all of these 3 countries were breached by angry protesters at the peak or the crescendo of the protests. The manner of the protests is very similar, mind you, as if one is giving cue to the next, which is why it is forcing us to think whether something larger is at play or is one movement fueling or becoming a template for the next. Not only were parliaments attacked, heads of country faced direct heat too. Their houses were vandalized or ransacked by the protesters in all 3 of these countries. We saw it happen with Rajapaksa's presidential home in Sri Lanka. Then, of course, those ugly visuals coming in from Hasina's residence in Dhaka just last year. While the whereabouts of KP Sharma Oli currently remain unclear, his private house also was attacked earlier today by protesters. It was torched in the middle of the day. It all leads us to question one thing. With Oli out and the army effectively in, at least for the interim, what is truly behind these protests? Is there something more than meets the eye? Is there a pattern that cannot be refuted? And what is the message to the larger subcontinent here, including India? How should we view what's happening in Nepal today and what happens next? That's coming up with our guests. Let's go across to our guest joining us. KV Rajan is former Indian ambassador to Nepal. Ajay Bhadra Khanal is research advisor of Center for Social Innovation and Foreign Policy, a think tank based in Nepal. And Dr. Pramod Jaiswal is research director at Nepal Institute International Cooperation Engagement, another body that functions very closely with the polity and the social issues in Nepal. I also want to just quickly go across to some of the updates that are coming in. But okay, before that, let's also talk about what we're witnessing today. KV Rajan, I begin with you. How nervous or worried should India be with what's transpiring in Nepal over the last 48 hours or so?
No, India should be and is very, very concerned about what is happening for more reasons than one. Nepal is a especially close country as far as India is concerned. We've enjoyed multifaceted links for a very, very long time. And what happens in one country cannot be insulated from what happens in the other. But also we must remember that there is a long 1700-kilometer open border between Nepal and India. And when there is political instability and violence and discontent, popular discontent of this kind, then there are third countries which are interested in using Nepalese territory for mischief against India. It has happened in the past and it might happen again unless we are very, very careful. So India is very worried, and let us not forget that what is happening in Nepal is a result of a very palpable sense of discontent and frustration which has been rising for many years. In fact, Nepal has been simmering for quite some time, and everyone who has been watching Nepal was wondering when it would boil over and how. You see, what has happened is that Nepal entered into a transition. Everyone thought that when the Maoists were mainstreamed and the insurgency ended a few years ago, that there would be a new Nepal that was born. And when the Maoists embraced multi-party democracy, everyone, including India, thought that there would be an era of peace and prosperity in Nepal. Now, what has happened, unfortunately, is that those expectations have been belied, and there has been corruption on a massive scale, misgovernance on a very massive scale, and young people particularly felt that there was no future for them in Nepal. So it is a very explosive mix, and India has to really be very, very watchful and very, very careful.
It's an explosive mix, and that's an interesting term that you used, because in that explosive mix, sometimes the actual intended issues can get sidestepped, and we can lose the way into as to how to get to actual fruitful or constructive changes that some of the protesters may be demanding. Is that the situation where Nepal has reached is also a big question. But let me highlight the fact that KP Sharma Oli, of course, resigned and handed over the interim governance, or at least the control, to the army, because that is clearly what is needed right now. This is a statement that has been released by the Ministry of Defense in Nepal, and it says that this movement has caused irreversible harm and deep sorrow to the people, and it is with a heavy heart that we extend our condolences to the bereaved families. We express heartfelt sympathy and solidarity. At the same time, we wish for the speedy recovery of the injured. The Nepali army has always been committed to the protection and security of Nepal and the Nepali people. The Nepali army has been playing a crucial role in safeguarding the defense and victory of Nepal and its people during this ongoing situation. So they are, of course, urging for some sort of peace. I'm not sure if that is really going to happen as easily as that. But Ajay Bhadra Khanal, I want to come to you. What do you make of the Nepalese army now, making this appeal, issuing this appeal, also a condolence message of sorts, something many people felt was missing in the messaging of the Oli government?
Yeah, I think so, because, as of now, there is no elected representative representing the state, they have all gone underground, or either have resigned or gone underground.
Yes.
So at present, it's only the Nepali army and the president who represent the state and of course the bureaucracy, but it's the Nepali army which has the say in the future course of events. And I think the Nepali army has a characteristic, it has experience, it has knowledge, and I think it will do the right thing in having consultations with demonstrators, with the civil society, and with politicians, and coming up with the right kind of political outlet. And I'm confident that they will be able to do that. Regarding today's events, it is unexplainable. Of course, as Ambassador Rajan said, we know why there was so much pent-up anger, and we know how, this whole thing started. But today's events is unexplainable, and the organizers, the Genji, have said that they were not responsible for vandalism. They had already withdrawn from the protest, and we have some sort of a different kind of elements who are trying to take advantage from this anarchic situation. And I think everybody is now ready for peace. And we are hoping, all Nepali people are now hoping that there would be a peaceful outlet. And I think Nepali army is at the center, and I think they will be very responsible.
Dr. Pramod Jaiswal, this is exactly what happens more often than not when you have such sort of a large mass protest. It's very easy in most of these situations for antisocial elements to creep in, if that is what has happened in Nepal, and to steer the entire protest into a direction that it becomes completely uncontrollable. Where do you think that responsibility lies? Was it the fact that the government did not take the right steps when they could have taken, or do you think the protesters also went astray to some extent?
I think, first of all, the state should have responded very responsibly, because yesterday when there was protest, the use of excessive force was not desirable. Because nowhere in the history of Nepal we have seen that almost 20 people has died in a single day. We have overthrew monarchy, we have got different kind of movement in this country. We have got all kind of violent protests that have lasted for months. But nowhere we heard that such a huge number of casualties has been reported, especially in one location. So that is where the state should have avoided such provocations. Second is that the attack was on a very young children who were armless, school kids, or you can say university students, all younger generation. So I think it was not necessary to have those kind of force desired. Obviously, there is some element might have benefited from that and might have provoked that, but I think it was under control. The order given by chief district officers, the role of Nepal Army, Nepal Police, not Nepal Army, but Armed Police Force and Nepal Police are questionable. The Home Minister was not very capable to handle that well. I think that is the first step that we have avoided. Second, I think what is also important is that even the government failed to come address the people there. They were not able to address the demands. Even the social media was not released. The ban was not removed in the cabinet meeting. The Deoba had to intervene and pressurize the Prime Minister to request, and the resignation of Prime Minister came much later today. I mean, if they had responded last night, they had whole night, 12 hours to decide. Maybe by morning they would have taken things under control, because yesterday they were killing and there was anger, but the anger from the people's side was very harsh today, where the houses of all the top 50, or you can say around 20, 30 top ministers, senior politicians were burned down, parliament is on fire, President House, Supreme Court, all is on fire. And I think the government could have stopped this last night if they had responded promptly in the right direction.
The army is now requesting the public to be disciplined and united. But of course, what happens very often when these protests are, just going on as they are in Nepal or some of the countries we've seen in the past, is there's no face to hold accountable for what is happening for these protests. And that also lends to the fact that there is anarchy or lawlessness that prevails. There is no one to control the protest, at least visibly, if it goes out of hand. We are also getting some more updates. President Ramchandra Paudel, who had resigned earlier this evening as well, has urged all parties now to work together to find a peaceful solution amidst this ongoing national crisis. In a statement released today, he says, and I quote, "With the resignation of Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli now accepted, I trust that all sides will cooperate to resolve the issues in the interest of the country, its people and democracy." He's also said that demands of citizens can be addressed through democratic processes and appeal to the Gen Z protesters and all stakeholders to engage in dialogue and negotiations. But is that what is possible? Is that what the Gen Z protesters, quote unquote, are looking at? We, in fact, spoke to one of the protesters, Shiv Yadav. I want to go across to this conversation with him because he's really one of the representatives of the Gen Z protesters as we speak. What is in their mind? Let's try and figure this out. Shiv Yadav is joining us. He's one of the protesters. My first question to you, Shiv, are you satisfied with the Prime Minister's resignation? आप संतुष्ट हैं कि Prime Minister ने finally अब इस्तीफा दे दिया है?
नहीं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का रेजिग्नेशन भी होना चाहिए था और हम लोग क्या चाह रहे हैं यहाँ पर पब्लिक के अनुसार से सरकार गठन होना चाहिए। जो अंतरिम सरकार होगा वो सरकार पब्लिक बनाएंगे, आंदोलनकारी युवा सब बनाएंगे और अंतरिम सरकार के बाद हम लोग चाह रहे हैं कि हम अपने नेतृत्व में निर्वाचन की मिति तय करके निर्वाचन में जाना चाह रहे हैं हम लोग।
तो आप चाह रहे हैं ये जो जेन जी प्रोटेस्टर्स हैं, आप जैसे जो लोग हैं, वो जो इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट बने, आप उसका हिस्सा बनना चाहते हैं?
हाँ, उसमें शामिल करके हमको अंतरिम गवर्नमेंट बना के हम लोग निर्वाचन में जाना चाहते हैं।
तो आप अगला इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे, अगले इलेक्शन की तैयारी करेंगे?
हाँ, इलेक्शन में तो हमारा युवा सब इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे। अब हम संविधान में भी कुछ परिवर्तन करना चाहते हैं और निर्वाचन जो एन है उसमें भी परिवर्तन करना चाहते हैं और उस एन सब में परिवर्तन करके और इसके बाद इलेक्शन के डेट फाइनल करके हम सब युवा सब इलेक्शन में जाएंगे।
So you are talking about making changes to the Constitution and the Election Commission. किस तरह के changes चाहते हैं आप?
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में भी हम चेंज चाहते हैं और जो इलेक्शन कमीशन है उसमें भी हम चेंज चाहते हैं। हम लोग क्या चाहते हैं कि जो सांसद, जो मंत्री, जो अभी तक को प्रधानमंत्री जो है, जो 2 पटक से बेसी पटक जो मंत्री बन चुका है, प्रधानमंत्री बन चुका है, उसको हम इस बार के इलेक्शन में युवा बैंड करेंगे। वैसा हम एन लाना चाहते हैं और युवा सबको, जो नया युवा है उसको निर्वाचन में लाना चाहते हैं और चुनाव में हम जोड़ना चाहते हैं।
There are suggestions and कुछ गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी बयान आए थे कि कुछ आउटसाइड फोर्सेस यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं, बाहरी तत्व कुछ हैं जिनकी वजह से ये सारा प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है नेपाल में।
नहीं, इसमें बाहर तत्वों का कोई हाथ नहीं है। ये जो नेपाल के युवा सब में जो एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन था, जो ये नेता लोग थे, वो बहुत लंबे समय से जो युवा सब में फ्रस्ट्रेशन, यहाँ रोजगार नहीं है, यहाँ पर कुछ ठीक व्यवस्था नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई विकास नहीं है, उसका फ्रस्ट्रेशन से वजह से ये सब क्षति हो रहा है। अगर कल जो प्रोटेक्शन हुआ और युवा को जो गोली हाना गया सरकार को तरफ से, उसके लेकर ये आक्रोश आज ये दिख रहा है।
बट सवाल तो उठ रहे हैं कि इस प्रोटेस्ट में जो इतना वायलेंस हुआ है, क्या वो सही है? क्या इतना वायलेंस के साथ प्रोटेस्ट होना चाहिए था? अभी हमने देखा है, इमेजेस आई हैं कि लीडर्स और उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स पे भी अटैक हुए हैं।
नहीं, हम लोग वायलेंस के समर्थक नहीं है, लेकिन सरकार क्या किया, हमारे युवा सबको, जो जेनजी युवा सब है, उसको छाती और माथा में गोली ताक के मारा है और हमारे 600 लोग अभी हॉस्पिटल में भरना है, युवा सब। तो ये तो नहीं, अब गवर्नमेंट को तो ये नहीं करना चाहिए था ना, उसके लेकर ये प्रोटेस्ट को इस अवस्था सृजना हुआ है।
Okay, Shiv Yadav, just stay with me. I also want to bring in our other guests right now. Ajay Bhadra Khanal, how do you look at this demand that the protesters are making, that whatever interim government is formed now should have representatives of the Gen Z? How feasible do you think that is?
I think this is something that is feasible and should be done as well, because I think the protests have grown out of hand. You know, it's up to the protesters and the demonstrators to have a say in the future course of events. And if we don't properly address that, I think this demonstration will continue. So it's a way of maintaining peace. And I think that given the complete vacuum and absence and the loss of legitimacy of the old parties and the parliament, I think this is a way out. I think we should have a broad representative government. And this are. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead. All right, Dr. Pramod Jaiswal, I want to bring you in on this as well. They want to be part of the new interim government. They want changes in the constitution. They're saying we want to change the election commission as well. How easy or difficult will it be to now identify the representatives of this broad Gen Z protest and make sure that voices can be heard?
It's a very challenging situation because Gen Z is one mass and there is no face at the moment. So who will be the face will be the first, I think, confrontation, competition, you can say, within the crowd. That is one. Second is that what will be the major agendas, because Gen Z is an age group, they don't have clear agenda. So I think what will be the changes that they want in constitution, that will be also debatable. That will be major agendas at the moment. Third will be like when they're asking of having a interim government. So who will lead that interim government is another challenge. Probably people are speculating that it can be the mayor of Kathmandu, Balen, but whether they'll accept him or not is another question. Again, the interim government will have other members. So who will be there? There are lots of questions that are being asked, and it's within them as well, which is people are not aware. They themselves are not clear because now they're invited for negotiations. How they will negotiate, what they will negotiate, do they have the verdict to negotiate on those terms? There are lots of challenges that we see in coming days.
Yes. Are the protesters now ready for stage 2, for what follows if they are to negotiate their terms? Before I go across to Shiv once again to understand who their representatives could be, KV Rajan, I want to bring you in on this as well. What the protesters seem to be suggesting is a complete indictment of the political system in Nepal. They're saying we are fed up of everyone. We are fed up not just of this government, but everything that came before it. And we don't want this to continue. It's like they've completely rejected every political structure that stands in Nepal today. This is a very precarious situation.
Yeah, that is very understandable, I think, because ever since democracy came back in its present form, parties have changed, prime ministers have been changing by rotation, etc. But corruption, nepotism, all the other ills that the protesters have been talking about, maladministration, etc., they have been practiced by all the leaders, all the political parties, and therefore there is anger against all of them across the political spectrum. You see, Nepal entered into what seemed to be an unending transition some years ago, and in the process it has lost, I think, more than it has gained. It had a certain identity, it has lost that identity. It had a certain sense of direction, it has lost that sense of direction. So it is really a country which doesn't seem to have any kind of raison d'etre, as it were, at the moment.
Okay.
And instead of focusing on inclusive development, prosperity, progress, there has been a tendency to indulge in reckless nationalism, particularly on the part of the left-wing parties, and play the China card despite crossing certain red lines. So the relationship with India has also suffered, and in the process Nepal has suffered, its long-term interests have suffered. It's very interesting that Gen Z is associated with the generation that was born after 1995.
Right.
Because that was the year I entered Nepal as ambassador. And, India practiced a different policy then. It was called the twin pillar policy of supporting the monarchy as well as all the political parties without any favoritism, and focusing only on development. So the result was, even when we negotiated an important agreement with the government of the day, we also negotiated with the opposition of the day. So all the parties used to get the credit for any important agreement with India. And so there was forward movement and there was peace. And those were happy years. Now what has happened since then is very different. And there is an agenda which has been followed, which doesn't seem to take into account either Nepal's own national interests or the urgent needs of the younger generation for jobs, etc.
Yes,
and that is
and
why
you know, this whole
explosion
social
has
media
taken
ban
place.
also, many felt that this actually took away income-making avenues for the Gen Z as well. Many of them earned through social media, and that is why there was a lot of triggering. And because of that social media apps ban, we
Well,
have this
you
letter
know-
that has now been issued by Gen Z protest. It has just been issued by Generation Z protesters. One of them is with us. I will take this to him. But this clarification on peaceful movement and public property vandalism, they say that they have retrieved from the protest sites, that they are not associated with any individuals or groups involved in vandalism, and that their movement does not welcome opportunists or political party members attempting to hijack it. This movement belongs solely to the youth of Nepal, independent, determined and committed to peaceful change. Well, as far as peaceful change is concerned, that ship has already sailed. That hasn't quite happened. And the problem with such protests is that you don't really know who you can hold accountable for the kind of vandalism that took place. Yes, government takes accountability for the army firing, etc. But what about the other side? Let me take that to Shiv Yadav, who continues to be with me. Shiv, first of all, पहली बात तो ये है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि आपको अब देखना है कि इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट में जेन ज़ी प्रोटेस्टर्स को लिया जाए, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले कुछ पीस तो बनानी पड़ेगी ना ग्राउंड पे, कुछ पीसफुल एटमॉस्फेयर बनाना पड़ेगा, वो कौन करेगा?
नहीं, हम चाहते, अभी तक प्रधानमंत्री रिजाइन कर दिया है लेकिन संसद विघटन नहीं किया है। हम लोग चाहते हैं कि संसद विघटन करके अंतरिम गवर्नमेंट का युवा सबका शामिल करके गवर्नमेंट में जाना चाहिए।
एक तरह से क्या बांग्लादेश से इंस्पायर्ड है, जहां पे एक इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट को हटा के अनइलेक्टेड केयरटेकर्स बन गए थे गवर्नमेंट के?
नहीं, हम लोग बांग्लादेश से भी हम लोग क्या चाह रहे हैं कि युवा सबके नेतृत्व में सरकार बने। युवा सबके नेतृत्व में जो ये लोग जो नॉनसेंस एन कानून बनाकर युवा सबको जो दुख दिया है, यहाँ पर स्वतंत्रता का हक जो हनन किया है, उसको हम सबसे पहले लोकतांत्रिक पद्धति में कायम करेंगे और उसके बाद हम इलेक्शन में जाएंगे।
तो ये जो प्रोटेस्ट था, आप कानूनों की बात कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट इसलिए था कि ये जो सोशल मीडिया एप्स में बैन हुआ है, इसकी वजह से ये प्रोटेस्ट इतना भड़क गया?
नहीं, ये सोशल मीडिया तो एक वो था, लेकिन ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन युवा सब में जो है ये बहुत लंबा समय से चल रहा था। ये प्रोटेक्शन ये कुछ दिन का नहीं, ये 10 साल से युवा सब रोड पर कुछ न कुछ फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकाल रहे हैं और ये उग्र रूप ये बहुत दिन से ये चल रहा है ये प्रोटेक्शन।
बट आगे बढ़ने के लिए अब आपको कुछ अपील तो करनी पड़ेगी ना पीस की। ये जो लेटर अब इशू हुआ है वो एक अपनी तरफ है, लेकिन कोई पीस की अपील आप लोग करेंगे जेन ज़ी प्रोटेस्टर्स?
शांति के लिए सबसे पहले तो संसद विघटन करना चाहिए। ये सरकार को जो अभी रिजाइन किया है, अब ये संसद विघटन जब तक नहीं होगा तब तक ये आंदोलन रुकने वाला नहीं लग रहा है और अंतरिम गवर्नमेंट का जब तक तैयारी नहीं करेगा तब तक ये नेपाल में ये आंदोलन रुकने का संभावना नहीं है।
तो आपको इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट में कौन लीड करेगा? आपने अपने लीडर्स चुने हैं अभी तक?
जेन जी नेतृत्व का हमारा भाई सब है और इसका जेन जी का हम लोग इसका व्यवस्थापन सब मैनेजमेंट हम लोग कर रहे हैं। जेन जी का हमारा भाई तो आयोजक हो गया और हम लोग सबका इसका व्यवस्थापन करके हम लोग सरकार के तरफ से और आंदोलनकारी के तरफ से शांतिपूर्ण वार्ता के माध्यम से हम लोग इसको शांत करना चाहते हैं।
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल मेरा आपसे, ये बालन शाह का नाम बहुत लिया जा रहा है, वो एक पॉपुलर फिगर हैं, काठमांडू के मेयर हैं, क्या वो आपके लीडर बन सकते हैं? आर यू इन टच विद हिम? क्या आपकी कोई बातचीत है उनसे?
बालन शाह से भी बातचीत युवा सब करना चाहते हैं और डिमांड कर रहा है। बालन शाह, कुलमान सिंह और भी यहाँ पर जो चर्चित लोग हैं, विगत में अच्छा काम किया है, उसका डिमांड आ रहा है, लेकिन आंदोलनकारी का जेन जी पुस्ता का जो डिमांड में आएगा उसके नेतृत्व में सरकार बनेगा।
Okay, I leave it at that. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Clearly, the protesters, they're saying they're not going to relent till they find representation in whatever is the interim government, and only then will they cease of this. Will they cease this protest? But in the meantime, there are concerns for everyone, including in India, of what is the future of Nepal, and is this becoming a template of removing elected governments over any kind of anger that may be real or otherwise. That's the big worry that's coming in for the Indian subcontinent. Moving on, we also get you some news from back home. The stage is set for one of the most keenly watched political contests of this year, the vice presidential elections. The post may be largely ceremonial, but the battle this time is anything but. It's not just about electing the next occupant of the Rajya Sabha chair. It's a high-stakes clash of ideologies where alliances are being tested and loyalties are under scrutiny. With the NDA and the opposition blocs fielding contrasting candidates, the election is shaping up as a reflection of the wider political divide. But beyond the numbers on paper lies a more unpredictable element, cross-voting. Will party lines blur as far as this secret ballot that was held earlier today is concerned? The total strength of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha state, BRS, BJD, Akali Dal and Waris Pathan, they abstaining from the entire election process. The halfway mark became 384. The NDA has 426 numbers, with YSRCP believed to be voting in favor of them. The total stands at 437. So they're absolutely comfortable. The India bloc, on the other hand, 306 seats, adding AAP's tally to the mix. They enjoyed the support of 318 parliamentarians. And there are 12 that we learnt were on the fence. We don't quite know exactly which way they have voted. But remember, the counting has begun and the results will be out maybe in an hour or so's time. And we're keeping you first abreast with that. The NDA, in fact, is already preparing for victory. Counting underway, it will continue till about 8 p.m. But MPs will be assembling at Prasad Joshi's residence, where celebratory preparations have already been made, because as I said, the numbers are not in doubt. It's only about whether any cross-voting helps any side or not. And Prime Minister will be at Prasad Joshi's residence later this evening for the results and to congratulate the new Vice President. Will cross-voting be a factor? Our guests are joining us to decode what we witnessed both during the campaigning for this vice presidential election and also through the voting today.
It is going to be a big victory for the Indian nationalism. I am more than hopeful that I am going to win this election.
Never been a tough thing. Always DMK takes the right choice, and this time also it has taken up the right choice.
हार गए ऐसे लोग, प्रजातंत्र के ऊपर विश्वास नहीं है, लोग जनता के ऊपर विश्वास नहीं है, जनता का समर्थन नहीं है, ऐसे लोग बात करने का विषय है।
क्या ये आइडियोलॉजी की लड़ाई है? आपके पास नंबर है? अब अगर आप आंकड़े देखें,
आपको कैसे पता?
अगर आप आंकड़े देखें,
नहीं आपके तो ठीक है, लेकिन ये वोट तो अंतर आत्मा के उस पर पड़ता है।
Joining us now, Rajat Sethi and Akhil Swami, political analysts with us. Also, CNN News 18's Aman Sharma and Pallavi Ghosh joining us. They've been tracking this election very closely. Aman, let me come to you first. The fact that YSRCP voted in favor of the NDA choice, do you think that's really mainly the big headline as far as party alliances that we've discussed so much is concerned?
Well, I think so, Shivani. I think the YSRCP voting for the NDA is the big story of the vice president election. The second big story would be when the final numbers come in and we discover if there has been cross-voting also towards the NDA side. So far, both the camps are claiming that their entire camp has voted. Only 13 MPs have abstained from voting as expected. 4 from the BRS, 7 from the BJD, 1 from the Akali Dal and 1 independent. But I think the YSRCP voting in the favor of the NDA means that all 36 MPs from Andhra Pradesh have voted for the NDA candidate. This is the big thing. The YSRCP's 11 MPs, the Congress was clearly hoping that, they will come towards the INDI camp, but the YSRCP making it very, very clear that they had promised to the NDA even before the opposition candidate was announced that they will back the NDA. They believe it should be unanimous choice. They also believe voting should happen, and that is why they are not abstaining. Congress launching this big attack on the YSRCP earlier today morning, saying that Jagan Mohan Reddy has done a betrayal of the entire, of the entire country, him by voting for the NDA. He is scared of the CBI.
to which a senior Rajya Sabha MP of the YSRCP has told us very clearly that these CBI cases on Jagan Mohan Reddy were in fact foisted during the Congress rule. Jagan Mohan Reddy is not a spineless person, and he will fight these cases as he has been fighting them for the last 14 years. But they believe that they are voting in national interest, and that is why they are voting for the NDA.
Well, battle of ideologies, national interest, inner conscious, soul of the country. A lot of nice, lofty terms have been thrown around as far as this election is concerned. But Pallavi, taking from what Aman has just said, given that the YSRCP did not change their vote and voted in favor of the NDA choice, how happy is the opposition with how this election panned out?
Well, I mean, I saw a tweet which was put out by Jairam Ramesh, and where he said that all 317 of our MPs have voted for our own candidates, so they clearly are patting them on the back. Look, whatever one may say, but it's not a surprise element for anyone if YSRCP or the BJD or the BRS or even Akali Dal decides to abstain. They all have their own reasons. Of course, as far as YSR is concerned, I think the Congress's line is very, very clear. He can never be a friend. He's always an adversary. And it was one of the most bitter elections that they contested, because mind you, these are the states where the Congress party is very much sees itself as a contender and challenger. So they're not going to be friendly with, say, a Jagan Mohan Reddy in Andhra Pradesh, or with a BRS in Telangana, or even with the Shiromani Akali Dal in Punjab, because what is common is in all these three states, or even the BJD in Orissa, in all of these four states, they are seeing themselves as a challenger and a contender, and in many of them states it's a two-way battle, so they can never be seen by the side of them, and that explains the kind of bitterness or the kind of criticism which is coming in, particularly from the Congress party. But if you're going to ask me about how the mood is within the India bloc, well, they're pretty gung-ho about it. We heard what Akhilesh Yadav had to tell me earlier today, that it is not about aakre, it's not about the numbers. Aapko kaise pata ki hamare paas nahi hai. The point is that they have pitched it as a battle for ideology, something to protect the constitution, something to protect the democracy. So in a defeat also, they're going to see a sense of win. And look at the responses which are coming in from the Congress leaders, that all those who did not vote for Mr. Sudarshan Reddy actually voted for a regime. They voted for a candidate who's, one, going to be not non-partisan, and second, who himself has been divisive in nature. He represents an ideology which is backed by an ideology which is divisive and anti-constitution. So even in that defeat, I think the India bloc is going to position itself as a win, and a win of ideology.
Well, the numbers have to be in their favor, Rajat, for them to claim any moral victory, isn't it? They've claimed so as far as 2024 election results are concerned, but there was an uptick in the numbers. But if there is no numbers and instead there is cross-voting on the other side, then surely this will be a moral defeat, what has been projected as a battle of ideologies.
You know, the state of affairs of the India alliance is too clever by half. You know, their entire choice of having Justice Reddy as their candidate was so that they can let cat among the pigeons and split the Telugu votes and possibly get all the Telugu votes. They started off with the defeat in the Telangana land itself. In Andhra Pradesh itself, the entirety of members of parliament have gone into one direction, which is against Justice Reddy. So, I mean, you know, this is how ill-prepared Congress is when it comes to, you know, either making a political point or even going out and putting up a fight in order to win an election. So the entire calculation, the amount of effort that is put in, your leader of opposition is out of country just a couple of days before the actual polling is to happen. And then even during that exercise, has there been a genuine appeal to fellow members of the India Alliance? I don't see that. I did not see him reaching out to, say, Uddhav Thackeray, not just over a phone call, but physically going out and making that outreach and trying to massage their egos and ensure that they all come on board. And right now, I think the biggest story that we will hear, we might not come to know, but it will be from Maharashtra. So many members of parliament might just switch sides during the polling and might cross vote, keeping that broader conscience in mind and trying to go ahead and cross vote. My problem is, you know, in the run-up to this election, Mallikarjun Khadge ji and Pawan Khela and other spokespersons of the Congress party consistently said that Prime Minister Modi barely has 5-6 months left, and he's going to, you know, either the government will fall or he'll resign. Now, when you're making such broad claims, You had one opportunity to actually, go out and prove your point that yes, there are internal issues within the NDA, and you missed that bus entirely. Now, who is going to trust your broad claims when you come out on television and say that 5-6 mahine ki baat hai? It doesn't cut ice like this.
Okay.
You need to be seen to be fighting and clearly winning certain battles before you go out and make such tall claims as to Prime Minister leaving his chair.
Yeah, some believe this could have been an opportunity for the opposition to kind of show some proof that there is some problem within the NDA. Whether they managed to do so or not, remains to be seen. It doesn't look so on the face of it. But Akhil Swami, the criticism that is coming in, as Rajat Sethi also espoused, is that even before this battle was fought, like today when the voting took place, the India bloc kind of lost the battle by not being able to convince some of the parties who should have been on the fence, either abstained or voted in their favor, YSRCP being one of those examples. For them to be voting with the BJP or the NDA is a first of its sorts. So did the India bloc lose the plot even before the voting began?
Shivani, all of you are counting number of member of parliaments on that side or this side. See, I am more concerned as to whether these member of parliaments who are voting today are genuinely elected, and they have been elected by vote chori. See, after the allegations made by Rahul Gandhi, the Chunav Ayog and the Election Commission should have clarified constituency-wise and clarified whether rigging was made and the electoral rolls were manipulated. Number
so they
one.
have
Number
clarified. Akhil Swami, I don't know what your point is, because the Election Commission has already clarified, saying the elections are free and fair. They have obviously rejected every charge of vote chori.
See, Shivani, I am more concerned that Sri Lanka, we saw this happening 2 years back. We saw in Bangladesh same thing happening, and the president of Sri Lanka and the prime minister of Bangladesh fleeing the country. Today we are seeing in Nepal, the youngsters are ousting the president and prime minister of Nepal. I pray to God that should not happen in India, because dictatorial attitude and not giving jobs to youth, whatever number of parliaments you may have, the ministers in Nepal are beaten ruthlessly. I don't want that to happen in India.
The fact that you're drawing this analogy, Akhil Swami, the very fact that you're bringing this in this debate and you're drawing the analogy suggests exactly the opposite. Because India bloc leaders have very openly talked about street wars in India. They very openly talked about the fact that the public will take to the streets and beat the leaders.
Shivani, I'm not advocating that. What I'm saying is that Prime Minister should have given at least 10,000 crores each to Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Kashmir. He has not yet visited the Prime Minister Relief Fund. I do not know.
I'm not sure what that has to do with this debate that we're having. We're discussing the Vice President's election.
And the ruling party is inviting anarchy
No,
in the
one
country.
second. Mr. Swami, my question to you is this. My question to you...
The farmer should be given as fee.
One second. Sir, all of those are electoral issues. All of those are electoral issues that deserve their own place. I'm not sure they played a role as far as the vice presidential elections are concerned. But if, let's say, Bihar was such a big issue, why didn't Rajat Sethi, the India bloc, choose a candidate from Bihar then?
Precisely.
They should have chosen a candidate from Bihar, saying he's our face of the agitation against the electoral rolls.
Or they could have gone ahead and said that these are chori MPs. Your name is not Rajat, so please pause.
Yes, Rajat, very quickly, then I'll come back to you, sir. Yes.
Simple point here is, if they wanted to prove a point, they had 2 or 3 opportunities in the past. When public will hit the street, only when there is undeniable evidences around vote chori, which Mr. Rahul Gandhi has not presented till date. In fact, the last interaction that happened was when Election Commission said, come in, file an affidavit, sign on it and file an affidavit, and he ran away. That is what Indian people have seen so far. Okay, now coming to this election, why did, if these members of parliament are chori ke MPs, why did they not go out and Congress party boycott this elections? Boycott karna chahiye tha, ghar pe baiठte. Why come in over there and waste everybody's time? And Mallikarjun Khadge, with all his joy, he's walking over and trying and vote. Who is he fooling? Does he feel that he's trying to hold Gadkari ji's hand and Gadkari ji himself is a chori ka MP?
No, so this vote chori, I don't want to combine issues here, because this whole vote chori allegation, electoral role,
when you run out of ideas. But let me tell you, Akhil ji is absolutely right. After this event is over, you will see Congress party MPs coming out and talking exactly this language. So what Akhilji is saying is actually the moot line that is going to be carried forward by the India Alliance members after they lose this election. Because one way or the other, they have to delegitimize the whole thing. Otherwise, how will they go and face Bihar voters?
The only way.
Losing elections.
The only way that doesn't happen is if they get 1 or 2 cross votes on their side. If the numbers increase even by 1 or 2, then it's a legitimate election.
No, you cannot count that. No, see.
Then it's a legitimate election. By how and who cross voted is a separate issue. You can't do that. But I want to quickly bring in Pallavi and Aman also. Pallavi, this whole choice of the candidate itself, as we are discussing now, also has been debated ad nauseum very quickly. Is there any feeling within the India bloc that maybe they could have thrown a better surprise in terms of the choice of the candidate?
No, I think they are absolutely convinced that Mr. Sudarshan Reddy is the right choice, and even as we speak, he's of course gone across to meet the Congress President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. Usually the India bloc has been very divided, Shivani, whenever it comes to taking a decision or making a decision rather, but in this case there was a complete sense of unanimity. Now he was, if you remember, ticks the right boxes according to all the India bloc leaders. Yes, there were different points of view. Many within the India bloc felt that perhaps we should choose someone from Tamil Nadu and so on and so forth. But over here, the reason why they felt Mr. Reddy ticks the right boxes is one, he was very much on that OBC committee or the census committee, caste census committee of Telangana, and that is where they felt that he is good that way. He's also been a former jurist on many landmark, according to them, constitutional civil liberties cases.
Right.
So they felt that this was the best calling card of Mr. Sudarshan Reddy when it comes to countering the NDA and accuse them of being anti-constitution.
Yes, and what is the big theme for the opposition, Aman, is OBC reservation. It's youth, for example, it's vote chori, focus a lot on Bihar and these things. And many feel that maybe if that was what the focus needed to be, the candidate should have reflected that choice. Because yes, these elections are for the VP and ceremonial, and they're not going to really make a difference in terms of electoral campaigning, but it's the messaging, isn't it?
Well, I think the India bloc missed a trick here. As you correctly say, I think they should have gone for a candidate from the heartland, maybe from Bihar, the state going to polls next, because going for Mr. Reddy, who belongs to undivided Andhra Pradesh, who was born there, you have not been able to get even the YSRCP on board. You've not been able to get the BRS to vote for you. BRS has also, abstained from voting. So what did you really gain? The Telugu pride, which I think the opposition also had an idea about, has, I think, failed here. On the other hand, look at the NDA bloc. Getting a Tamilian in him contesting for as your NDA nominee, Mr. Radhakrishnan, you have put the DMK in a spot. Today I spoke to Mr. Thamba Reddy of the AIDMK, and he was very clear that, the DMK is against Tamils because you are out to defeat a Tamil candidate in these elections, somebody who won from Coimbatore twice, the only BJP candidate who won twice from Coimbatore. So when Coimbatore could vote for him, why is the DMK opposing him? This may be a factor for the NDA in upcoming Tamil Nadu elections as well.
The numbers are awaited. Akhil Swami, I have 30 seconds, sir. If the numbers are convincingly in the favor of the NDA candidate, including cross-voting that many are suspecting would happen, will the opposition delegitimize these elections, or do you think that is not something that the India bloc should do?
See, student agitation has started in Bihar. I request to all students of Bihar and of the country not to follow the Nepal line and the Bangladesh-Sri Lanka line. Be peaceful. This is our country. But I also request the Prime Minister of India to give jobs to the youth and MSP to the farmers, not to be ruthless and dictatorial. Otherwise, I don't want my country, my motherland to suffer because of the dictatorship that is we are seeing for the last 20 years.
All right. We'll have that discussion separately, and I will look forward to having you on that. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. The results will be out in an hour or so. Stay with CNN News 18. Thanks a lot for watching Plain Speak, presented to you from the CNN News 18 Primetime Studio by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions. Thanks a lot for watching.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Joining us here on CNN News 18, huge story breaking in the neighborhood. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who's been a sort of a semi-permanent fixture in Nepali politics over the last 30 years, he has now tendered in his resignation. His current government, I think this is his third stint in power, his current government, which was an uneasy coalition between him, the Nepali Congress, and a section of the Maoist party. It was an uneasy coalition that had been in power for the last year or so now, and now, given these massive scale protests that we've seen, led by young people, the trigger being, of course, the social media ban, but it goes far beyond that. Issues of corruption, unemployment, privileges, dynastic politics, curbs on young people speaking their mind, all of this sort of came into a deadly cocktail. It came into a deadly combination, which finally ended up consuming the current Prime Minister, Mr. Oli, who has tendered in his resignation. The latest information that we have is that Mr. Oli has been given safe escort by an army chopper. Him and his immediate family members have been taken to an army barrack where they will be kept for some time. CNN News 18 broke this story first to you. We were the first ones to tell you that Mr. Oli has put in his papers. He has officially sent in his resignation to the Nepalese president, Mr. Paudel, whose resignation has now been accepted at 12:05 p.m. We told you about Mr. Oli planning to step down. It was clear earlier this morning itself. The RSP party quit, 4 ministers quit. The writing on the wall was clear as day to the Nepalese Prime Minister that he's fast losing support and he needs to step down. At 2:16 p.m. officially, KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, put in his papers and stepped down as Prime Minister after being given safe passage by the military, an assurance of safe passage by the Nepal Army Chief. Let me go across to Darshan, who's a Nepali journalist, who is joining us live from Kathmandu. Darshan, so Mr. Oli, the long-serving Prime Minister of Nepal, has finally quit. Do we know where he is? He's apparently been taken in an army helicopter to some safe passage. And what happens next, Darshan? Who becomes the next Prime Minister? What is the next government going to be like? Is there any word about what is happening?
So there is a lot of protest right now. Like though I'm in a hope in safe place right now, I can hear a lot of screaming and the cloud which is filled with the smoke. So I'm not sure which are the buildings that has been into fire, but yeah, the PM Oli finally resigned. But it's not about a new government. It's a generational war. Like I mentioned earlier, Gen Z are like crazy, and there is also a lot of riots that's happening. And there is no one to take a lead at this time. But Gen Z are also, looking after Balin to come forward to control this chaos. Because right now there are protesters inside parliamentary building, inside the Singha Darbar, where all the ministries used to handle their places, and there are also many data centers that have very critical information. And right now there is no presence of the government in the street. Nepal police and APF have already said that the situation is not in our control. So it's chaos everywhere.
So tell me, where is the Nepalese army? Are they protecting these sensitive installations, the parliament building, the secretariat, the houses of various ministers? We're told that military choppers were sent to some of these houses to evacuate the ministers. What is the latest in terms of, how this story is unfolding there, and what are the demands of these young people? Because it started with the social media ban, but it seems like this is pent-up anger. For a number of reasons, from corruption to unemployment, which is all blown over now in Nepal.
Right, exactly. And the bigger, scope here, it's like I have been saying that it was also, social media ban took, maybe it helped to escalate things, but it is one of the only reason. The main focus is the corruption and the Gen Z who are considered to be the people. And there was no aspiration in the country. If you look at past 10-15 years, looking at the trend and the revolving game of chair that these few political faces they played during the politics. So it was an anger of this generation, not only Gen Z, in fact the millennials and other generations people as well. So I think the impact created the frustration that each Nepalese that whole inside of us. In terms of corruption, in
Darshak,
terms of
who is likely to now step forward and become the next leader of Nepal? We heard from a protester, a young lady a moment ago. I believe the mayor, the current mayor of Kathmandu seems to be very popular. What is his name? What do we know about him?
So Balen Saha, he is a former rapper turned a metropolitan, like he's the mayor right now. So people and the young generation, they look to him. So I think the one person that could control this whole crowd that's going crazy in different parts of the country would be Balen Saha. Also, I've been like listening to a lot of things. I don't know why he has not yet able to like speak or to stop this chaos that happening. So literally, I mean, there is also rights, if you understand. Like, I mean, there is no presence of government right now in the country. The streets of Kathmandu, the streets of Nepal has been in the control of the young people. There are also chanting like the young people have won. I don't know how the situation will take place.
So you are saying that the current political operatives, whether it is Mr. Dioba, Mr. Prachanda, Mr. Oli, of course, has stepped down, all the other political operatives in the current parliament, none of them are acceptable to the young people.
No, not at all. And there are also Raprapa.
CNN News 18 Primetime Studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and we are coming to you live from the CNN News 18 Primetime Studios, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions. There's plenty to share, viewers, this evening from the turmoil in Nepal, where there is a regime change that's been effected as the Gen Z have taken to the streets in Nepal, and KP Sharma Oli and his entire government is gone. The government has been toppled. The army has taken control. There could be an interim government very soon. There are some dramatic pictures of the nation's finance minister not just being kicked on the streets, but stripped and chased down the stream in Kathmandu. We will get you all those pictures. There's also closer home, the drama around the vice presidential elections. And in the next 40-45 minutes, we should have the results. We'll go across to our guests in a bit, and also our reporters, to get the details on who's got their, not just the numbers in place, but who's able to perhaps break ranks from the other side. Is it the NDA or is it the India bloc? But first up, big development that's come from Doha. There's been a series of explosions, and even as we start this edition of The Right Stand, we are getting this update where the Israeli Defense Forces have claimed that the Hamas's chief negotiator has been neutralized, and they have said, Al Arabia English also confirming, that indicates Hamas's chief negotiator Khalil al-Hayya has been killed in an Israeli strike in Doha in Qatar. There have been a series of explosions, and the Israeli Air Force has said steps were taken to minimize harm to non-combatants, including use of precision weaponry and additional intelligence information. The IDF and Shin Bet will continue to act with determination to defeat the terrorist organization Hamas, which is responsible for the October 7 massacre. And before that, they have said that the IDF and Shin Bet, through the Air Force, conducted a targeted strike a short while ago against the top leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. The leadership members who were attacked had led the terrorist organization's activities for years and are directly responsible for carrying out October 7 massacre and managing the war against the state of Israel. And now Al Arabia English, these are pictures, first shots, first stills that are coming in from Doha, Qatar. And that's it. In the distance, you can see the explosion, plumes of smoke in the skyline because of this targeted strike, where now confirmation comes that Hamas's chief negotiator, Khalil al-Hayya, has been killed in the Israeli strike in Qatar, in Doha. And Israel, the IDF, making no bones about it. They're coming out and claiming that we have actually neutralized somebody who remained the threat to their integrity, their sovereignty, and is responsible for the killing of innocent Israelis. Most importantly, the October 7 massacre. Akanksha joins us with more details. Yes, Akanksha, series of explosions reported, and the IDF confirming that these were targeted strikes with the intent to minimize casualty or inclusion of non-combatants in this strike?
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, in the inputs we are receiving, particularly from, say, media outlets like Al Arabia, are indicating that Hamas's chief has in fact been the chief negotiator Khalil al-Hayya was killed in the Israeli strike. As you rightly highlighted, that these are targeted strikes to eliminate whatever remaining members of Hamas are. This is part of the wider operation that Israel continues to conduct. Yes, there were talks about ceasefire, but in a fresh spate of attacks, in all those explosions that have taken place, several blasts in Qatar's Doha are being reported. But remember, this is also going to place Qatar in a very tricky position because they have been uniquely positioned to come up with the negotiations. They've been playing a very significant role in the ongoing negotiations as far as the situation in Gaza is concerned. So we'll have to see how Qatar now wants to take this forward. But several blasts were reportedly heard just a while ago, and Israeli media is also citing reports. In fact, they're saying that the attack was aimed at this particular Hamas leader, Khalil al-Hayya, who was in fact the Gaza chief of Hamas. So this is a major victory for the IDF, as they have now eliminated yet another important high-profile Hamas member, Khalil al-Hayya. We'll have to in fact see how this will shape up the ongoing war in Gaza, but it's been part of a series of explosions. We are waiting more reports in terms of who else have been eliminated.
Well, we just have Al Arabia quoting a source from Hamas has told Al Arabia, and we are quoting this report, that the negotiating delegation was targeted during its meeting in Qatar, where the Palestinian group's political bureau is based, and the target was senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. The strikes happened just before 4 p.m. local time in the Katara district of Doha. Several blasts were heard. Smoke was seen rising over the Katara district in the capital. An eyewitness has told Al Arabia. A resident living in Doha has told Al Arabia English that they heard at least 5 blasts. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have said that there was a series of coordinated attacks, and this was based on intelligence, real intelligence. Steps were taken to minimize harm to non-combatants, including the use of precision weaponry and additional intelligence information. Senior Hamas leadership was targeted in the strikes, and now Al Arabia confirming that Hamas's chief negotiator Khalil al-Hayya has been neutralized in this strike by the IDF and Shin Bet, who have also come out and claimed that they are indeed the ones who conducted these strikes. How would Qatar officially react? Because it's sovereign Qatar soil, Qatari soil. But the target has been a Hamas leader, Palestinian groups, negotiating groups sitting there. These are more visuals, that are pictures that have come in from Doha around 4 p.m. local time in Doha, and that's why we see the evening sun towards the west and the slant of the sun rays and the light very clear, and the direction of the wind showing the way, the plumes of smoke because of the multiple explosions. Eyewitnesses confirming at least 5 blasts. We're going to move on here on the right stand, and let's focus on the results that could come in just a short while. Yes, Nepal is a big story. We'll go to that in a bit, but this closer home, and it's symbolic but very, very important. Counting of the votes is still on, viewers. In the next 35 to 40 minutes, we should have the results. Numbers are stacked up clearly in favor of the NDA, but what will be the eventual number? That's what everybody is looking at, because many believe there will be a certain amount of cross-voting. Which way it happens, breaking of ranks, which way it happens, we have to wait and watch. Results will be declared. Total number of votes, 788. 7 vacant seats. Effective number of votes, 781. Out of these, 768 voted today. That's the number that we have. 98.3%. That's the voting. 13 were absent or abstentions. BRS 4%, 4. BJD 7. Akali Dal 1. So in all, 12 members abstained, and independent 1. 13 members abstained. 427 NDA MPs cast their votes. 11 YSRCP MPs voted for NDA's candidate, Mr. Radhakrishnan. The NDA said they are expecting 40 to 50 more votes. Meanwhile, the India bloc has come out and said They had 100% turnout from the India bloc. 315 were supposed to vote. All of them have turned up to vote. That's what the India bloc has said. Now, very shortly, we would know Bharat's next vice president. And this would be a full term for the vice president. So will be from 2025 till 2030. So it's not just for the interim, because Mr. Dhankar, midway through his tenure, had decided to step down. NDA is very, very confident of victory. Let's go across to Aman Sharma, Pallavi Ghosh joining us at this point. Aman, critical what the final number will be. NDA is confident it will be 30 to 40 more votes, if not more, than the number of 427. Now, if they touch 450, Aman, that means they have broken the India bloc.
Absolutely, Anand. Actually, the victory of Mr. C.P. Radhakrishnan is a foregone conclusion. Everybody knows that. But the real fight here is in the perception, in the numbers. The India bloc is at 315. So if they go below 315, it shows that the NDA was able to breach the ranks of the INDI bloc. If the NDA is able to add on to its numbers, 427, 428 is around the, I would say, the approximate number of the NDA bloc. If they are able to go above that, that means there has been cross-voting from the Congress side, from other opposition parties, because this is a vote without a whip. So there is a conscious voting as well, and the BJP is very, very confident that its numbers will reflect that, and that will be also, in a way, the INDI bloc will not be able to claim a moral defeat. Already, I think the big story also, Anand, we have, besides the cross-voting which will happen, which we will know in the next few minutes or in about half an hour, is also the YSRCP, I would say. With 11 MPs, this party from Andhra has voted completely in the favor of the NDA. The entire Andhra Pradesh, in fact, all 36 MPs of Andhra Pradesh in both the houses of parliament from all parties have voted with the NDA. This is, I think, a big development, because YSRCP, with which TDP has been at loggerheads, TDP just defeated them a year back in the elections. YSRCP coming to the NDA's fold, voting in full measure, I think is also a big blow to the NDA bloc, and the Congress has reacted in a manner saying in the morning that it is the biggest betrayal, and maybe Jagan Reddy is afraid of the CBI cases, to which the YSRCP has responded saying that these CBI cases were falsely foisted by us, by the Congress government, and Jagan Reddy will face them. He's not a man, who doesn't have a spine. So I think the YSRCP, moving over to the NDA camp, and the cross-voting, which will maybe happen, we'll know in the next half an hour, is going to be the big stories of this VP election.
Right. Thanks for that, Aman. Just stay on with us. We have Arun Dhanta joining us from Prahlad Joshi's residence. Arun, coming to you in a bit. Pallavi Ghosh also with us. Pallavi, where will this cross-voting happen? And the Jairam Ramesh tweeted saying all 315 of our India bloc have come out and voted. But do they know who they have voted for? Are they confident it's their candidate?
Oh yes, absolutely. They're super confident that all the 317 MPs did vote for the candidate. But this is a climb down from the earlier prediction and projection which was coming in from the India bloc. The India bloc actually had put a figure of around 320 to 324 votes in their favor. That clearly is not happening if you go by the admission of Mr. Jairam Ramesh. I think all along there was a little sense of worry within the India bloc that will there indeed be a cross-voting. What we are picking up and is that within 20 to 25 minutes, there could be a press conference, which is of course going to be beamed live on Sunset TV, and I think the numbers will tell the real story. But if you're going to talk about the ones who abstain, frankly speaking, whenever there have been those endless rounds, and in fact a meeting which took place yesterday also at the Central Hall in Parliament, we were very clearly told by the top sources we do not expect the BJD, the BRS or even YSR to actually support us or vote for our candidate. We do expect them either to cross over to the BJP, or we expect them to actually indulge in a kind of abstention. And in actual politically speaking, because there's life beyond the VP elections, I don't think the VP elections is going to be the end of the politics which India bloc will want to play out. But there's a life beyond them, and many of them, they think that it's not really worth it, that we are going to jeopardize our political equations, our political strategy as far as the state level is concerned. Before I come to you very quickly, just rattling off, for example, the BJD. They wouldn't want a BJD on their side. They would rather be a game of now the BJP versus the Congress. because they feel that BJD is very much on decline and possibly even being extinguished. On the other hand, as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, game is clearly TDP versus the Congress party. They don't want Jagan Mohan Reddy to even emerge as a counter, and therefore they wouldn't want to take help for YSRCP. And finally, of course, let's talk about Telangana. There also the game is going to be largely between the BJP, the Congress versus the BRS, and that's how they wanted to stay. I mean, for example, for argument's sake, if they take any kind of a support from BRS, you know what it would mean for the local leaders at the state level. So they think beyond the VP polls. When you come down to a nitty-gritty of ground politics, it would be a huge embarrassment for them if actually these parties would have ended up voting for them. That's the thinking within the India bloc.
Yes, so there are multiple compulsions, multiple permutations, combinations, but within the NDA, how is all of that glossed over? Especially with what Aman was saying, that the Telugu parties, all of them voted en masse, except for, of course, Telangana and the Congress there, and the BRS abstained. So the BRS could have said, all right, we'll go one way or the other, but they abstained. Why that? Arun Danta is outside Prahlad Joshi's residence. What does Mr. Prahlad Joshi have to say, Arun? It's been a long day. NDA quietly confident, and it was Prahlad Joshi who said कि जितना दिख रहा है उससे ज़्यादा मिलेगा. Where is this confidence coming from?
Well, that's right, Anand. You know, we all know there is exercise, of course, before such big election or any big bill that the government is planning to bring in the parliament, and probably their top leaders, speak to other MPs cross parties, and they get this sense. And of course, that's the reason why perhaps when BJP top leaders are saying this, they're expecting more than what NDA has as when the ultimate result will come out. I think that's something which is part of their confidence now. But let me quickly show you a glimpse here. You know, the house is of course completely decked up here. This is the entry gate. You can see, in fact, on the entry gate, you can see a portfolio of sorts of CP Radhakrishnan and what he has done throughout his career. They have pasted there outside, starting from 1974 when he first in fact became part of the state executive, and then of course going on to become the chief of the BJP in Tamil Nadu, and then of course he contested the 2 Lok Sabha elections, that too at that point in time when it was very difficult, considered very difficult for the BJP there to win 2 Lok Sabha elections, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple things which he has achieved and done in his life are actually there outside the gate. We're given to understand, Anand, that in a short while from now we'll be seeing that the Secretary General of Lok Sabha will be, of course, doing a press conference officially declaring the result, and then of course we'll be seeing CP Radhakrishnan coming here, and Prime Minister Modi is also expected to come here somewhere around 9:15.
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be coming there after his tour to Himachal and Punjab, and he was here in the morning, the first to cast his vote. Aman, Pallavi and Arun, thank you. It's been a long day, fantastic work on ground covering this. But yes, the VP elections were eclipsed by what happened in Nepal, and we'll go across to that. Let's quickly go across to our guest Siddharth Yadav, national spokesperson of the BJP, and Nikul Patel, leader of the Congress party, is with us. Namaste and Jai Hind, and thank you for your patience. And Nikul Patel, it was fait accompli in terms of the numbers were not stacked in favor of the opposition, but the eventual score will make a difference in terms of who broke whose ranks, and that's going to be critical, or whether you're able to hold on to your own flock.
Definitely, we already know that in the Lok Sabha, the numbers are not in favor of definitely India bloc, but as what Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA always try to portray that they are not all together, but they did this election, and the number of votes that will come out will definitely reflect the picture and portray that all India bloc are together. And as what rightly Jairam Ramesh come out with a tweet that all 315 MPs had voted for our candidate, that is Sudarshan Reddy ji. So I think the perception Bharatiya Janata Party wants to build will come out, and this will be just we can say that a part of further election process that are going to come down in the assemblies or wherever in the upcoming days. So I don't think that anywhere India bloc is at a loss, I think, but definitely NDA is going to have some dent that some of them allies have abstained from voting. And let's see what happens, the final result, if still what 427 claimed by NDA is going to be there or not.
But if that number touches 440,
And if that number exceeds 440, that means clearly your numbers will go down from 318. So that would imply something. Siddharth Yadav, thank you for your patience. Namaste. It's been a busy day all around in terms of news, lots of developments happening across. So are there going to be some precision strikes by the NDA on the India bloc?
No, Anand, we are very confident that the number that we already have, we are going to get a bigger number than that. And definitely people are going to vote in a right manner. Our elected representatives in both the houses from across the political spectrum are going to vote in a manner which will strengthen the democracy, which will strengthen the constitution, and will strengthen the spirit of the democracy in our country. We have been very confident from day one. There was no doubt that we had the numbers. The opposition fielded their candidate despite knowing their numbers. But having said that, it is an election where merit has to be chosen over for the sake of politics, what the opposition is trying to do. CP Radhakrishnan ji definitely holds a very strong background of being a political activist, being a Sangha Karyakarta, being a member of the parliament, holding the office of the governor, his vast experience, administrative experience, and definitely once the election results are announced and he assumes the office, we would see that how once he takes the position, the office of the vice president is also going to be elevated by his presence.
If that is the case, why did BRS and BJD abstain and not back him?
No, it is, I think, Anand, for political parties to themselves decide whether to abstain or not to abstain. We would have wanted everybody to come and vote, and we would have wanted even that the opposition would also on fewer occasions definitely should cross the lines and should forget about politics and would have come together. It would have been such a nice situation if no election would have been happening. We had the numbers. The opposition could also have come together and said that we are unanimously electing, but they also did not choose so. Neither did, say, some of the other parties who chose to abstain. But whatever the case may be, it is for the political parties and elected representatives to decide and to vote. But we are very confident of one thing, that the numbers that we have, of the elected representatives with NDA, we are going to secure a victory for the vice president position with more number of votes than we already have. That is very sure, and we are very confident about it.
How do you get this confidence? Who within the opposition are you breaking? Because somebody has to break ranks for you to be able to get more than what you are expecting or projecting.
No, not necessarily, Anand. Is specifically for an election of the vice president office, no whip is issued, and elected representatives and MPs can vote for whosoever they wish to vote. We have seen in this election, and specifically of what has happened lately, just before today, before the polling has happened, the judges, ex-judges of our country also came out in response and said that someone who was projected as who was a justice in our country, who held that position, should not have gone to just for the sake of politics to somebody who was convicted of corruption. We have seen from all ranks, we have seen from everybody across the spectrum who have shown their displeasure over this. We have also seen how the Congress party today, who always speaks of, say, committed judiciary, who speaks of that no luring should be happening to any judges post they give up their position. But now they would want to place someone who was made a judge while Congress was in government, was made a judge of the Supreme Court while again Congress was in government, and now they want to place them and position him as a vice president candidate. So what happened to that? So seeing all of this hypocrisy and definitely the kind of decisions that...
But Mr. Reddy was the same person who was made Lokayukta in Goa when Manohar Parikarji was the chief minister. So how does that make a difference?
And definitely so. And definitely so. But that does not account and that does not discount that no differences over what judgments he took or what positions he had taken in the past can be discounted or can be forgotten. If the country had to face Naxalism for next, say, 2 more decades because of the position that he took and the judgment that he gave while he was on the chair, the history is going to remember that and question him for that.
So
But the
then,
larger question is,
sir,
it
then
is
those
the-
questions
it
can
is-
be asked of Mr. Radhakrishnan also, because he was supported by the DMK. Before that, he was supported by the AIDMK, depending upon who was there in the NDA. So, but this time around, the DMK is not backing him. Nikul Patel, how do you want to respond? That your choice of candidate was wrong. And did you perhaps miss a trick by not looking at an OBC or a Dalit candidate, and especially from Bihar? Did you miss, when I say did you, the India bloc?
Yeah.
Miss an opportunity there?
See, I would like to respond to my counterpart that what BJP guy is telling, that they are the people, they feel that whomsoever is contesting election against them are not good, and it's not in the interest of democratic process. They only want that any candidate put up by Bharatiya Janata Party is far having good credentials and he must be voted, all people must start voting for him, and then he should only win. That is a part of process, but that is not like that. Any candidate who is a citizen of the country, and we feel that okay, fine, this he is the person who could be there as a candidate. We have put on him, and he is also having a good credential. He is a good citizen. He is having good, we can say that for its own career and everything. So apart from all these things, the number is always going to play a role in an electoral process, because we know that on Lok Sabha as well as both the houses, the numbers are in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party, so they can confidently talk about those things. But going without an election is not going a good part in the democratic process. So as a part of that process, we have selected a candidate and we try to put it in the fray of vice president. And we feel that we have done our good job. We have tried our best. And in future, that will also help us to understand the entire process and entire political environment of the country with different we can say that allies which are there with NDA right now.
Siddharth, you want to respond to that?
No, I think I don't really understand the argument, Anand, that the opposition would want to just field a candidate just for the sake of knowing who is with NDA or who is not with NDA. But if that's the real reason why they have fielded retired Justice Reddy in this election, then I think it's for them to decide whether it is right or wrong. But I think this is a case wherein elected members, the members of parliament across the political spectrum are going to vote in favor of the democracy, in favor of the constitution, with their inner voice coming out. I know that this phrase was being more used by retired Justice Reddy in his election campaign, but when the inner voice and inner calling asks you to vote more, then I'm very sure that NDA is going to score more votes and a larger majority.
You keep saying that. Now, if that happens, Nikul Patel, does that mean the India bloc is divided? That the India bloc has been, the ranks have been breached?
Already you can see the dent in NDA, and that is reflected by abstaining from voting itself. A healthy democratic process that is being.
But BRS and BJD are not part of the NDA. So where is the dent?
They are supporting it. But okay, fine. As per your okay, then it's good, fine. But I would like to say that what Bharatiya Janata Party is always feeling that nobody should contest election. That is what my friend want to convey. I don't understand why. And they don't want any democratic process to take place.
I don't want to convey this.
That is the message what I feel that you want to convey, I think. So I think you should should not choose that part in your speech that okay, fine, they are just putting the candidate for the sake of putting it, and they already know that they are going to lose the election. Here is not a matter of winning or losing, but here is to contest for something that is not good in the country, because we feel that the entire country is facing some difficulties that being not good with the present government. So as a part of a demonstration and democratic process, we have chosen our best candidate and we try to contest that election, and contesting an election is not.
So you very seriously believe, with no disrespect to Mr. Reddy, that he was the best candidate that the India bloc could have chosen at a time when perhaps the India bloc had the opportunity to not just move first soon after Mr. Dhankar resigned to announce a candidate, but also walk the talk on the OBC Dalit card, and also perhaps capitalize on a possibility where a Bihar-based candidate could have been asked. Pressure could have been built on the JDU to break ranks because it was Bihari Asmita at stake. Somewhere, some trick was not missed. And that there is nobody else within the India bloc, who you thought could be a better person for the position of the Vice President compared to Mr. Radhakrishnan? With no disrespect to Mr. Reddy. Ji.
See, now...
Okay, we're going, I think the VP results are being announced. Let's go across to Sansad TV.
From Rajya Sabha and 543 from Lok Sabha. There are 6 vacancies in Rajya Sabha and 1 vacancy in Lok Sabha. Thus, there are 781 electors. The polling for the Vice Presidential Election 2025, which commenced at 10 a.m. today, the 9th of September 2025, in room number F101 Vasudha, first floor, Parliament House, New Delhi, closed at 5 p.m. Out of the 781 electors, 767 electors cast their votes before closure of the poll, that is 5 p.m. The total elector turnout was accordingly 98.2%. Only 1 ballot box was used for the poll, which was sealed immediately after the close of poll at 5 p.m. in the presence of the authorized representatives of the contesting candidates and election observers. The counting of votes commenced at 6 p.m. The ballot box was opened in the presence of the authorized representatives of the contesting candidates, election observers, and the counting officers, whom I had appointed to assist me in counting of votes. The ballot papers taken out were first scrutinized. The valid and invalid ballot papers and 1 postal ballot paper was also received, were segregated, and the valid ballot papers were distributed according to the first preference vote secured by each candidate. The postal ballot has been treated as returned and cancelled, as the elector declined to cast his vote. 767 votes were polled, out of which 752 were valid and 15 were invalid. The quota sufficient to get a candidate elected as Vice President was determined by dividing the total number of first preference votes secured by both the candidates by 2 and then adding 1 to the quotient. The said quota was 377. As all of you are aware, the value of votes for the presidential election is 1. Shri Bucci Reddy Sudarshan Reddy has secured 300 first preference votes and Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan has secured 452 first preference votes. As the first preference vote secured by Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan was greater than the requisite quota, in pursuance of provisions contained in Section 11 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Elections Act 1952, 31 of 1952, read with Rule 35 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974, I, P.C. Modi, the returning officer for the Vice Presidential Election 2025, hereby declare that Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Jal Bhushan Raj Bhavan, Walkeshwar Road, Malabar Hill, Mumbai, has been duly elected to the office of Vice President of India. The result is being sent to the Election Commission of India and the Ministry of Law and Justice as per the extant provisions under Section 12 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Act 1952 and Rule 35 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974. Overall, the 17th Vice Presidential election was conducted in a free, fair and orderly manner. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the candidates and their authorized representatives for their cooperation, which facilitated early completion of the proceedings. Thank you.
Oh, C.P. Radhakrishnan. C.P. Radhakrishnan is the next Vice President of Bharat. 17th Vice Presidential elections have concluded and that's the score. The score is on the screens. 452 to the NDA, 300 to the India bloc. And this is out of the 752 valid votes. Total votes polled were 767. 15 votes were invalid and despite those 15 votes invalid, it's the India bloc that is at 300. The NDA, the accumulation of the first preference, second preference votes, overall the score coming to 452. Siddharth Yadav, Nikul Patel with us. We'll try and go across to our reporters also in a bit. But the big announcement coming in from Mr. PC Modi there, that CP Radhakrishnan has won hands down. The NDA numbers were 427 plus another 11 by YSRCP would have gone to 438. But this number has crossed 450, it's 452. There are 15 invalid votes. Amritpal Singh's vote, which was sent by a postal ballot as per reports, has been rejected. Pallavi Ghosh now joins us. Pallavi, massive victory for the NDA beyond the numbers that it held, and it's breached that 450 number with 752 votes, final valid votes.
Absolutely, and not only that, I think the bigger story is that a huge amount, and I would say a fairly big amount of cross voting which has taken place. If you look at the figures which has been put out by the Secretary General, look at the kind of figures which have been put out. They are talking about 767 total polls which have been polled, of which 752 are valid. So there are 300 first preference votes which have gone in for Sudarshan Reddy, and 452 first valid votes as far as CP Radhakrishnan is concerned. And going by the rule book, the first preference votes are the yardstick on which you decide the winner. And obviously, no guesses here, the CP Radhakrishnan is the winner.
Yeah.
But if you remember a tweet which was put out by Jairam Ramesh a short while back, he had said that I congratulate because all the 315 of our MPs have voted. So where is that missing 15 number? Because if there are 300 first preference votes which have gone in for Mr. Sudarshan Reddy, clearly it is not in sync with what Jairam Ramesh has been claiming of 315 MPs having voted. So I would say that as of now, prima facie, it's been a 15 number which has been a kind of cross voting which we have seen.
You know, but Pallavi, 15 votes are invalid too. So is it part of the India bloc that these 15 votes are invalid? We do not know. The other thing is that there were a lot of YSRCP, 11 plus the independents who are about 15 or 16. Now, if those numbers, all of them voted en masse in favor of the NDA candidate, then that number breaches 452. That's what happens. And that too, so clearly something's gone wrong somewhere. There has been cross-voting. We don't know the exact numbers of cross-voting, Pallavi, but we also don't know whose votes were invalid. Now, is it possible that there could be certain India bloc votes that could have been invalidated? Because clearly the NDA votes seem to have all got it right.
Anand,
Yeah.
And also, Anand, let's not rule out the possibility of a deliberate invalid vote. I saw that happening in the case of many important legislations right inside Parliament. There were actually evidence to prove then when that really post-mortem was done, which I think is going to take a little bit of time for that post-mortem to come in, and I'm sure government is going to start giving out that information, that very often what happens is that MPs deliberately make a mistake because they don't want to be seen as voting against the party. They don't also want to be seen as crossing the party line or the whip, but they make a mistake. And they make a mistake because of which it is held invalid, in which case it's a win-win situation. Let's not forget, as far as the NDA is concerned, it was very meticulously taught, and there was a 2-day workshop as far as all the NDA MPs were concerned. So I would not give them that kind of a kind of a mark. I would think I would give them the benefit of doubt. I think they have been very, very meticulously trained. So they do know that what are the grounds on which their votes can be made invalid. Frankly speaking, in stark contrast, Anand, I never saw this kind of a meticulous workshop being given out to the India bloc. So that invalid factor could also be some of it deliberate as well.
We'll come to the deliberate part. You said around 15, but for Payal Mehta saying about 14 MPs have cross-voted, whether in the Lok Sabha vote, they're Lok Sabha MPs, Rajya Sabha MPs, we don't know which party. There have been 14 MPs who've cross-voted. Let's go across to Payal and understand how this could happen, especially when there were independent candidates. There were also YSRCP candidates. The NDA said about 427. The India bloc said 315. There have been one invalid vote because of the postal vote, but 15 invalid votes. Yes, Payal, 14 MPs cross-voting.
Anand, as per the calculation, it looks like 14 to 15 MPs have cross-voted. I've got Sanjay Jaiswal with me. He's been somebody who's the chief whip of the BJP and has had a crucial role to play. Sanjay ji, numbers on the expected lines?
So that will give the judgment even
Payal's audio is not very good. So he'll have to come a little closer to the screen and then speak, Payal. Let's try again.
Just give me a second. I'll hand over the microphone to.
Yeah, there. Yeah, go ahead.
I was sure that we are going to win by a major margin because the kind of person they have chosen as a candidate, he has been in lot of controversy, and because of that, many of the MPs who were with the NDA alliance, they didn't vote for it. Many of the MPs who voted for NDA alliance, still they were very much apprehensive about the background of their own candidates. So we were sure that we will be crossing 450 marks, and we got 452.
So that's what you're saying, Sanjay ji and Payal. But who could have cross-voted, or who are these invalid voters? Any thoughts there? 15 votes are invalid.
I think that Rahul Gandhi said, please vote by your conscience. So many of his supporters obeyed him and they voted by conscience, and that's why they did the invalid voting, or they voted for CP Radhakrishnan, who is 100 times better person than their own candidate.
नहीं, उन्हें मैं वोट दूं ये हो नहीं सकता, आपको मैं वोट करूं ये मैं होने नहीं दूंगा. इस केस में आर देयर पीपल हु कुड हैव डेलिबरेटली सेड कि चलो क्रॉस इनवैलिड ही कर देते हैं. दिस डेलिबरेट इनवैलिड वोटिंग, इज दैट पॉसिबल?
Naturally, because we were having 427 votes, we got perfectly done by 1 p.m. So we were relaxed that we have achieved our goal. It was on their side where the invalidated votes happened. It was on their side where many people thought that they should not vote a person who has been, in fact, we can brand him one of the urban Naxals. So naturally, they didn't vote for him. They preferred to be a person of CP Radhakrishnan, whose integrity, whose calmness had attracted them.
So 452, was that your expectation?
Yeah, we were sure that we will cross 450 marks, because when we were talking 1-to-1 with our opposition MPs, even they had got a lot of resentment that why we have chosen this kind of person as a VP candidate.
Sanjay ji, one important part, compared to 2017 and 2022, this is the time when the BJP was its weakest. But has NDA emerged the strongest? उस वक्त आपकी संख्या काफी बड़ी थी, इस वक्त संख्या कम है, but फिर भी margin of victory is more than 150.
We are never weakest. If you realize, when we bought Waqf bill, that time also we crossed 50% numbers in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. So we were sure that we are going to win with a more than 125 margin, and we achieved that.
Well, congratulations, Sanjay Jaiswal ji. What happens next? If you can just quickly tell our viewers before we let you go.
Now, naturally, we will facilitate our Vice President candidate. He's going to 11 Akbar Road, and we are also going there to congratulate him.
Congratulations all around, Sanjay ji. Hard-fought win, and I know there's been a lot of work at the background. Payal, congratulations. You've been able to get Sanjay ji, and also a confirmation that there has been a certain amount of cross-voting, Payal. Was this unexpected lines? Who are these people? Will there be a post-mortem now? Pallavi is also with us. Just quickly taking our viewers through these numbers. 452 and 300 are clearly 152 difference between the victor and the vanquished. If you were to look at these numbers, and viewers, it's important that the NDA candidate has finished stronger than expected. What does this imply? Pallavi, we'll go to Siddharth Yadav and also Nikul Patel in a bit. But yes, Pallavi and Payal. Pallavi first.
If I take the question first, and if your question is about what happens next, well, I think there's going to have to be a post-mortem within the India bloc, because I saw this through the day, and Payal will vouch for that. The kind of the campaigning which was done by the NDA, I mean, they knew the numbers were with them. They knew it was almost given that the candidate is going to win. But a 2-day workshop with the Prime Minister being there from morning to evening, it was very clear that they take every election, even where it's a foregone conclusion, very, very seriously. But look at the India bloc. I just saw one meeting of theirs taking place yesterday at the Central Hall. Today they were very lackluster. The campaigning was not aggressive. Rahul Gandhi was missing at the meeting yesterday. It was, to use a Hindi word, a kind of khana purti, ki we have to put up a candidate, so might as well put up a candidate and make a political statement. 15 of those numbers, who are they coming in from? I'm going to get those crunching, but I can give you the first news which is coming in by way of Congress sources is that we are going to be holding a meeting to figure out whether there has indeed been a kind of a cross voting, and there's going to be a post-mortem of it. Some in the Congress party suspect that it could have come in first of all from the DMK as well. We'll have to wait for that official confirmation from coming in, but for now I think they're all going to be in a denial mode. But Jairam Ramesh's social media post is a very clear giveaway, saying that all of our 315 MPs voted, and I congratulate them, and then only 300. And there are only 300 first preference votes. So where are those 15 votes gone in from? And that tells the story, and the real story, if I may say so, of the vice presidential
Well,
race.
Arun Dhanta is outside Prahlad Joshi's house, 11 Akbar Road, where the action shifts to. There are celebrations going on. But Payal, this is paper ballot. Now vote chori ka ilzam to nahi laga sakte.
You know, Anand, if you remember when you were anchoring in the morning and Zaka was there, I had told Zaka knows exactly where this number really came from. You know, nothing happens in thin air. BJP doesn't leave anything to chance. You know, there are managers who've been put into the task to make sure that they make every vote count. Even yesterday also they had a detailed exercise to go through that whole drill of learning how to do mock polls as well. This is the reason why the BJP is so successful. This is the reason why the NDA is so successful. They had polling agents right from a senior veteran leader like Sanjay Jha, to of course Shrikant Shinde, to of course Ram Mohan Naidu. They were doing their duty the whole day. But the BJP was very, very confident. I do know the member of parliament in the BJP ranks who can deliver the goods whenever the party really wants. But we should not be naming him on national television for sure.
Right.
But he is somebody who's very, very reliable as well. So a big celebrations beckon today as we
But Payal, it's not about to ensure that no votes are polled. In this case, perhaps did they ensure that certain votes are not polled or not counted at all? Because that's what's happened.
See, the
Votes have
BJD
become invalidated. There is no...
The BJD and the BRS have actually not voted. That's 11 of them. But 11 of YSR Congress MPs voted for them. That is the plus and minus figure. 15 votes invalid. किसके votes invalid है? ये इस पे भी scrutiny करेगी. BJP, even if they are victorious, will again, make sure that there is scrutiny to the last bit, because they want to never leave anything to chance as well. So, even as we are speaking, and even as, celebrations are going to begin at Prasad Joshi's residence, where all the leaders will gather together. There are floor managers who are currently doing the scrutiny right now. Arjuna Meghwal is in here. There's, of course, Murugan who's in there. Kiran Rijiju has been, active throughout the entire day. So everybody's doing calculations just to make sure that every vote is counted and every vote is valid.
Right.
That's the kind of preparation that the NDA puts up.
Right. Payal and Pallavi, fantastic job done. Congratulations. I think the action shifts. There will be celebration that will happen. The NDA has got its candidate, and that too with a thumping victory, more than the actual results or the projected results. So at least 14 to 15 more votes that they have polled. They were looking at about 427. They have ended at 452. You can do the math, viewers. They are comfortably home, and very well so. So 11 of YSRCP, that actually took them to 438, and they've been able to add another 14 to their tally while ensuring that there are 15 invalid votes. So Nikul Patel, 315, 300, and that too paper ballot. अब तो वोट चोरी नहीं बोल सकते.
Firstly, I would like to congratulate Shri Radhakrishnan ji for being elected as a Vice President of Bharat. I am very stern to listen your taunting language regarding ballot and EVM. I think that should not be discussed at this point of time, because we all know that how voting is happening in this kind of elections and what voting is happening at the electoral elections that are happening at ground levels. Secondly, yes, definitely there is a dent of around 15 votes that we are finding out right now as first preference vote to Sudarshan Reddy ji, and definitely that is going to affect what right now everyone wants to say, that there is a dent in India bloc.
Yes.
But I will definitely say that without going any elections, but definitely we have tried our best to put a candidate with the best qualification, education, and his credentials. But ultimately, it's a winning and losing of elections, and we have lost today again. But that doesn't mean that we have lost our, we can say that motive or our enthusiasm to fight against the present government.
No, but I appreciate the magnanimity, but you would also appreciate that if there are votes that have been invalidated, that is a serious issue. Along with cross-voting, yes, but votes that have been invalidated, and if it has happened within the India bloc, that really brings your the entire numbers down. Siddharth Yadav, congratulations are in order for the NDA, the BJP for managing and again emerging stronger when the BJP is at its weakest in terms of the overall numbers in the last 11, 12 years. But would you take this victory at 452, or would you want to know if there was anybody from the NDA who perhaps had an invalid vote or cross-voted?
No, I'm sure, Anand, with passage of time, all such details will come out. But I think I'll take this first opportunity to congratulate CB Radhakrishnan ji for being elected as the Vice President of our country. It was an anticipated victory, a much required victory. Definitely the people were also having the same aspirations as were the elected representatives. We were very confident that we'll cross the 450 mark. We did so. We have achieved the 452. Definitely details of who deliberately invalidated their vote or who cross-voted will come out, and I think it is more for the media to investigate.
How will this detail come out when it is supposed to be secret?
I'm very sure, and that is and Anand, that is why I said it is more for the media to investigate and do post-mortem of such things, and quote your sources of who invalidated their votes and who cross-voted. But for the time being, definitely it was a secret ballot, and the final tally is in front of us. 452 for NDA. CP Radhakrishnan ji is going to be the next Vice President. Much congratulations to
Justice Reddy has just penned a note. Justice Reddy has just penned a note. Today, the MPs have rendered their verdict in the election for the office of the Vice President of India. I humbly accept this outcome with an abiding faith in the democratic processes of our great republic. This journey has been of profound honor, offering me the opportunity to stand for the values that have guided my life: constitutional morality, justice, and the dignity of every individual. Though the result is not in my favor, the larger cause we have collectively sought to advance remains undiminished. The ideological battle continues with ever greater vigor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the leaders of the opposition parties who made me their joint candidate. Our democracy is strengthened not by victory alone, but by the spirit of dialogue, dissent, and participation. I remain committed as a citizen to upholding the ideals of equality, fraternity, and liberty that bind us together. May our Constitution continue to be the guiding light of our national life. I wish the Vice President-elect, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, the very best as he embarks upon his tenure. Signed, Justice B. Sudarshan Reddy. Going across to Arun Danta, celebrations all around there at 11 Akbar Road, lots of pomp and fare. What's happening next? When is the Prime Minister expected there? Arun.
Well, see, Anand, the celebrations have started here. Let me quickly show you a glimpse that on the both sides of the two gates of Prahlad Joshi's residence, you can see these dhol nagaras, and people are standing there. Two special places have been allocated to that, and in a short, you can see the entire road has been sanitized, which means that you will be seeing that ministers and MPs will be reaching here very shortly to the Prahlad Joshi's residence. And then, of course, Prime Minister Modi is expected to reach here, Anand, somewhere around 9:15. That's what we are given to understand. So you can see that celebrations have already started, as we just heard the results being declared by PC Modi, Secretary General, and also the returning officer of these polls. 452, of course, is the number which CP Radhakrishnan has got. And also, Anand, as Prime Minister Modi yesterday in that MP's workshop very clearly said that we have to ensure that, though victory is very clear, but we have to ensure that not even a single vote go invalid. That's the message which Prime Minister Modi gave, and he also said that if there is even one single invalid vote, that starts different discussions altogether. So we'll have to make sure that all the votes are valid. So 427 is the number which is with NDA, and then of course with 11 of YSRCP, and then perhaps we are expecting that if everything has
another 14, where did it come from? That's the big question, and the BJP and the NDA will be only happy about it. Jairam Ramesh has just tweeted and he says, the opposition stood united for the vice presidential election. Its performance has undeniably been most respectable. Its joint candidate, Justice B. Sudarshan Reddy, secured 40% of the vote. In 2022, the opposition had received 26% of the vote in the vice presidential elections. So they are trying to count the 14% bump, the opposition looking more robust now compared to 2022. The BJP's arithmetical victory is really both a moral and political defeat. Ideological battle continues undiminished. So similar to Lok Sabha 2024, they're looking for victory in defeat, whereas they're trying to show the NDA victory as a defeat in victory. Meanwhile, their Congress internally is also going to now introspect. Where did these votes get invalidated? And they believe it's the India bloc ally DMK that may have happened. These are pictures coming through, live action happening. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, also present now at 11 Akbar Road. We could see the traditional safari that he travels in just pass by along with the cavalcade. He is there. Arun Dhanta will confirm that. Yes, Arun.
Well, see, Anand, we haven't seen the Home Minister's cavalcade as yet here, because I can see both the gates from where I'm standing. But I don't see on my camera that Amit Shah's cavalcade is entering. But of course, you can see the celebratory mood here outside the home of Prahlad Joshi. I mean, I'm trying to locate the cavalcade of Home Minister Amit Shah, but I don't find it right now. Probably he'll be reaching here very soon. But
right, so he's not yet there, but I was given to understand somebody's spotted that. But Mr. Amit Shah has actually tweeted. He said, and I'm going to read that as we get into a break. Congratulations to Sri C.P. Radhakrishnan on being elected as Vice President of India. I firmly believe that your sagacity as a leader who has risen from the grassroots of the society and profound knowledge about administration will help us in bringing out the best in our parliamentary democracy to serve the marginalized. I extend my warmest wishes to you for your journey as the custodian of the sanctity of the upper house at CPR-GUE. That's his X handle. Congratulations to the Vice President-elect. We're going to take a very short break and come back with more. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Joining us here on CNN News 18, huge story breaking in the neighborhood. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who's been a sort of a semi-permanent fixture in Nepali politics over the last 30 years, he has now tendered in his resignation. His current government, I think this is his third stint in power, his current government, which was an uneasy coalition between him, the Nepali Congress, and a section of the Maoist party. It was an uneasy coalition that had been in power for the last year or so now, and now given these massive scale protests that we've seen led by young people, the trigger being, of course, the social media ban, but it goes far beyond that. Issues of corruption, unemployment, privileges, dynastic politics, curbs on young people speaking their mind, all of this sort of came into a deadly cocktail. It came into a deadly combination, which finally ended up consuming the current Prime Minister, Mr. Oli, who has tendered in his resignation. The latest information that we have is that Mr. Oli has been given safe escort by an army chopper. Him and his immediate family members have been taken to an army barrack where they will be kept for some time. CNN News 18 broke this story first to you. We were the first ones to tell you that Mr. Oli has put in his papers. He has officially sent in his resignation to the Nepalese president, Mr. Paudel, whose resignation has now been accepted at 12:05 p.m. We told you about Mr. Oli planning to step down. It was clear earlier this morning itself. The RSP party quit, 4 ministers quit. The writing on the wall was clear as day to the Nepalese Prime Minister that he's fast losing support and he needs to step down. At 2:16 p.m. officially, KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, put in his papers and stepped down as Prime Minister after being given safe passage by the military, an assurance of safe passage by the Nepal Army Chief. Let me go across to Darshan, who's a Nepali journalist, who is joining us live from Kathmandu. Darshan, so Mr. Oli, the long-serving Prime Minister of Nepal, has finally quit. Do we know where he is? He's apparently been taken in an army helicopter to some safe passage. And what happens next, Darshan? Who becomes the next Prime Minister? What is the next government going to be like? Is there any word about what is happening?
So there is a lot of protest right now. Like though I'm in a hope in safe place right now, I can hear a lot of screaming and the cloud which is filled with the smoke. So I'm not sure which are the buildings that has been into fire, but yeah, the PM Oli finally resigned. But it's not about a new government. It's a generational war. Like I mentioned earlier, Gen Z are like crazy, and there is also a lot of riots that's happening. And there is no one to take a lead at this time. But Gen Z are also looking after Balin to come forward to control this chaos. Because right now there are protesters inside parliamentary building, inside the Singha Darbar, where all the ministries used to handle their places, and there are also many data centers that have very critical information. And right now there is no presence of the government in the street. Nepal police and APF have already said that the situation is not in our control. So I mean, it's chaos everywhere.
So tell me, where is the Nepalese army? Are they protecting these sensitive installations, the parliament building, the secretariat, the houses of various ministers? We're told that choppers, military choppers, were sent to some of these houses to evacuate the ministers. What is the latest in terms of, how this story is unfolding there, and what are the demands of these young people? Because it started with the social media ban, but it seems like this is pent-up anger. For a number of reasons, from corruption to unemployment.
News 18 Primetime Studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. We're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 Primetime Studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions. India now has a new vice president in CP Radhakrishnan. He won the election with a thumping majority, securing 452 votes, while his main opponent, Justice B. Sudarshan Reddy, garnered just 300 votes. From the way the votes have been polled, it is clear that there have been at least 15 votes more that the NDA candidate has managed to secure, which means about 15 cross votes have happened. Who in the India alliance has voted against the India Alliance candidate and in favor of the NDA candidate? When the initial count was being talked about earlier today in the morning, the India Alliance count was around 315 and the NDA count was around 427. But now it's turned out that the NDA candidate has got at least 15 votes more from the India Alliance. The India Alliance candidate, of course, has put out a letter thanking all the opposition parties for backing his candidature. Within the next hour, we are expecting the new Vice President of India, Mr. CP Radhakrishnan, who is going to be at the residence of Union Minister Prasad Joshi. The Prime Minister is expected to arrive there as well, and there's already celebrations that have started at the residence of the Union Minister in anticipation for the big crowning of the Vice President, the next Vice President of India. The question also for the India Alliance is who cross-voted, because it wasn't just about electing the next occupant of the Rajya Sabha chair. This was a high-stakes clash. This was pitted as a battle of ideologies. Akhilesh Yadav said this is about Antaratma ki Awaaz. Alliances were tested, loyalties were under scrutiny. Will the cross-voting, and there have been at least 15 cross-votes, will it hurt the India Alliance, not just in terms of optics or numbers, but in terms of the index of opposition unity? I want to first play out what the Rajya Sabha Secretary General said while he announced the numbers and how the NDA candidate, Mr. CP Radhakrishnan, won by 452 votes as against 300 of the India bloc candidate, Justice Reddy.
Shri Buchi Reddy Sudarshan Reddy has secured 300 first preference votes and Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan has secured 452 first preference votes. As the first preference votes secured by Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan was greater than the requisite quota, in pursuance of provisions contained in Section 11 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Elections Act 1952, 31 of 1952, read with Rule 35 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974, I, P.C. Modi, the returning officer for the Vice Presidential Election 2025, hereby declare that Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Jal Bhushan, Raj Bhavan, Valkeshwar Road, Malabar Hill, Mumbai, has been duly elected to the office of Vice President of India.
All right, I want to go across to our reporters first. Aman Sharma, our political editor, joining us. Pallavi Ghosh, Arun Dhanta is joining us from Prasad Joshi's residence where the celebrations are already underway. Aman, so at least 15 cross votes from the India Alliance, which went in favor of the NDA candidate. Obviously, there'll be a lot of post-mortem and analysis as to who these 15 were. It does, put paid to this whole business of India Alliance, unity, all opposition sort of converging on the candidature of Justice Reddy, because clearly there were some within the alliance who decided to break away and vote in favor of the NDA candidate.
Well, clearly, Zaka, I think there are two big game changers in the vice president election. Look at the figures first. NDA was at 427. They were assured another 11 by the YSRCP, which voted alongside the NDA. So their number went from 427 to 438. This is the coup because YSRCP, Sudarshan Reddy was born in undivided Andhra Pradesh, is a Telugu, but still the YSRCP committed to the NDA that they will vote for the NDA candidate. So I think this change of heart from the YSRCP, not changing their choice even after Sudarshan Reddy was announced as the candidate by the opposition parties, was I think the first game changer. The second game changer, the journey from 438 to 452. The 14 additional votes which have come to the NDA camp, this is clear cross-voting, as our colleague Payal Mehta has also put out these figures. This cross-voting, has it come from the Congress? Has it come from a constituent of the India bloc? We don't know yet. I think there'll be a lot of, allegations exchanged now inside the India bloc that where did this 14 votes go away to the NDA camp? And I think Jairam Ramesh tweet, where he put out a couple of hours ago that all 315 votes of the India bloc were cast. That shows that 15 votes are less because the opposition candidate has only got 300 votes. This will leave a lot of, I think, introspection to do on the India Alliance bloc point, also about, their candidate, because their candidate has not been able to win the confidence even of the Telugu parties. BRS has abstained, YSRCP has jumped ship towards the NDA, and on the other side, you have a Tamil candidate who's won, and the BJP might well say that the DMK didn't vote against the Tamil candidate. How will this play out in the Tamil Nadu elections the next few months? I think NDA has a lot of big takeaways from this, and as I said, the two big game changers.
Okay, I also want to go across to Pallavi Ghosh. I mean, it's a secret ballot. There are no whips. Are there ways in which the opposition alliance can find out who are the cross votes? I've heard some reports that Congress is suspicious of some DMK MPs cross voting. There are some other reports suggesting that Aam Aadmi Party, which had declared its support to the India bloc candidate Justice Reddy, some of them could have cross voted. How do you know whether it is Congress MPs who cross-voted, whether it is non-Congress MPs, part of the India Alliance, who cross-voted? How do they get a sense of this?
Well, like in any other election, the polling agents can always go up and ask for some kind of a breakup, and they also do some of their own of their internal calculations. I mean, earlier in the day, even as the counting was about to begin, we had that very important post coming in from Jairam Ramesh, and I call it important because that really has ended up becoming a giveaway and a benchmark for this narrative that there was indeed a cross-voting, because he says, I congratulate the fact that all 315 MPs voted. They came and they voted. So there was no absentees as far as them are concerned. There are 15 invalid votes, but there are also 15 gap between the numbers who turned up to vote and the final vote, first preference votes as far as Sudarshan Reddy is concerned. So who are those 15 people? And even those invalid votes, was it deliberately done? Because there have been several elections when we have been privy to it, when we've covered elections both inside and outside Parliament. And I would say I remember the Women Reservation Bill, the one which was brought in by the UPA government under Sonia Gandhi. I remember at that point of time, there were deliberate mistakes which were made so that the vote becomes becomes invalid because they didn't want the fact to be exposed that they were not in favor of the women reservation bill. So these things do happen, but these things will happen and come out in the post-mortem. Prima facie, when I did speak to the top Congress sources, they said we were feeling all along there could be a certain amount of cross-voting which takes place, maybe possibly a couple from the DMK, also coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, and they're also going to cross-check whether the AIMIM indeed ended up voting for Sudarshan Reddy or not.
Okay, I also want to go across to Arun Danta. He's at Pralad Joshi's residence where the celebrations are already underway. What is expected in the next hour or so? I believe the Prime Minister will also be joining the celebrations there. Has the next Vice President already arrived? When is he expected to arrive? And what can we expect over the next hour, hour and a half or so?
Well, Zaka, the celebrations have already started here, and laddu distribution is also taking place. We're given to understand that all the BJP MPs will be coming here at Pralad Joshi's residence in a short while from now, and CP Radhakrishnan, of course, will be meeting them and thanking them for their support. And Prime Minister Modi, we're given to understand, is reaching here somewhere around 9:15, 9:30. Let me quickly give you a glimpse that how they are prepared here. There are three this kind of stages been made outside the residence of CP Joshi, on which you will be seeing, of course, traditional dance being performed, and as and when you will see activity, the MPs and the ministers start coming here, you will see all of them getting into the groove and just start celebrating here as Prime Minister Modi and BJP, of course, is expecting that all their 427 including NDA MPs have voted, and they all are valid, because Prime Minister Modi's message, Zaka, was very clear yesterday in that 2 days workshop of BJP that we'll have to ensure, though we know that CP Radhakrishnan is going to win, but still we'll have to ensure that every vote is valid, and therefore they have to ensure this, because if even a single vote is invalid, then you have a different talks started happening around that. So we'll have to ensure that every vote is valid, and that's what government is saying at this point, that their 427 MPs voted and all of them are valid. So therefore, if you go by that calculation, then probably there'll be 14 who cross-voted. Who were they, from which party? That's something which we'll get to know. But of course, here outside the residence of Pralad Joshi, everything is decked up. Now we will be seeing in a short while from now MPs and senior ministers reaching here, and then of course Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Arun Danta, Pallavi Ghosh, Aman Sharma, for joining us. I want to open this up to our guests who are joining us tonight. Look, the numbers were never really in contention, in as much as this was going to be a clean and straight win for the NDA candidate. Even if only NDA MPs voted, at the very least he would have got 427. Now he's ended up with 452, which means some degree of support has come from other parties, including parties in the India Alliance, or at least individual MPs within the India Alliance. So who did the cross-voting? And this whole campaign that we've seen over the last many weeks and months about vote chori and all of that, what happens to that? Because these were not conducted on EVMs. There's no election commission here. These were ballot paper elections, old-fashioned ones, and yet 15 people who belong to the India Alliance have cross-voted. So let's find out. Aditya Khera is a spokesperson of the BJP. Matthew Antony, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Smita Prakash, editor of ANI, is joining us. Smita, like I said, it's not just about optics or numbers. The numbers were clearly in favor of the NDA candidate. But the fact that the India Alliance candidate got 15 votes less than what their own leaders were claiming, that is something that will be a matter of introspection. But can they really find out? And how will they find out? Who are these cross-voters?
Well, I think it's supposed to be a secret ballot, of course, but these political parties have means to figure out as to what happened actually. I think the BJP, as usual, they managed the outcome skillfully. They deployed political negotiations as a tool. Several regional parties that are not formally part of the NDA, which your reporters pointed out, BJD, YSRCP, Akali Dal, they chose to abstain. But so when you choose to abstain, what happens is that it lowers the threshold of the required votes that the BJP needed, their candidate needed. But the interesting part which you point out is the invalid votes, which is so strange. What happened? The ink dried up or something? There were these courses which were conducted, or did the consciousness come into play, this antaratma come into play? What was the cross-voting for? Interestingly, the BJP framed the election less as a contest of ideology and more as in, parliamentary efficiency, persuading the fence sitters, avoiding open confrontation, and the opposition, despite what Mr. Jairam Ramesh says, they just failed to mount a sustained campaign. Pallavi has been talking about that in all your bulletins. There was disunity, maybe not regarding the choice of candidates, but just, lethargic interest in the candidate. It was left to him to call up the Dravidian parties and tell them that, vote for me, I'm from the south, galvanize support. It was a limited outreach to regional parties. Besides that, it was just lethargic. The entire campaign was, the leader of the opposition was missing from action in the past few days in the run-up. So, it was all left for the BJP to dictate the terms, and it exposed once again that, the opposition is unable to translate the outrage it has into some kind of an effective strategy to win.
I want to ask Matthew Anthony, the candidate, this whole thing about, Telugu pride, therefore we'll get TDP to vote for him. All three Telugu parties, BRS abstained, YSRCP voted in favor of the NDA candidate, TDP also voted in favor of the NDA candidate. It's probably the first time that, two parties that are so bitterly at loggerheads with each other voted for the same candidate. You are not even able to convince those parties, Matthew Anthony. How are you going to convince the whole country about this whole campaign you've been undertaking for the last many months now about vote chori? What happened? There's no vote chori. If any vote chori has happened, it's 15 of your MPs have cross-voted in favor of the NDA candidate.
Saka, how can you be so predetermined when you have 15 votes which are invalid? So we don't know the facts right now. We got 315, we got 300 out of that, and 315 is there. There is 15 votes which are invalid. We actually don't know. We need to find out. So you can't be so predetermined. Or
No. One second. No. The numbers are. Jairam Ramesh claimed 315 of the opposition MPs have shown up, and they've all voted. Now, your candidate did not get 315. Your candidate got only 300. The 15 invalid votes are outside of those, which means those 15 invalid can come from NDA also, can come from neutral parties also, can come from India Alliance also. That's outside of the 15 less that your candidate has got. Your candidate has got 15 less, which means where did those 15 go?
No, do you have that information where the 15 invalids are from all other ones?
No. One second. Again, don't confuse our viewers. There were 15 others that are invalid, which is not the same 15 that your candidate did not get. Your candidate got, we do know, your candidate got 15 less than what your own leaders claimed.
See, that's what I'm saying, to the records. I don't know who they have voted for.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Some of your folks have voted for the other guy.
They have voted for somebody else, and I'm saying there are 15 invalid ones. So we don't have a clear information about it. So how can you say that the whole 15 is not ours? Or the whole 15 is ours. How can you make a claim that?
Because that would mean if all 15 invalid are yours, then the other 15 should have come to your kitty. The other 15 did not come to your kitty. So where is that other 15?
I don't know at this point of time.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Analyze the numbers. We're going to analyze the numbers. I don't know at this point of time because the results came out just now, 10 minutes back or 15 minutes back.
Anyway, my point is simply this. You pitch this whole thing as an ideological fight. The word that Akhilesh Yadav used this morning when Pallavi spoke to him is, "Ye antaratma ki ladai hai." What is the antaratma, yaar? I mean, 15 guys have gone and voted for the other chap. What antaratma are you talking about?
So, a vice president election, we have very clearly maintained from the very beginning that's an ideological battle. And why is this ideological battle? It's against the constitutional breach which the BJP government has been doing this for the last 12 years. And the hijacking of the institutions, starting from the judiciary to the constitutional body of the election commission. That's a vote chori which we are making.
So there was no election commission in this election.
No, not in this election.
We are not conducting this election. The Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha Secretariat was conducting this election.
Saka, let me.
So they are also compromised. Lok Sabha Secretariat is compromised. Rajya Sabha Secretariat is compromised.
If at all you want to interfere, then I'll stop.
No, I'm asking you.
Let me just complete it.
There's no election commission in this election, right? So then who is the institution that is compromised?
No, I am saying about the opposition campaign and why is this an ideological battle? We continue with our vote chori campaign about the election commission being compromised for the elections in the states, as well as the Lok Sabha. We put up evidences there, and there is absolute silence. There is no debate on that from the other side.
No EVMs. Good
We are not talking about the vice
ballot.
president
Okay, Prime
elections.
Minister
We
Modi
are
has
not
just
talking about
tweeted.
the
One
vice
second.
president elections. We are talking
Prime Minister Modi has tweeted. 1 second, please. Congratulations to Thiru C.P. Radhakrishnan for winning the 2025 vice presidential election. His life has always been devoted to serving society and empowering the poor and marginalized. I am confident that he will be an outstanding VP who will strengthen our constitutional values and enhance parliamentary discourse. Radhika Kera, I come back to that point about, no EVMs, no election commission, and yet vote chori happens, and Matthew Antony and Jairam Ramesh have all been saying that, Akhilesh Yadav, this is ideological. So those 15 guys who cross-voted clearly don't believe in any ideology. That's why they cross-voted.
Jai Hind. First of all, let me extend my congratulations to Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji on this emphatic victory as the Vice President of India. Winning with 452 votes against 300 is not just a margin, it's a mandate, and one that speaks volumes about the strength and unity of the NDA. Now, like you were talking over here, that they could not convince the others. Well, Zaka, they couldn't convince their own. 15 have either cross-voted or something has gone wrong. They couldn't even keep their own tabar together. Now, if you see, they've made this entire drama for the past 11 years. They said EVM chori ho gaya. They said vote chori ho gaya, vote chor, gaddi chor. Now they will start crying that MP chori ho gaya. Fact is that their own people, unki antaratma jaag gayi, and there were certain MPs also from the India Alliance, who I think even Pallavi spoke to, and lots of people spoke to, and they said that हम मन की बात सुनते हैं. सबने अपनी मन की, maybe there were those 15 only जिन्होंने मन की बात सुनी. But having said that, if you see the entire day today, the India Alliance MPs, one thing that I noticed, Zaka, today, that the India Alliance MPs were going on, whether it was the AAP MP, whether it was from the MPs from Shiv Sena, they were all talking about Nepal and all warning that this could be happening in India. Well, Nepal actually happened in the India Alliance today. They could not keep their own people together, and we've seen that whether it is the India Alliance people, whether it is those who are not a member of the NDA.
So I have the breakup. And I want our guests to pay attention to this and our viewers to pay attention to this. Out of the 15 invalid votes, the breakup is as follows: 10 of those 15 invalid votes were NDA. And 5 of those invalid votes were that of the opposition, which means that the opposition had 5 invalid, the NDA had 10 invalid. Had Mr. Radhakrishnan got these 10 more, his tally would have been 462 instead of 452. And Mr. Justice Reddy's tally would have been 305 instead of 300. So which means this whole idea that the 15 who cross-voted are not necessarily the cross votes, there could be invalid votes, that has been negated, Matthew Antony. Out of the 15, 10 invalids were NDA, 5 invalids were opposition. And by the way, our reporters are also saying that the assessment seems to be, both from the government side and from the Congress side, that there could be 1 or 2 MPs from DMK, Shiv Sena UBT and Aam Aadmi Party who cross-voted. That's how it adds up to 15. And the invalids, as you said, are not all yours. In fact, it's almost a 2:1 ratio. 10 invalid from NDA and 5 invalid from the opposition. So there you go, Mr. Matthew Antony.
Can I come in, Saka?
Yes, please.
So, first of all, I didn't say that the entire 15 is ours. I said no, we don't know. Even the numbers which you're saying right now is quoted from sources. We don't have an official. These are all kind of sources which are saying. I don't know whether you have an official information from the Rajya Sabha election office of this. So we are speculating these numbers. We are speculating the sources. I don't want to qualify these comments on that.
No, 1 second. No, there will be no official this thing on it because this is a secret ballot. No, you can't say MP X or MP Y or MP Z.
I said that neither you nor me.
It's calculations made by political parties, including your own, Mr. Antony.
Yes,
Congress sources have told Pallavi Ghosh that they suspect 1 or 2 MPs from Sena UBT, DMK and AAP possibly cross-voted?
Sources may have given it out, but let it come officially. As a spokesperson, I am sitting here and I'm not saying that, no, I don't have any official information on that one.
Okay.
And I have to qualify the official statements on that.
We have the President's tweet as well. Congratulations to Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan being elected as the Vice President of India. Your decades of rich experience in public life will contribute significantly to the nation's progress. I extend my best wishes to you for a successful and impactful tenure. No, Radhika Khera, again, Congress.
I have a question.
Yeah, yes, please.
I have a question. I have a tweet here of Ms. Supriya Shinate, who's the social media head of the Congress. It's right here. And she's tweeted the photo of Prime Minister voting in the presidential elections and saying, ye chune ballot paper se. So inka chunav ballot paper se kyo nahi? So I would like to ask the Congress spokesperson, you just lost an election to the ballot also. You've lost elections to the EVM. You've lost elections to the ballot. Now, what are you going to cry? How do you want the next elections to be? If EVM, you're losing. Ballot, you're losing. You're not able to keep your MPs together. जो भी हुआ है 15 वोट तो आपकी कम हुई हैं. The fact is that you people, your own people are not believing in you. Your alliance is not together, and you are going and fighting and blaming the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA, and you are degrading the post of the Prime Minister by again and again saying vote
fundamentally, I said this in the morning, and I say this again, Smita Prakash. I think the opposition is missing a trick by picking up an issue which no one's saying it's not a serious issue. Of course, it's a serious issue. We all need clean electoral rolls. They are the foundation of any integral election process. But that's not the point. The point is it a livelihood issue? Is it an issue that has resonance with people's livelihoods? Jobs are, inflation is, unemployment is. All of these are issues that affect people's lives. I'm not sure that SIR and people being deleted from voter rolls is exactly something that every person feels so passionately about that you think it's a vote determinant issue. Is it a vote determinant issue? I don't know. I really don't think it's an issue that moves the needle. But the Congress has been going on and on and on about it. That even Rahul Gandhi led that 15-day, 16-day Padyatra. The entire thing was on SIR. But is it really moving the needle in Bihar? I don't know. Smita Prakash.
We won't know, right? They picked up Rafale, if you remember, about the Rafale aircraft. Did it matter to people because you buy an aircraft if there's corruption? So, you really don't know what actually moves people. But this election, of course, we're a country which is obsessed with elections. So whether it's a constitutional club election or this election, it will be, vice presidential election, it will be discussed threadbare as to what went wrong. I'm sure these invalid votes in the NDA will have Mr. Amit Shah's team working very hard overnight as to that despite having these classes which they had to explain, workshops to explain how to vote, in spite of that there have been these invalid votes. So why? So there'll be a lot of soul searching on that too. But winning this election, Zaka, was important for the BJP because it consolidates the party's domination in both houses of parliament, and they need that. The vice president's post is not just ceremonial. The proceedings of the house, the conduct of the debates, managing disruptions, steering the bills, that's all important. So securing this office was doubly important, especially after what we saw, what happened with Jagdeep Dhankar when he started acting with independent agency.
One second.
So the BJP wanted procedural.
This tweet that you're seeing on the right, I hope you can all see our screens. This tweet is from the official Congress party handle. Tweeted just 1 hour ago, by the way. Just 1 hour ago, just moments before the results came, and it says Man Ki Baat. It has a picture of the Prime Minister behind a bunch of curtains trying to come out, and it says fill in the blanks, main vote dash hoon. Obviously, they are hinting at vote chor hoon. Now, please tell me, kisne vote chori ki, Matthew Anthony? Who stole 15 votes? I mean, who cross-voted 15 votes?
So, Saka, first of all, I'm kind of a bit shocked about a leading journalist talking about that, the vote chori is not a matter of a concern for the countrymen. But it's not something which affects. What we are saying is the fundamental aspect of the vote.
Did I say that? I'm sorry. Please don't misrepresent. Please don't misrepresent. I didn't say it is not.
Not
Zaka, please. I didn't say that.
No, he's talking about me. I think is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm talking about you, sir.
No, I continue to maintain that. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying that, when we are sitting in good AC offices and, very comfortable life, and then our right is being kind of taken away and it is being manipulated, and that is used for a dictatorship, an undeclared emergency, that is a cause of concern. And that is for a political party, for an ideological battle to fight for the constitution of this country. And that is really shocking to see from a very senior journalist like you to say that it is not concerning.
One second. My point was, okay, 65 lakh names have been deleted from Bihar, right? That's the official tally from the Election Commission. Those 65, one second. Those 65 lakh people have a chance. They had a month-long time to again appeal to the Election Commission, move courts, whatever it is, to try and get their names back on the list. Now, my point is, there's a remaining 7 crore odd who are your majority electors in Bihar, whose life it does not affect because they are there in the electoral rolls. For them, this is not an issue. Nobody is taking away their votes. So you have basically made an issue, the number one issue in this election, an issue that concerns less than 10% of the electorate of Bihar who are not on the voter rolls, and the remaining 90% who are on the voter rolls don't care about this issue because it does not affect their lives. Their names are there in the list. That's what I meant. You've picked up an issue that does not matter to 90% of the electorate of that state.
I'm coming to you. So, you're speaking specifically about Bihar. We are speaking about a country-wide hijacking of the electoral rolls. We spoke about a specific constituency in Karnataka. Then we spoke about Maharashtra earlier. We are coming to speak about Haryana later. So we are saying that the election commission, the electorate role of the election commission is being hijacked.
That's
exactly, and that's a concern.
Anyway, Radhika Kera, go ahead.
We have also addressed the GST issue.
The conflation of, let's take the Mahadevpura example, right? Rahul Gandhi's contention was 1 lakh extra voters have been added. Fake voters, absentee voters, all kinds of voters. That is one thing to allege, but to say that extra 1 lakh all voted for the BJP is completely, completely jumping the gun. But anyway, Radhika Kera, final word.
Let me respond to two things very quickly. Quickly. First, the Congress spokesperson is talking about an undeclared emergency. Well, sir, after the tweet that the Congress just did with the Prime Minister's photo, after the tweet of Supriya Shene, if this was the emergency of Indira Gandhiji's time, both would be in jail, and so would be the man who called for Boti of the Prime Minister, who's an MP who works with Priyanka Vadra ji, and also all those MPs who sat outside the Indigo plane and said ki Modi teri kabar khudengi. Having said that, second thing, you're talking about vote chori in Haryana. Boss, you haven't even elected your leader of opposition in the last 11 months. 11 months ho chuke hai chunav hoye hue. You don't have a leader of opposition and you're talking about vote chori. Your minister, Mr. Rajanna, was removed from power because he exposed Rahul Gandhi's claim that all this was during the Congress government, and it is the Congress to blame for this. So this is the real emergency which continues, the same emergency mindset within the Congress.
I got to leave it at that. I want to go to the other story, which is a huge story happening right in our neighborhood, and it has huge ramifications for us here in India as well. There were fairly unprecedented scenes in Nepal over the last couple of days, but today was something astounding. A Gen Z revolution, as they're calling it. These were protests that were led by young people over a host of issues. There was corruption, there was unemployment, there were these political Nepo kids, as they're known. The trigger, of course, was the social media ban, which then was later revoked. Earlier this morning, the Nepal government revoked that social media ban, but eventually these unprecedented protests have taken down not just the current Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli, who was forced to resign. It has also targeted all the prevailing figures of the political establishment of the day, whether it's former Prime Ministers like Mr. Dioba, Mr. Prachanda, etc. In fact, the Finance Minister in Mr. Oli's government was chased down in the road outside his house. He was chased down and attacked. A former Prime Minister's wife was burned to death inside her own house. There was palpable anger on the streets of Kathmandu and other cities at this social media ban, which was a very inept and a ham-handed move to do by the KP Oli government. And then they withdrew that given the kind of unprecedented sort of protest that we saw. But I think the real tipping point, and no one expected this, was the killing of the 19 children, the 19 students. Many of them, and we spoke to eyewitnesses who said that many of those kids were minors, they were wearing school uniforms, and they had their ID cards out. And yet, the police, the law enforcement shot them dead, and 19 of them died. That had become a complete turning point in these protests, because up until then, it was about social media, it was about corruption, it was about a whole bunch of things, whole bunch of grievances. But when those kids were killed, it became that this government has to go. The political establishment has to go. And today, the anger that started from the killing of those students. It felled a 4-term Prime Minister in Mr. Oli. The army chief will be addressing the nation. He's asking for peace and calm. There could likely be some kind of an interim caretaker government, and eventually there will be elections. But we have seen this script play out. We saw this in Colombo 2 years ago. We saw this in Dhaka last year. And now we're seeing this in Kathmandu. The question is, what happens next? But I want to play out some of the pictures, some of the most dramatic pictures that happened today. And I want to go across to our video wall. First, there was arson at Mr. Kanal. He's a former Prime Minister, his residence. His wife, who was inside, unfortunate to be stuck inside the house, was burnt alive to death. This is the residence of former Prime Minister Jalanath Kanal. His wife was inside. She sustained severe injuries, and then by the time they took her to hospital, she was pronounced dead. Ex-Prime Minister Sher Bahadur Deuba, the leader of the Nepali Congress, look at him, he's bleeding from his forehead. His wife, who is a foreign minister, was also attacked, Arzu Rana Deuba. Both of them assaulted by the protesters. Footage showing Mr. Deuba there coming out with blood stains and bleeding from his face, bleeding from his forehead. This was in the aftermath of the attack at his residence. Then you have the current finance minister in the outgoing government of Mr. Oli, Bishnu Prasad Paudel, who was seen running on the streets. That's the man. You can see him in a shirt and in his white vest, being kicked, being dragged, being hit on the head, being, put down onto the ground. As he was trying to run for cover, he's beaten black and blue. These Gen Z protesters broke into the parliament, into the Supreme Court, into the central secretariat of the Nepal government. They set fire to every one of these buildings. Any building that represented sort of the seat of power or the official establishment in Nepal was vandalized and set on fire. Basically, this was rage against the existing political dispensation, which completely went into the territory of lawlessness. Let's listen into what the protesters were saying. They're largely young people. They are in their 20s, in their early 30s. What did they want, and why did things come to such a pass that they were willing to set buildings on fire? They were willing to physically assault some of the leading politicians in the country.
ये देश हमारा है, ये जिंजी लोग का देश है, ये नेता लोग सब भाग गया, ये नेता लोग काम चोर है, भ्रष्टाचारी है, और ये देश के लिए ये जिंजी ने 2 दिन में सब कुछ कर दिया। ये इस नेता सब ने हमारा 19 वर्ष खा दिया, और अब हम लोग का प्रधानमंत्री होना चाहिए, और अब हम ये पार्टी का नेता नहीं मानते हैं।
आज हमारे नेपाल में संसद भवन ने पूरे जनता ने मिलके, जेनजी ने मिलके आज आग लगा दिया है। कल नेपाल पुलिस ने जितना ज्यादा किया है ना, कल कमती में 19 लोगों को, स्टूडेंट को नेपाल पुलिस ने गोली मारा, चुन के गोली मारा उसने। ये जो हुआ है ना, ये इतना कुछ ये सोशल बैंडिंग के लेके नहीं हुआ है। हम लोगों को चाहिए यूथ लीडर चाहिए।
अब ये जो पुराना लोग है ना, वो कोई नहीं चला सकता है। अब युवक चाहिए, युवक चाहिए। अब युवक ये चलाएगा, ये पुराना जितना है वो सब बाइकाट।
जैसे ही नेपाल के प्रधानमंत्री ने इस्तीफा दिया, उसके बाद आप देख सकते हैं हालात और ज़्यादा बदतर हो गए हैं। और इस वक्त हम एक हाई राइज बिल्डिंग पर खड़े हुए हैं, और यहाँ से मेरे कैमरा पर्सन युगल आपको सीधी तस्वीर दिखाएंगे। देखिए, बिल्कुल मेरे सामने ये पार्लियामेंट है जो धू करके पूरी तरह से जल रहा है, और ये बाजू में एक होटल है और एक बैंक है, ये पूरी तरह से जल गया। ये बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जान जोखिम में डाल के, क्योंकि नीचे उग्र प्रदर्शनकारी हैं। लोगों का गुस्सा शांत नहीं हो रहा है। लोग भ्रष्टाचार और जो करप्शन था उससे यहाँ पर त्रस्त हो चुके थे, और उनका लगातार कहना था कि जो यहाँ की सरकार है उसने युवाओं के बारे में कोई सुध नहीं ली, और जो करप्शन का मुद्दा था वो इतना ज्यादा
All right, massive protests. We haven't seen these kind of protests even in 2005-06 when there were protests against the monarchy, even in the 1990s when there was protests out in the streets of Nepal. This is something that in 2 days, in less than 48 hours, a 4-term Prime Minister was ousted. Akhilesh Upadhyay is a columnist and a former editor with the Kathmandu Post. He's joining us live. Prabesh Subedi is a freelance journalist, also joining us live from Kathmandu. Sushant Sareen, senior fellow with the Observer Research Foundation, and Smita Prakash, editor of ANI. Let me start with you, Mr. Upadhyay. Initially, yesterday at least, the impression seemed to be that this was around the social media ban and, young people were venting their frustration. How did it go from that to what we saw today? I mean, it was utter chaos. all, government buildings, most of them being burnt down, former prime ministers and ministers being physically and violently attacked. How did it turn? How did it become this?
I mean, like, to be honest, I am here in Kathmandu trying to make as much sense, struggling to make as you are in Delhi. First of all, I qualify that with all my humility. I don't know. I mean, like, one of the things that perhaps happens in these times of utter changes, not just in Nepal historically, is people go from one extreme to another. Don't forget all the social media platforms were shut off. I mean, until what, yesterday? Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you hear some of the odd sounds in the background? Yeah, that's very close to my home. I'm hoping it's not too bad. In any case, okay. So the protest yesterday was one of the young kids, as you put it, trying to tell the world that this is not done. This is extreme political nepotism, corruption, and also extreme neglect of the common man, And there was hope that as they went to bed in the night, these students or kids or young protesters, Gen Z, that some calm would return in the morning. At least the party bigwigs must have thought along those lines or hoped along those lines. It didn't quite happen that way. It went to the other direction. I was at the Prime Minister KP Oli, ousted Prime Minister KP Oli, UML's headquarters today, and it was surrounded by thousands of people, thousands of young protesters, and several footages of yours showed that there was vandalism all around.
Yeah.
This really continued until his resignation. But I also saw, kind of there, how would I say, some calm return. The same protesters who were surrounding the Prime Minister's office, later I saw them right by my across street, turning into a victory rally, kind of like calm, chilled. So I'm hoping that would be more the case. But that said, the situation is a little more, I don't want to use the word complicated, perhaps will take time to soak in.
Okay.
Yeah, and as we talk now, my sources say, I'm not 100%, the president, Ramchandra Paudel, Balen Shah, Kathmandu's mayor, and perhaps RSP, Rashtriya Swatantra Party president,
Yeah.
Ravi Lamisane, have been asked by the president to visit Sital Niwas for, I don't know, some kind of very early talks on political transition.
So let me ask Mr. Subedi this. What everybody wants to know is what happens next. I've been hearing since early afternoon the mayor of Kathmandu, apparently very popular among young people, rapper turned politician Balendra Shah. And I've also heard about this gentleman, Mr. Lamchane, who I believe was in prison up until earlier today and was released from jail. Are these now the people who will take Nepal forward? Do they have support amongst the young Gen Z protesters who have been out on the streets for the last couple of days? And what do we know about these two individuals?
Actually, we don't have that clear picture yet. As Mr. Upadhyay already said, it's simply the breakout of frustration has been for a long time among the people, especially young generation. So there is no proper plans and proper ideology guiding this sort of things. So we cannot say how the moment move ahead.
No, but what do the protesters then want? Obviously, I spoke to some of these young kids in the afternoon, and one of the girls said, and I thought which was quite pertinent, is that of the 19 kids who were shot dead, a large number of them were apparently under 18, wearing their school uniform, had their ID cards out on their necks, and no one quite thought, and I think one of them said, not even in 62, 63 were school kids killed like this, and that's what really triggered the mobs today. So what is it that these protesters now want?
It's clear that there was a big dissatisfaction with the ruling government, not only with the ruling one, also with the all political parties. But the frustration is collected somewhere in the one point, but there are many ideologies, many interest group are involved for the same, showing the frustration. That's why who leads and what happens next is not clear yet. You see, Nepal army is trying to facilitate the process to form the new government, but actually the army in Nepal is not typically known as a political,
Okay.
direct political actor. So, as Upadhyay said, the president is trying from his part as he can, but we still have to wait to see what happens next.
Sushant Sareen, I don't know why I have this almost feeling of deja vu. We saw a similar script play out in Bangladesh last year. Again, it was the army chief who came in. There was an interim government. The rage was basically young people. There was shooting of some of them. Some of them got killed in police firing. And then, the establishment there, which was always Awami League and then BNP, completely the rage was against the establishment. We saw something similar in Sri Lanka too a few years ago. Why are we seeing the script play itself out in India's neighborhood?
Actually,
Yeah, Sushant, please. Yeah, thank you. Oh dear, we've lost the audio with Sushant. We'll try and fix that in just 1 second. Smita, you want to take that?
Yeah, so I get what you're saying, but what we have seen in the past 30 years is protests and instability, and this time it does seem that it is organic in nature. But you can't deny that what one of the persons that you spoke in from Nepal, who said that there are several interest groups involved out here. So there could be international players as well as national players, and Nepal standing at crossroads, teetering between reform, chaos, interest groups, frustration of the youth, which have really frustrated that 14 governments in just 17 years. So democracy is just not getting hold, and the young are frustrated. They don't remember what their older generation talk about the stability of the during the Raja's period and things like that. They don't know about that. What they can only see is corruption, factionalism, weak institutions, and politicians just recycling themselves all the time with no accountability, whereas their children seem to be having a great life, posting these pictures on Facebook, showing that they are holidaying in Switzerland. So that's why you saw Nepo kids and things like that being hashtagged. And so, when you talk about are there interest groups, there could be China playing a role, there could be Americans playing a role, there could be so many who are seeing their strategic rivalries playing out, like they played out in Sri Lanka, like they played out in Bangladesh, and they played out probably in Indonesia also, and that could be happening in Nepal. But at present, it's not clear. Right now, it just seems like angry and digital savvy young generation out there, wanting to topple a government, but no roadmap ahead as to how they're going to resolve
Sushant,
this now.
Is it too simplistic to suggest that the same pattern is played out in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and other countries, or do you genuinely see that there is some kind of a vested interest at play, some kind of international interest at play? Because obviously from country to country there could be local factors as well. This Nepo kids thing I found quite interesting, because it's the first time I'm hearing something like that in a South Asian country, where youngsters have come out and said Nepo kids are having it great, but we are not.
But that's true for all countries, Zaka. That there is a lot of disgust. We've seen that in India. In India, it manifests itself in the kind of electoral verdicts that we saw in 2014. That forget about these Nepo kids. We want a completely different leadership, and we got one, right? Because there was a lot of disgust even in India that just because you're the son or grandson or great-grandson or great-great-great-great-great-grandson of somebody, and just because you think that your nose resembles your grandmother, you deserve a position in the government. It's not on. So there is a lot of disgust even in India, and I suppose among all generations across the world with Nepo kids. But there are other organic factors. I think some of it my colleagues on the panel have listed out. Smita has spoken about corruption and the kind of musical chairs that was going on in Nepal. Completely feckless governance. There was virtually no governance. It was almost like everybody was only interested in in the political machinations on how to come back into power, and Oli being emblematic of that. So there was a lot of problems out there. Now, in this mix, there could be vested interests, but I think what happened over the last 2 days is very different from what has happened in some of the other countries, in the sense that, at least in Nepal, in the previous agitations that toppled governments, you had somebody leading those agitations.
Yeah.
There was a political leadership which was leading the agitation and which was able to pave a transition. This time it is leaderless, number one. Number two, what is going to be the transition? Because where is the political leadership left? Every single major political party, we've seen what has happened to them on the streets of Kathmandu today, right? They literally are fleeing with their lives, and some of them have lost, unfortunately, their lives. Their houses are being burned down. Now, even if supposing you were to go into fresh elections, who will fight those elections? And the guys who are trying to step in right now, do they have the political capital, a pan-Nepal appeal? Remember, Nepalese politics is also pretty fragmented, which is why you don't get clear verdicts. Will you get a clear verdict now if you go into an election? What will the leadership be like? What are the new plans they have? It is one thing to do rabble rousing through rap music, right? But it is quite another to run an administration and to deliver the people what you are promising.
So, Mr. Upadhyay is shaking his head. You know, I think Sushant has a point in as much as when the protests happened against the monarchy, there were already established political parties, and then, of course, the Maoists came out and they formed a political party. And then when this move happened towards a constitutional republic, again, there were leaders who were leading that, right? Now, there are two names I keep hearing. One is Balen Shah, the other is this Mr. Lamchane. My point is, you know, do they have pan-Nepal, you know, popularity and you know, organizational structure, you know, not just voters who will vote for them, but a political party that will go out there and campaign and you know, convert this anger into a democratic exercise of, you know, going out there and casting votes. I mean, one is said to be, I mean, both are said to be in their 30s is what I'm given to understand. And not from established political parties.
Okay, good questions again. I mean, I would put it this way, you know, let's not forget that every individual, no matter how young, has a personal agency. And it has to start somewhere. So BJP's history in the 90s, you know, how many seats did it have? Where is it now? I mean, I would ask Indian viewers to look into it and not be so dismissive so quickly to the agencies that are like shaping up in the neighborhood. That would be pretty, I would say, standard response from a big neighbor. Some of you very bright people. One. Two, I'm not condoning violence at all. I can hear the gunshots probably. You know, if anyone is nervous among the audience here, it's Mr. Subedi and I, right?
Yeah.
But you have to hope, right? If you believe in democracy, you have to hope, and also you have to believe in constitutional process. So this idea that a party given doesn't have a pan-Nepal perception comes with such a preconceived notion that all parties start mature without any history, you know. But it is these defining moments that make a small party big, fast, overnight, you know, and the leaders are born in times of crisis.
No, I just want to give you the examples of, you know, let's just take the subcontinent itself, right? In Sri Lanka, eventually the person and the political party that benefited is currently the president of that country, but he was an established political party. In Bangladesh, the problem is that even after a year after the previous establishment was thrown out, they've not been able to find a consensus. They've not been able to even hold elections because the existing political establishment, the trust with it was so low, or the young people were fed up with that establishment that they decided to throw it out lock, stock and barrel. The same thing is happening in Nepal. I mean, every prime minister of any kind of political hue or stripe, whether you're a Nepali Congress politician or a Maoist politician or a UML politician, everybody's been targeted. So what's left? I mean, I don't see anything other than a political vacuum. What comes into that vacuum? That's the question.
Okay, there is always a question that the political vacuum will remain.
Yeah.
not going to kind of like forecast and say it's going to be all stable within few months or few days or weeks, But there is also every possibility that new generation fed up with sustained political stability, not just new generation. I'm hardly a new generation, as you can see, but there is in these, I was talking to a lady yesterday,
Okay.
young 24, 25-year-old protester in scooter. Yeah. And she said this to me: I have never seen a cohorts of this size in my life, and we don't even belong to the same geography. So you know what I mean, right?
Okay.
So I don't know what's going to coalesce, but I would like to think there is distinctly a scenario, where this would happen. The second point, yes, it is organic, as Smita rightly put it. There is a possibility that there are vested interest groups in this, like such a large-scale protest. Points taken. And the idea that 1990 protests were led by parties, just as the 2006 another mass movements, and this is not, makes also this protest very unique and is a product of, how would I put it, social media platforms.
Okay. Sushant, so we all want to hope, and we all want our version of ideal politics. But here's the thing. So I'll give the final word to Sushant, because I also have to wrap up. Is that what Mr. Upadhyay is saying is, if this goes right, this could be the equivalent of the Arab Spring in Nepal. This could be Nepal's spring.
Zaka, you know how the Arab Spring worked out, right? You know that. Now, I can understand if Mr. Upadhyay is being optimistic. Yes, why not? But look, the analogy which he gives is wrong. The BJP started in the 1950s as Bharatiya Janata, and it took decades to reach a point where it finally got a subject on which it could actually start winning elections. And even then, it took them about 12 years to win elections. The only closest example we have is a party like Aam Aadmi Party, which took about 2 or 3 years. And look, you know what a hash they have made of things, especially in Punjab, and not that they did a very good job in Delhi. I think the best chief minister Delhi had was Sheila Dikshit. So there is certainly that problem out there. And the problem is also going to be that even I am 25 years old, right? Mr. Upadhyay might be very old, but I consider myself to be 10. But the fact of the matter remains that, running an administration is a very complex task. And it is one thing to have a lot of passion and a lot of jazba to do the right thing and want the right thing.
Yeah.
But wanting the right thing and being able to manage the right thing are two completely different things.
All right, I'll wrap up. I'll wrap up with, I think it was Obama who said, you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. That's where the problem is. When you start governing and you don't have any experience of governing, that's when the infinite hope that people like these young politicians are sort of reviving in Nepal, that suddenly sours. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. It's a fascinating story, and as neighbors, we should be paying attention to it. We should be observing it, and we should be watching what's going on in Nepal without preconceptions or judgments, as it were. Thank you for tuning in to Brass Tacks. Thank you for watching from our CNN News 18 Primetime studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Joining us here on CNN News 18, huge story breaking in the neighborhood. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who's been a sort of a semi-permanent fixture in Nepali politics over the last 30 years, he has now tendered in his resignation. His current government, I think this is his third stint in power, his current government, which was an uneasy coalition between him, the Nepali Congress, and a section of the Maoist party. It was an uneasy coalition that had been in power for the last year or so now, and now, given these massive scale protests that we've seen led by young people, the trigger being, of course, the social media ban, but it goes far beyond that. Issues of corruption, unemployment, privileges, dynastic politics, curbs on young people speaking their mind, all of this sort of came into a deadly cocktail. It came into a deadly combination which finally ended up consuming the current Prime Minister, Mr. Oli, who has tendered in his resignation. The latest information that we have is that Mr. Oli has been given safe escort by an army chopper. Him and his immediate family members have been taken to an army barrack where they will be kept for some time. CNN News 18 broke this story first to you. We were the first ones to tell you that Mr. Oli has put in his papers. He has officially sent in his resignation to the Nepalese president, Mr. Paudel, whose resignation has now been accepted at 12:05 p.m. We told you about Mr. Oli planning to step down. It was clear earlier this morning itself. The RSP party quit, 4 ministers quit. The writing on the wall was clear as day to the Nepalese Prime Minister that he's fast losing support and he needs to step down. At 2:16 p.m. officially, KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, put in his papers and stepped down as Prime Minister after being given safe passage by the military, an assurance of safe passage by the Nepal Army Chief. Let me go across to Darshan, who's a Nepali journalist, who is joining us live from Kathmandu. Darshan, so Mr. Oli, the long-serving Prime Minister of Nepal, has finally quit. Do we know where he is? He's apparently been taken in an army helicopter to some safe passage. And what happens next, Darshan? Who becomes the next Prime Minister? What is the next government going to be like? Is there any word about what is happening?
So there is a lot of protest right now. Like though I'm in a safe place right now, I can hear a lot of screaming and the cloud which is filled with the smoke. So I'm not sure which are the buildings that has been into fire, but yeah, the PM Oli finally resigned. But it's not about a new government. It's a generational war. Like I mentioned earlier, Gen Z are like crazy, and there is also a lot of riots that's happening. And there is no one to take a lead at this time. But Gen Z are also, looking after Balin to come forward to control this chaos. Because right now there are protesters inside parliamentary building, inside the Singha Darbar, where all the ministries used to handle their places, and there are also many data centers that have very critical information. And right now there is no presence of the government in the street. Nepal police and APF have already said that the situation is not in our control. So it's scary.
News 18 Primetime Studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions.
We're live from the CNN News 18 Primetime Studio, presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions. Viewers, it was all over in less than 48 hours. Mobocracy. Yes, this was no spontaneous uprising by some stifled youth. This is a lynch mob that accounted for another government in the subcontinent. Over the last 48 hours, viewers, these mobsters who have banded together under the moniker Gen Z have rampaged, forcing Nepal's communist Prime Minister KP Oli to resign. Now, viewers, a lot more has happened. And these are not any cool students, viewers, as they are being called by the entire liberal Western press, starting with some of the most famous ones, viewers. These are brigands. These are, viewers, the militia of some sort of organization that has penetrated the country. And while Oli is being reportedly sheltered by the military, even as he plans his exit out of the country, his colleagues, viewers, in government haven't been so lucky. Some cabinet ministers were chased by mobs. Look at that, viewers, to the right of your screens. That man who's being kicked around, he's the finance minister of Nepal. The finance minister of the country chased through the streets like a common criminal. He may be one. Try him in a court. Not on the street. And at one point, he was stripped of his clothes and chased down a shallow stream caked, soaked in blood, viewers. This man. The wife of a former prime minister burnt alive after she was thrashed. Visuals that I can't even begin to show you, viewers. We don't want to. A former prime minister, there he is in the middle of your screens. And that's an ex-Nepal Prime Minister Kanal's wife, brutalized, killed, set ablaze. And then, viewers, let me show you a former Prime Minister attacked. He's only alive because the military formed a ring around him. There you can see him, viewers. Blood dripping down his shirt. His aged wife beaten black and blue. The mob fury ignited by hashtags on social media berating the Oli regime for being corrupt, nepotistic and authoritarian has torched the parliament, even the Supreme Court, the Hilton Hotel, businesses, homes, institutions, media organizations. Indeed, the Oli government was all this, viewers. It was nepotistic, corrupt, and perhaps even more. I certainly don't hold a candle for Oli, who's a Chinese stooge who had no love lost for India. Let me tell you that. But I do hold a candle for democratic constitutionalism. And yes, I condemn this street-driven bloodlust. It has no place in our world, and it should not be valorized. And viewers, this is not the way civilized, mature democracies respond to governments that have contempt for constitutionality. And it is unfortunate that there are some very malevolent minds that are calling these brigand youth leaders heroes, revolutionaries. Delhi is looking at developments cautiously. Nepal is the third neighboring country where mobocracy has challenged the state. The question being asked in government circles is whether it's all a coincidence or is the mayhem the result of a conspiracy. There are many who believe the CIA is behind the uprisings in Dhaka, Colombo, and now in Kathmandu. I can't confirm that, this channel can't confirm that, viewers, but there is talk. And if it is true, then viewers, from Pakistan onwards, we are being surrounded once again by regimes who are puppets of a foreign power that at this moment in time doesn't view India with any goodwill. And viewers, for a while the Modi government in Delhi came uncomfortably close to facing a threat from the street. Many then believe that those agitations were not organic either. We are talking about Shaheen Bagh and the anti-CA Delhi riots and the farmers' agitation. And today I'm horrified to tell you that there are some among us, in particular influential leaders in the India alliance, in the India bloc, that are wishing the same version of this playbook upon the Modi government. They want the Modis of the world, the finance ministers of the world here in this country to be pulled out of their homes and, viewers, chased down the streets because they've become so desperate for power. Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena, the UBT, tweeted the video, viewers, of the Nepalese finance minister being attacked, saying, this accident, if you please, can happen in any country. Be careful. Victory to Mother India. Vande Mataram. Tagging the BJP, Finance Minister Sitaraman and Prime Minister Modi. All are tagged, viewers. IP Singh, senior Samajwadi Party leader, is a lot more explicit. He leaves nothing to the imagination. He says the house of Nepal's Prime Minister is burning to the ground. Remove 75 plus dictators. Save Hindustan. Today Nepal, tomorrow Hindustan. 90% unemployed youth are sitting idle at home. Youth, wake up and seize power. Viewers, there is a way to seize power in this country, and that is through the ballot. It's not to the street. And this is not at odds, viewers, with what has been said before. Salman Khurshid, Congress leader, on August 7, 2024, a year back, he said what's happening in Bangladesh could happen here. The spread in our country prevents things from blowing up in the manner in which they've blown up in Bangladesh. Sajjan Kumar Verma, Congress leader, in August 8, 2024 said, remember Narendra Modi ji, one day people will enter the Prime Minister's residence because of your wrong policies and will occupy it. It happened recently in Sri Lanka where people entered the Prime Minister's house, and then in Bangladesh, and now it's India's turn. Mani Shankar Iyer. Around that same time, viewers, last year, in such a situation, we can say that just as doubts have arisen in people's mind about free and fair elections in Bangladesh, similar doubts are starting to emerge here. They have surfaced there, but they are beginning here as well. Itching almost, viewers, these individuals are for something like this. Yet in India, democracy bends but never breaks. Why? Because governance by and large has delivered. Let's take the numbers. Sri Lanka's external debt crisis left bankrupt in 2022. Bangladesh's forex reserves halved from 48 billion in 21 to under 20 billion in 2025. Nepal's per capita GDP hovers below $1,500 with nearly one-third of its youth unemployed. Compare this to India, 4.1 trillion economy growing at 7.8% a year. Especially in Q1, the fastest among major economies. Our foreign reserves are above 650 billion, insulating us against global shocks. Over 500 million Indians have been lifted out of multidimensional poverty between 25 and 21, according to the UNDP, viewers. Roads are being built at a record 37 kilometers a day, and the UPI digital backbone processes over 12 billion transactions monthly, giving every Indian access to the economy. These figures are not signs of a brittle state. These are foundations of resilience. That is why India does not bow to mobs. Here, governance gives stability, the ballot gives voice to aspirations, and democracy defeats, viewers, mobocracy. Remember that. But let's not get complacent just as yet. There are questions to be posed, and I want to begin tonight, viewers, by asking all the stakeholders that we've assembled here today some very direct questions. Some geopolitics, some on the state of affairs in Nepal, and others, viewers, will be questioned on their political outlook and their pamphleteering on behalf of this lynch mob. And I want to first begin with Dr. Ranganathan. Dr. Ranganathan, is this the handiwork of what the BBC and other left-leaning media outlets called wronged youth, revolutionaries, Gen Z? Or can anyone excuse this orgy of blood-curdling viciousness as a morally justifiable reaction to the high-handedness of a government? Simple question to you tonight.
Good evening, Rahul, and good evening to my fellow panelists on an absolutely shocking day. Those visuals of ministers, prime ministers being chased down and almost lynched is just horrifying. I want to concentrate on the two very important points that you raised vis-a-vis India, and I think they're very important, especially for us out here. I am equally horrified by a lot of leaders, principally from the opposition parties, saying that what is happening in Nepal right now not only can happen in India, is going to happen in India. And the fact of the matter is that while some Nepalese are wishing that their nation becomes India, some Indians are wishing that their nation becomes Nepal. And the tragedy of this country is that nations can recover, but haters do not. Now, they are saying that such anarchism on the streets, bloodletting, will happen in India because you have the unemployment at record high levels. You have महंगाई or inflation at record high levels. People don't have enough to eat. They are on the streets. आटा नहीं है, खाने को अनाज नहीं है. They have been saying this for the last 11 years. Why has anarchism or bloodletting not poured onto the streets? If this was true for the last 11 years, why have 11 Nepals or 12 Bangladeshis or Sri Lankas not sprung up all over India? If what they are saying is true, the fact of the matter is what they are saying is a blatant lie. And that is the reason why you don't have situations like Nepal and Bangladesh in India, and you wouldn't for the foreseeable future. Because the fact of the matter is that last year, 47 million jobs were created. The fact of the matter is that in India right now, inflation is at a 17-year low. Our forex reserves have been the highest ever, stock market highest ever, vehicle sales highest ever, PMI manufacturing highest ever.
Everything points to India not being a victim of anarchy because of all the issues that these people have raised, and also to boot it all, inequality is at a record low. Gini coefficient is 0.29. So their lies have been exposed not by politicians or by analysts, but by people themselves, because they haven't poured onto the streets. Now, the second important question, and this is very important, can that happen? And I'll tell you, yes. The sad answer is yes, it will happen. Not because the people of their own volition will pour onto the streets. Of course, they do from time to time. Shaheen Bagh is an example. CA protest is an example. You have the Republic Day when they remove the Indian flag is an example. But this kind of a thing can happen because the government can allow it to happen. The cowardice of the government will allow anarchists to spread and millions of Nepals being sprouted in India. The reason is that you had Shaheen Bagh, an illegal protest, continue for 6 months, inconveniencing millions of people. You had the anti-CA, you had the anti-farm law protest blockading Delhi for almost a year. The nation incurred a loss of 3,500 crores every day for the entire year. That was not because of the bravado of the anarchists or lumpens. That was because of the cowardice of the government. And that is what I fear. All the cases against all those lumpens and anarchists were taken back by the government. All those who burned rice stubble and created mayhem, the cases were taken back by the government. This is the situation in our country. At the altar of political expediency, the government ironically can encourage anarchy, not the people.
Well, let me bring in Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, yet the India bloc is wishing this sort of medievalism upon the Modi government, this sort of anarchy. Do you really endorse coups? Or are you so desperate? Do you want anarchy? Is that why you are without proof constantly spawning or spoiling for some sort of an insurrection? Is that what's really happening? Will you condemn what some of your India bloc friends have said, calling upon the youth to rise up and do what these people have done to people like Modi and the finance minister, etc.? Take a position, please, tonight.
Rahul, of course, I'm taking a position. First of all, let me be very clear to you and Mr. Dr. Ranganathan and any other viewers who may have any doubts. Nobody from the opposition is asking the Indian youth to pick up arms and start beating up prime ministers or burning their houses or this or that. Let me make it very clear that cautioning the government against an ill that might come does not mean that we are wishing for that ill. Rahul Gandhi, in the beginning of March 2020, cautioned the government that act properly, otherwise we'll face a serious problem when COVID comes. That was not him wishing for COVID to come, but that was him cautioning the government. But the BJP government at the center was very busy breaking the Madhya Pradesh government with the help of Jyotiraditya Scindia. And now exactly the same thing is being done by opposition leaders right now, that you need to make sure that the unemployment situation in the country, that the law and order situations in various parts of the country do not spiral down to something where we see something like this. Because I remember about a decade ago, there was this incident when a large people's protest was happening across the country in Delhi, in the Ram Leela Maidan, and there were crowds that breached the security barriers of the president's estate. Not the president's estate, the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They had to be stopped by water cannons. And I remember that my friends from the BJP at that point of time were saying, ho, kitna galat ho gaya, janta pe pani maar diya gaya. Now my same friends from the BJP come around and say how all of, any sort of protest is so illegal and anti-national and how it should not happen. For the viewers who may be younger, may not remember what those protests were. Those were protests called the India Against Corruption, spearheaded by an RSS man called Anna Hazare, backed by the RSS, and led on stage by BJP leaders like Smriti Irani, Kiran Bedi, Sushma Swaraj, Arun Jaitley, and a whole bunch of the people from the BJP, but nobody was seeing that they are trying to bring down the Indian state. All of that said, I don't think it is in our interest or our country's interest when the government and the ruling party and all the sympathizers just pretend that sab changa si, koi problem nahi hai, there's no unemployment problem, there is no problem of murders in Bihar. There is no problem of election commission being openly partisan. There is no problem with the people of the country.
If you allow me, he said, he began by saying, Mr. Jain began by saying, let me be very clear to you, nobody in the opposition is asking for the youth to rise up. Now, viewers, this is what, I'm coming to you, Dr. Ranganathan. I think you're holding something up. Can you tell us what that is? Because there is somebody called IP Singh, a senior Samajwadi Party leader, who was a minister in the UP government. last time when the SP was around, and this is what he says. The house of Nepal's prime minister is burning to the ground. Remove 75+ year dictator. Save Hindustan. Who's he talking about, viewers? We all know. Today Nepal, tomorrow Hindustan. 90% unemployed youth are sitting idle at home. Youth, wake up and seize power. Seize power. And this gentleman here, Mr. Jain, is telling us that this has not been said by anyone from the opposition. That this is a call to insurrection. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but you know, the claims of my good friend Nikhil are laughable because this is a Congress leader, Raja Pataria, and he says, if you want to save the constitution, kill Modi. What are you talking about, Nikhil?
Who is Raja Pataria? Dr. Ranganathan, I have never even
Who is
heard
IP
the name.
Singh? Who is Sanjay Raut? They're nobody.
He's an MLA.
They're all incidental.
Oh my God, he's an MLA. Do you remember there was a BJP MLA telling all Hindus in the country to rise up and take up swords in their hands and murder all Muslims?
Nikhil Jain, you can today play this game of whataboutery till the cows come home. No problem.
Rahul, honestly,
take
I
responsibility.
don't intend to do whataboutery.
Take responsibility. Take responsibility for God's sakes. And I want to come into Pawan Verma. Mr. Verma, today I speak to the former diplomat in you and not the opposition leader. I'm not talking to an opposition former parliamentarian and somebody who is invested politically in India's democracy. I want to ask you today, as someone who's been a diplomat, a student, an intellectual, somebody who understands geopolitics, to comment on this chilling dance of death and condemn it for what it is. This is certainly not, Gen Z youth stifled, democracy being sort of, quashed, and therefore lynching their leaders who have at least won an election. Try them in a court of law, do whatever. And I also want you to take a position on what some of these opposition leaders are saying today.
Thank you, Rahul. Frankly, I'm perplexed, genuinely perplexed at the turn of this debate. Because notwithstanding what you said in the beginning and what my good friend Anand said, I think any comparisons being made with what is happening in Nepal and the possibility of it happening in India are, I think, frankly, fear-mongering. They are picking up statements. In a large democracy, there are bound to be people on the edge of lunacy who make such statements, but the mass of India is part of a democratic setup. Yes, there is opposition to the government. Yes, sometimes as a democratic right of protest, it spills on to the streets. I'm sure Anand would not like the silence of a totalitarian state, and so there are protests. Sometimes they go out of hand, but by and large, India is well within the mainstream of a democracy, and any comparison with what is happening in Nepal seems to be a preposterously preemptive and defensive position to take, which has no relevance whatsoever. Having said that, in my view, what is happening in Nepal currently is anarchy, but behind that present phase of anarchy, Nepal was in a scenario where a great deal of resentment and even anger was simmering below the surfaces because of zero governance, skyrocketing prices, and rampant corruption, what they call in Hindi, Bhai Bhatijawad, Nepo, kids of the rich and influential. And as against that, there was a lot of anger where the trigger happened to be the ban on social media, which then spilled over into street protests that inevitably, following the Bangladesh pattern, led to reprisal, killing of as many as 24 and wounding of 400, 500, which has led the situation to spiral out of control. And today, I do not condone for a moment the kind of violence we have seen, but at the same time, I understand that Right now, we are in a situation of anarchy, and I do not wish anarchy on any country. As regards what is happening in Nepal's relevance to India, I've already made it clear. The question
that's
doesn't
fine.
arise, and for us to debate it even,
there will be
for us to
opinions.
debate it
There will
even
be
is a
opinion.
bit.
No. I think, Mr. Verma, we can't be dismissive.
Bit way off the
And
mark.
No. We can't be dismissive. There are mainstream leaders. These are not some fringe lunatics. This is Sanjay Raut, who is an influential leader within his own faction of the UBT Shiv Sena. He has got the ear of both Rahul Gandhi and Uddhav Thackeray. He's not incidental to Indian politics. He's a member of parliament in the past. He is the chief orchestrator ideologically of the stands that are taken by certain political parties. He's called for consultations by all the other
But what I want to focus
These
on,
are not,
Rahul,
no, hang on. This is a very
what I
dangerous...
want to focus on, Rahul, I'll just take 30 seconds.
No, and Mr. Verma, we can't say that, look, yes, there was a
what
tipping
I want
point.
to focus on.
There are tipping points. There was a administration, the UPA, that was sought to be all these, corrupt to the nth power, nepotistic to the nth power. There was a popular uprising that ran a course through this city of Delhi. Ramlila Maidan was occupied. A man was starving himself to death. A political party was born out of that. A third way.
Rahul,
but a third way was born.
You are by these arguments.
Which political party
Can
was
I
that?
just come in for 30 seconds?
No, 1 second. A democratic approach was taken.
I'll stop.
No one rammed their way into parliament and pulled down the speaker.
Who is questioning that?
Yes,
Rahul,
we must take a position. We must take a
Rahul,
position.
You seem to be obsessed with it.
This is.
Rahul,
I am
you
obsessed because
you are
I do
obsessed
realize
with it.
I am a
India
Democrat to
is
the
a
core.
Stable democracy.
No, we can't be.
India
No,
is a
sir.
stable
No,
democracy.
Mr. Verma. We have
And
gone
therefore,
through.
I would like you
We have
not
gone
to make
through in the
these analogies and
70s.
comparisons.
Mr. Verma, we
I
have
want
gone
to
through
say
in
to
the
you
70s.
that it may be far more.
I'm sorry. We
Rahul,
have gone
you-
through
you
in the
do all the
70s a
talking of-
period
you
of
call me as a
anarchy
panelist.
that
Let me
led
speak.
to
Let
somebody
me at least
imposing
have
an
my word.
emergency. No, Mr. Verma, let's not be
You cannot
completely.
impose your opinion.
No,
you
I'm not
can't
imposing
impose
my
your
opinion. I'm
on
only
a
giving
panelist.
another
You've
point
got
of
to
view.
hear him. Please hear me out.
Yeah, please.
Please hear me out.
Yeah.
I have said from the beginning that by overstressing this point of people wishing what is happening in Nepal to happen to India, you are raising a bogey which has no possibility of coming to fruition or reality, because India is a stable democracy where opposition exists but within the mainstream of democracy. Having said that,
Sir,
I think you should also debate what has led to the situation of this kind in Nepal.
Okay. Look,
let's
look, no one is denying the fact.
Corruption,
I'm not denying it.
prices.
I have already said in my introduction that there was a petri dish of problems. But this tipping point, viewers, at a time like this, let's not be complacent about the solidity. And I want to bring in Brahmacharya and I want to bring in General Pandey. Yuval Noah Harari, viewers, has written a book called Nexus. The big difference in the 21st century, I'm not a fan of his politics, viewers, but the big difference he points out in the 21st century are the tools that are available for spreading propaganda, disinformation. And I'm using the word disinformation. These have not existed in the past. They can go through any wall, physical wall, viewers, and penetrate the mind. And they can seed narratives. And Brahmacharya, I'm sorry whether we like it or not, the Americans complained about interference in their election process. Putin complains about interference in his regime. There are people around the globe who talk about the complete trammeling of executive authority because of people who have set up shop on social media and are constructing narratives to undermine the institutions that govern their countries. This is possible.
You're asking me, Rahul?
Yes, Professor.
Well, I think let's look at the larger picture first in relation to Nepal. Ever since Nepal began its experiment with democracy, it has been racked by chronic instability. Not just chronic instability, but also by social and political unrest. But what has happened in the last 2 days is unprecedented. in modern Nepal's history, there's never been such lawlessness and chaos that we are seeing there now. And this has serious implications for India, given the open border that India has with Nepal, a border that is largely unguarded. So this anarchy in Nepal holds direct security implications for India. India may be the sole country in the region with a deeply rooted democracy, but that is not in India's interest, because for India to be in a neighborhood where it's surrounded by dysfunctional states where there is growing unrest, that cannot contribute to India's security. In fact, India confronts what might be called the tyranny of geography. In whichever direction India looks, it sees serious threats. So these are serious external threats from virtually all directions. To some extent, it could be a self-inflicted tyranny. India's security concerns in the region stem both from its eroding influence in its strategic backyard and from failures of its past policies. And I think one question we need to ask ourselves is why? Why is India's influence in its strategic backyard eroding? Why is India just a bystander in the Nepal developments? Nepal and India are symbiotically united, and yet today India lacks the clout to shape developments in Nepal.
Yeah.
When India was weaker, like let's say in the 70s or 1980s, India had greater influence in the strategic backyard. Today, India is the world's fourth largest economy and is the world's third largest defense spender after the US and China. And yet we are seeing an erosion in India's influence in its own strategic backyard. And I think it's a question that we need to at least discuss. Political chaos and uncertainty in the region heighten the danger of spillover effects for India. There's no way India's internal security can be safe.
There you go.
With the kind of situation that's prevailing in Nepal, Bangladesh, in Myanmar, and the kind of threats India faces from Pakistan. An increasingly unstable neighborhood also makes it more difficult for India to promote its economic interests, because there can be no regional cooperation in such an environment. And I think just being a beacon of democracy shouldn't give us a sense of containment.
There you go. Viewers, this is very important, what Brahmachareni is telling us. Don't think you're above this. And General Pandey, I want to ask you, who is behind this? And can these forces conspire to undermine India's democracy and its institutions and create this anarchy?
Yeah, okay. So I'll quickly cover a couple of issues. Let's say the larger issue is that who's behind it. Why is that in last just about 5 years or 4 years, things have started? People are looking at Trump for this issue, but I will try and cover it the last about 3 to 4 years. Why our region has suddenly started getting into a trouble zone. It is not, there was a certain degree of stability around, but post-COVID, the things have changed very drastically and fast. You look at Pakistan, Imran Khan disobeyed orders of America, started tilting away for a certain degree of strategic autonomy. There was trouble. India wanted to follow its own path. You had 3-4 issues which you just talked of, nearly about a year and a half protest. And yesterday only, I think Canadian government has said very clearly that the funding was coming off from Canada soil for those kinds of incidents, and support of Khalistan movement was taking place.
Yes.
Why this Khalistan revival has taken place in just about last 3-4 years? Then you look at Bangladesh. Now, Myanmar, Nepal itself, all these 4 countries, I'll tend to a little bit disagree, have got a tendency to continue with instability, not in last 4 years, but you look at the history of about 3 to 4 decades, you'll find repetitive level of uncertainty and instability has taken place in these countries. But all these have taken place together. right? The last instability took place in Nepal was in 2006, in a period of about 10 years from 1996 to 2006, when People's War was prosecuted and thousands of people died actually in that point of time. If you recall, Indian government was the one just supporting the Maoist government, and thereafter it allowed this shift from the royalty or the monarchy to come into so-called controlled democracy, which was led by the Maoist party. Very strange, right? We are not supportive of Maoism, but we allowed the Maoist party to come because the shift was to take from Hindu country to a secular country, and you exactly know what happens after the secular country symbol is put across. The second thing you have to look at is 21st century is a different century than the stable 20th century. Technology here has become not boon but bane, right? It may be in kinetic means, but more importantly in terms of social media, shaping of mind, using toolkits to continually shape mind. Which country, including America, doesn't have corruption to the level of what is there in Nepal? Which country today does not have unemployment? Which country does not have favoritism? Why is it happening to these 3-4 countries, and why is it not happening to the modern countries which are controlling where these tools are emanating from? So when social media shuts down, TikTok is allowed to function, but rest everything which comes from the Western country. Why does this strike takes place in such a manner? How does it happen that well coordinated within 24 hours, each and every corner of Nepal, which is very, very remote, from Madesi to hillside, from the rural to the cities, everything comes to an research. There has to be a certain degree of coordination. It doesn't start, it spirals out of control by starting at one place, but it doesn't happen all together, all across.
There is somebody.
But you look at just about 3 months back, you know, I'll just finish off. You had the pro-monarchy strikes and protests which happened.
True.
They did not spiral out of control in the manner it has happened. Technically, that was a major movement which has taken place. But this time, a toolkit system has happened, which has allowed this to have the way it has gone about. And I can assure you that it is not the Gen Z which has started lynching and killing, but there are very, very calibrated elements which has gone for this this anarchy which is happening.
That's
in
a very valid point, viewers. Let's not immediately suspend belief. I want to bring in Dr. Ranganathan one final time. Dr. Ranganathan, are you obsessing and fear-mongering? Simple question.
No, I'm not fear-mongering, but I think a little bit of obsession is possibly to be, prudent, especially after what, Brahmaji said and what particularly, General Pandey has said. And I'll tell you why. He is absolutely spot on. While we believe we can walk on a carpet, you look at our neighbors, they stuff everything under the carpet and then they walk on it. So it's been a wobbly walk for decades on end, and that's a fact. I mean, I was in fact in Nepal decades ago during the time when the king was killed. And you had almost anarchy on the streets at an unprecedented level. Not, of course, as dastardly as we see today. The same is true with Pakistan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka. So, our neighbors, fortunately or unfortunately rather, they're not stable. They are pretending to be stable. And so you cannot extrapolate. But as I said, and I stick to that, you had for a year total anarchy, siege of Delhi, a financial loss of 3,000 crores every day for a year. And nobody was compensated. The state suffered, the people suffered. We somehow are...
And that was lauded. Remember,
Yes.
Dr. Ranganathan, that was lauded. Those people who came in on their sort of souped up tractors that looked more like little gunships and ransacked Delhi and went all the way up to the Red Fort, and in the process used swords to attack our policemen. 150 of them, more than 100 of them were in hospital. That was all lauded, viewers. That was dissidence. Can you believe it? So let's not today think that we are sitting in some little haven where we are insulated. I think Professor Chileni gave us a very good idea. And I want to move on because, viewers, we're going to talk about another big story today. We're going to be tracking developments and, of course, looking at other repercussions coming out of Nepal. But For the moment, viewers, another very big story. We don't have much time on this show, but I want us to touch upon this. So we now have a vice president, and not unsurprisingly, viewers, he is the NDA's candidate. He goes by the moniker CPR or CP Radhakrishnan, and he has won the election. It's a massive victory for the NDA and in particular for brand Modi that holds up its steel frame. Your channel has learned that the NDA has got more votes than expected because of cross-voting. In other words, some India bloc MPs, and I'll just show you those numbers. We'll put those numbers out on either side of our screens, viewers. There they are. Some India bloc MPs have voted for the NDA's candidate CP Radhakrishnan for the vice president's post. It all breaks down. 767 votes were cast in total. 752 of those votes were valid. 15 were invalid. 377 was the magic mark. 452 votes went to CP Radhakrishnan. 300 for Justice Reddy. Now, viewers, we were told by the Congress party that all of its India bloc MPs in an unprecedented manner voted, and the number was put at around 315, viewers. But the number of votes that have added up for the India bloc are only 300. The numbers tell the story very clearly, confirming the cross-voting. Ask, how is this possible? Why aren't these MPs being suspended or expelled from their parties for crossing the floor? This is a very valid question, and this is because no whip applies to elections for the vice president's post. So essentially, MPs are allowed to vote according to their conscience. And what has their conscience led them to do, viewers? In a number of cases, it has led them to vote for CP Radhakrishnan. This means that there are some within the India bloc that believe in brand Modi enough to vote for a candidate that has been described by the Congress as a Sanghi ultra-nationalist that represents the worst of India's political culture. What's even more problematic for the India bloc is that Rahul Gandhi hasn't been able to win the confidence of some other non-NDA parties who are not part of his alliance. The BRS, the BJT abstained along with the SAD. Moreover, and more gallingly for the India bloc, even the YSRCP voted alongside the NDA. So did not abstain, voted alongside the NDA. And we are not totaling them up, viewers, as the 15. This totally shattered the illusion of a united opposition that wants to take on the Modi government on the issue of SIR and alleged poll rigging or alleged vote chori. Viewers, this is a very serious turn. And it is going to have a very dampening effect on the morale of the India bloc, because its entire narrative was constructed on opposition unity, people coming together because they were believing, Sanjeev Srivastava, that the Modi government steals their votes, that they are going ahead with SIR in collusion with the EC to loot the opposition's votes. And even on this account, the opposition hasn't come together. This tells you that the opposition doesn't believe Rahul Gandhi, or at least a large chunk of it doesn't. And perhaps there were more people who, perhaps risking discovery, haven't done what their conscience was actually urging them to do. This is serious.
So, hi Rahul, very good evening. See, my take is yes, the ruling party has won, as we were discussing earlier in the day, that it is more or less certain the numbers are stacked in their favor. But it is how you see the glass, half full or half empty, in terms of ruling party and the opposition. At the end of the day, however much the governing party and its supporters may like to tom-tom about it, the fact is that the opposition bloc was expected to get 315, they've got 300. And all those 15 votes, I am told, are invalid, and it may be because of cross-voting, it may be deliberate, it may be real, half of them may be deliberate, half. But the bigger issue is, yes, the numbers were with the ruling party, that is why it is the ruling dispensation. As it applies to the Congress party or the opposition, that they could not get the BJD and SAD or BRS to throw their lot with them. It similarly applies to NDA, that at least two of these parties voted with the NDA in the previous VP election. But so everybody has a local equation, local compulsion.
No.
Jagan Reddy, that is the strange phenomenon. Both Naidu and Jagan Reddy siding with NDA, and it is anybody's guess why Jagan Reddy did it, because he has to contest against the Congress party in Telangana.
No, but he also has. But that's the Andhra Pradesh.
He has to also. But then that I don't want to stir a hornet's nest.
No, but
he
Mr.
also
Srivastava.
has. But he also has many cases pending against him.
No,
So
please.
it's better.
Those cases
wiser,
were. Those
it's
cases
politically
were
more
slapped.
prudent for him.
Actually, those cases.
Doesn't matter who's. Doesn't matter who slapped
So one
them.
second.
It
First of
matters
all,
who is at the power in center.
Okay.
So anybody who wants to have a smoother passage in life,
right,
would rather be with the governing party.
No, so I just
been
want to
hearing
say,
this,
viewers, it was the India bloc that was tom-tomming its unity after the votes
But
were.
it is-
One second.
it
One
is-
second. Let me
it has
finish.
more or less
Let me
stayed
finish. Jairam
limited.
Ramesh. Let me just tell our viewers. Jairam Ramesh came out and said opposition stood united for the vice presidential election. Okay.
Yeah.
The performance has undeniably been most respectable.
So
Almost
last time they got
suggesting.
26% of the votes.
Let me
this
finish,
time
sir.
they got 40%.
Its joint candidate, Justice B. Sudarshan Reddy, secured 40% of the vote. Again, viewers, you see, it's like that child who fails the exam but says, look, I did better in scoring failing marks. Last time I got 12, this time I've got 39% or 40%. So I've really done brilliantly. I'm on the up. I have actually scored the most in this exam. Everyone else can go home. Now, viewers, the BJP's arithmetical victory is really both a moral and political defeat. Luckily, he didn't add the words, vote chori bhi ho gaya. That our 14 went on the other side because they were, I mean, come on, are you reducing this to a joke? Mr. Jain, you couldn't bring the entire opposition together on such an important issue, vote chori. Rahul Gandhi's narrative is not believed. He can be on his bike and go around anywhere, but it's not believed. It's quite clear. 40% only, viewers. Failing rate.
Rahul, when your namesake did this bike yatra in Bihar, he was joined by Lalu Prasad Yadav, Sant Tejaswi Yadav. He was joined by Hemant Soren, by MK Stalin, by a whole bunch of Akhilesh Yadav, a whole bunch of opposition leaders.
Is Lalu Prasad that same convict? Is he the convict?
He is the person whose judgment
Is he a
of
convict
conviction
or
has
not?
been stayed. No.
Was he
Judgment
convicted?
has been stayed by the High Court.
Was he convicted?
That has been stayed by that has been stayed by the High Court.
The
That
conviction has been
by the High
stayed.
Court. Absolutely. Why do you think?
Sir,
he's
there
out?
were 5 convictions against
The
Lalu
conviction has
Prasad
been stayed.
Yadav.
That the conviction, Rahul, the conviction has been stayed. That is why he's out
Sir,
of jail.
5
The
convictions.
The operation of the judgment of conviction.
No, 1 second. Has he been deemed guilty, yes or no, of corruption? Has he been deemed guilty of corruption, yes or no?
That order has been put into suspension by the High
please,
Court. That
Mr.
order
Jain,
has been put into suspension by the High Court.
Mr. Jain, listen to Sanjeev
that
ji
is
also.
cla- that is
Listen to
clutching at
Sanjeev
straws.
ji.
How is that
You have
relevant?
made
That is
a
clutching at straws.
career now out of
Lalu
coming
is
here
a-
and lying
how
on
is that
television.
relevant to
Please.
the
Lalu
debate
has
we're
been
having?
convicted. And why not accept that? See,
No, he's been convicted by trial courts. Mr. Srivastava, I'm nowhere denying that.
Trial,
Mr.
no,
Lalu
sir,
Prasad
Supreme
Yadav has
Court.
not been
whatever. As of date, he's a person
He's
who is
out
convicted.
on health grounds.
My dear friend,
Yes,
for
that's
6
fine.
years he's been
Can
banned
we-
from
can we-
contesting
but
an
can-
election.
But Rahul
Can we-
Shiv Shankar,
can we
that is
please
not the
rather
issue.
talk-
No, that is very
Exactly.
much the issue, viewers.
Exactly.
We are now
How is it the
seeing.
issue?
We're now seeing. Okay, just let me get the other side. Let's get the BJP. Let's get Dr.
No, but
Ranganathan.
can I at least complete my point? Can I at least
You can
my
complete
Just
your
to buttress
point.
the point
You
that
can
Mr. Srivastava
now
made,
look, viewers.
that
The
opposition
Congress has
was
put
supposed
out a
to get
new.
350
Now, hang on.
votes. They
Now
did
the
have
Congress has put
350
on.
votes.
Excuse me. Now the Congress party, breaking news is coming through, has put out a new tweet. What does this say? What does this say? देखिए, fill in the blanks. मैं vote dash हूँ. What is the blank that they're trying to say? Viewers, I mean, can you believe it? A parliamentary process is now being questioned. Now they are saying that MPs have also been robbed of their votes. This is after Jairam Ramesh puts out and says we got 40% more and it's a moral victory for us.
Do you remember the Constitution Club elections where 4 MPs went to vote and they were told that somebody had already voted on their behalf? So vote chori did happen in the Constitution Club elections as well, or some sort of
Is
proper
Parliament a
conducting
constitution
fair-
club?
Do you know where the
Is the
who
Constitution
manages the
Club,
Constitution
viewers, now is
The
is a
Constitution Club
British
is where
era
the
club
MPs
that
and
no
the
one
former
has
MPs
ever
Oh my
been
God.
to, now been compared to the Parliament
Now,
of
let's do one
India
thing, let's
by
not-
these
let's do a debate in
spokespeople
Hindi.
of the Congress party? No wonder the Congress finds itself where it
you
is.
have such a problem
Okay,
with everything
let
that
me
is
bring in
demoted
the
to
BJP
why are you
national
talking English
spokesperson
then?
Tuhin Sinha. You are vote thieves. The Prime Minister is a vote thief. Show that. Let's show that tweet, viewers. This is what the Congress is now insinuating, that even those 15 votes, those people, those MPs who voted according to their conscience, unki bhi vote chori ho gayi. Put that out. There it is, viewers. Fill in the blanks. Yes. Tuhin Sinha, how do you respond to this charge?
Well, good evening, Rahul. Good evening, Rahul. Good evening, everybody. Before I, answer this preposterous charge by the Congress party, let me tell you this is a great day, big day for the country. For the first time, a Swayam Sevak will be occupying the position of the Vice President of the country, and that is, something which will rattle the Congress party because a Swayam Sevak's thought process is always rooted in the philosophy of selfless nationalism.
Hitler
So these are
and
good
fascism.
days for the country for the next 5 years. Please don't barge in. Now, when coming to the Congress's preposterous charge, see, the Congress will take some time to come out of this shock. We were expecting 427 seats. YSRCP voted for us. Our vote went up to 438, and 14 members from the other side who went by their conscience call, because when you tell people to vote by the conscience call, there will be people in the opposition who will not support the opposition VP candidate fraternizing with Lalu Yadav, a convicted criminal. They will not like to associate with a party who feels a judge who had weakened India's fight against Naxalism, and
Okay,
that
but
is
Mr.
perhaps the
Sinha,
reason these
the
people
opposition
voted
points
for a
out.
nationalist candidate.
The opposition
That is the
points out.
reason-
One second.
That
Rahul,
is
that
the
is-
reason.
but that is
Okay,
contempt
one
of
second,
court.
Mr. Nikhil. Nikhil Jain, one
Opposition
second.
members of
The
parliament
opposition
voted
points
for a
out that this has
nationalist
been the
candidate.
closest race. Jairam Ramesh says moral victory. We won 40% of the vote. Last time we won only 26%. So we've done better. So from that point of view, Tuhin Sinha, you couldn't convert enough or their consciences to stand with you. That is a moral failing.
Let them, if they want to call their failure a moral victory, that's been the pattern. In 2017 Gujarat elections, they called it a moral victory. What happened after that? You've seen what happened in the 2022 Gujarat elections. So every time Congress party calls it a moral victory, it's a acceptance of the embarrassment which they have gone through. And let me tell you, they're going to take a very long time to recover from the shock, because it also means the failure of the vote chori claim.
Okay.
It also
Failure of vote
means
chori.
a failure of the SIR. The anti-SIR position which Rahul Gandhi had taken in the last 1 month, it's a failure of that.
So
And
Dr.
Rahul Gandhi won't
Ranganathan-
have enough issues going ahead for the next 2 months.
Dr. Ranganathan, Parliament was brought to its knees this time. As you remember, every opposition leader was standing there with a plaque saying vote chori, SIR, this, that, the other. This decampment of some opposition parties to the NDA's fold, or abstentions that they have sort of gone through with, suggests that there is a massive break in that continuity of thought within the NDA, within the India ranks, within the opposition ranks.
Thanks, Rahul. Wonderful discussion. And very quickly, 4 points before I forget a couple of them. Number one, let me gently correct my great friend Tuhin. The current congratulations to Mr. Radhakrishnan for the vice presidentship, but he's not the first RSS Swayamsevak. I think Mr. Venkaiah Naidu has been RSS Swayamsevak, according to his own admission. Number two, the fact of the matter is that 15 opposition voters were kidnapped from the canteen where they were partaking in samosas and kachoris and taken to the kiosk and forced to vote by Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. So whatever Rahul Gandhi has said about vote chori claims are absolutely bang on. But here, for something completely different, and this has been needling me since morning, Rahul, so I want to put it on the table. This, one of the most important elections according to or under Indian Constitution, was held for or as a conscience vote, secret ballot. Can I please ask, why aren't all elections in the parliament, some less important than this one, are not held as a conscience vote? What are they trying to convey? Are they saying that MPs, depending upon the subject or the topic or the situation, act according to their conscience, and sometimes they don't? Isn't it obvious that, or isn't it required for an MP to act according to his or her conscience all the time?
Yeah. Yes. It's an important point. But anyhow, that's a different discussion. But Sanjeev Srivastava, to take the metaphor that Dr. Ranganathan used, I want to ask you, if it's the BJP samosas versus Piddi's biscuits, so I want to ask you, Piddi's biscuits did not do obviously the trick. BJP samosas have done the trick. In a sense, I'm asking you, Sanjeev Srivastava, on the ground, it appears that brand Modi has been able to attract more to its fold than brand Rahul in a straight-off contest, LOP versus Prime Minister.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to disagree, Rahul.
Okay.
Because I don't think it is. See, the numbers are with the government, and if you were expecting, or if anybody was expecting, including the most diehard supporter of the Congress or opposition, that there would be cross-voting in such large numbers so as to defeat the governing party candidate, then I think they were living in some kind of fool's paradise. But at the same time, to extrapolate this victory as some kind of a victory which negates everything about SIR or vote chori or whatever the opposition other charges and issues are, that is also being too optimistic about a result which was a foregone conclusion according to the numbers which were stacked. So what is a 15 number? Even if 15 MPs have cross-voted, and I don't want to say that, I'm saying that with all gravitas, out of the electoral college, it means just less than 2%. So, okay, fine. It is the BJP's work and they are fully entitled as a political party to thump their chest about it.
Okay.
And the opposition must think and introspect, why did 15 go away and why didn't they get more to join them? But it's at the end of the day, it's a numbers game with some 780
Jain, why did the 15 go away?
Votes.
Just a small.
Why did the 15 go away? Why did YSRCP go away? Why did SAD abstain? Why did BJD abstain? Why did BRS abstain? Why did another political party abstain? Why did all these political parties abstain?
All the parties that you've listed, Rahul, are parties that are essentially fighting the India Alliance or the Congress at their state levels, whether it is the BRS in Telangana, whether it is the SAD in Punjab, whether it is the other parties that you've mentioned. So far as the number of votes that the opposition and the India camp had, they had 315 votes. You had them vote 300, 15 were put out. We don't know for sure whether 15 candidates from the India Alliance crossed over or from the NDA cross-voted. What we know is 15 votes were invalidated. India Alliance had 315 votes. Final votes that were counted on part of the India Alliance were 300 votes. Like Mr. Srivastava mentioned,
obviously there would be 300 votes, for God's sakes. If they were valid votes, there would be 315, wouldn't it? I mean, kya logic hai, sir?
But
yes,
who decides? Who decides?
Yeah,
No,
okay,
but
doctor.
who decides what is a valid vote and what is not a valid vote? And let's not get into the controversy. Even if those votes were not.
Who decides? The presiding officer decides.
The presiding officer decides, right? There is a level of discretion. There is a level of somebody going wrong, like we saw. But that won't matter because even if those 15 votes were added to either of the camps, it won't change
Remember,
the
viewers,
result.
remember what has been said by, look at this gentleman supplying an answer to what the Congress is saying officially. The Congress is saying that vote chori hui hai yahan par bhi. Anyhow, yes, doctor, very quickly, and then I want to bring in the BJP. Yeah.
Yes, it is very stupid of the Congress party to say that.
Very.
And not an answer, but the other thing that Nikhil supplies is more potent. But I just want to say, because he's a lawyer, none of Lalu's convictions have been stayed, Nikhil. Please don't spread lies. Thank you.
That's become now, unfortunately, a challenge. We have to have a fact checker here for that. But that's a separate story. It's okay. Yes, Tuin Sinha, the fundamental question that it comes back to is that don't overcook this story. it was an eventuality. In fact, the margin is what should concern you. It's not as grand as it was in the last 5 elections.
Well, that's because, you know, if you are realistic with the numbers, like I said, we were expecting the finishing line was 377. We were expecting 427. So by that standard, it has only gone up. The Congress always knew that, the vice presidential candidate, Mr. Reddy, would lose. But had Rahul Gandhi not been gallivanting abroad in the run-up to the elections, maybe, if he had personally engaged with those 14 people, those 14 votes would not have been lost. So yes, I mean, our victory could have been higher, but I think it's fairly decent. It's fairly robust, given the fact that we need to be realistic with the numbers.
Okay, realistic with the numbers. The fact is, viewers, that today the Congress party has come out and even on the back of this election accused the Prime Minister of vote chori, saying fill in the blanks. And there's only a space for a 4-letter word, and we know exactly what that is. And it has been demystified by Dr. Ranganathan. Okay, I'll leave it at this, viewers. Thank you for watching the Hard Facts. We were live from the CNN News 18 Primetime Studio presented by Schneider Electric Smart Home Solutions. Vantage up next.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Joining us here on CNN News 18, huge story breaking in the neighborhood. The Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, who's been a sort of a semi-permanent fixture in Nepali politics over the last 30 years, he has now tendered in his resignation. His current government, I think this is his third stint in power, his current government, which was an uneasy coalition between him, the Nepali Congress, and a section of the Maoist party. It was an uneasy coalition that had been in power for the last year or so now, and now, given these massive scale protests that we've seen, led by young people, the trigger being, of course, the social media ban, but it goes far beyond that. Issues of corruption, unemployment, privileges, dynastic politics, curbs on young people speaking their mind, all of this sort of came into a deadly cocktail. It came into a deadly combination, which finally ended up consuming the current Prime Minister, Mr. Oli, who has tendered in his resignation. The latest information that we have is that Mr. Oli has been given safe escort by an army chopper. Him and his immediate family members have been taken to an army barrack where they will be kept for some time. CNN News 18 broke this story first to you. We were the first ones to tell you that Mr. Oli has put in his papers. He has officially sent in his resignation to the Nepalese president, Mr. Paudel, whose resignation has now been accepted. At 12:05 p.m., we told you about Mr. Oli planning to step down. It was clear earlier this morning itself. The RSP party quit, 4 ministers quit. The writing on the wall was clear as day to the Nepalese Prime Minister that he's fast losing support and he needs to step down. At 2:16 p.m., officially, KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, put in his papers and stepped down as Prime Minister after being given safe passage by the military, an assurance of safe passage by the Nepal Army Chief. Let me go across to Darshan, who's a Nepali journalist, who is joining us live from Kathmandu. Darshan, so Mr. Oli, the long-serving Prime Minister of Nepal, has finally quit. Do we know where he is? He's apparently been taken in an army helicopter to some safe passage. And what happens next, Darshan? Who becomes the next Prime Minister? What is the next government going to be like? Is there any word about what is happening?
So there is a lot of protest right now. Though I'm in a safe place right now, I can hear a lot of screaming and the cloud which is filled with the smoke. So I'm not sure which are the buildings that has been into fire. But yeah, the PM Oli finally resigned, but it's not about a new government. It's a generational war. Like I mentioned earlier, Gen Z are like crazy, and there is also a lot of riots that's happening. And there is no one to take a lead at this time. But Gen Z are also, looking after balance to come forward to control this chaos, because right now there are protesters inside parliamentary building, inside the Singha Darbar, where all the ministries used to handle their places, and there are also many data centers that have very critical information. And right now there is no presence of the government in the street. Nepal police and APF have already said that the situation is not in our control. So I mean, it's chaos everywhere.
So
Right
tell
now,
me, where is
I
the
was
Nepalese
also
army? Are they protecting these sensitive installations, the parliament building, the secretariat,
all.
the houses of various ministers? We're told that choppers, military choppers, were sent to some of these houses to evacuate the ministers. What is the latest in terms of, how this story is unfolding there, and what are the demands of these young people? Because it started with the social media ban, but it seems like this is pent-up anger. For a number of reasons, from corruption to unemployment, which is all blown over now in Nepal.
Right, exactly. And the bigger scope here, it's like I have been saying that it was also, I mean, social media ban took maybe it helped to escalate things, but it is one of the only reason. The main focus is the corruption and the Gen Z who are considered to be the people, and there was no aspiration in the country. If you look at past 10-15 years, like looking at the trend and the revolving,
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We begin with the turmoil in Nepal. Protests have forced Prime Minister Oli to quit. What does this political collapse mean for India? New Delhi is surrounded by chaos. We will discuss India's neighborhood challenge. And Nepal is a prime example. 15 governments in 17 years. We look at why its democracy remains so fragile. Plus, a domestic story with big impact. GST reforms are here, but will the industry actually lower prices for you, the consumer? Also in focus, Donald Trump's aide attacks BRICS. He's called them vampires sucking blood. As the US locks horns with Venezuela, is China stepping in? In Europe, the French government has collapsed. The Prime Minister has resigned. What does it mean for President Emmanuel Macron? And a special report on Europe's defense boom, how war is turning startups into engines of innovation. Back home, India has elected a new vice president today. His name is C.P. Radhakrishnan. And finally, a health crisis hiding in plain sight. Diabetes is deadly, underrated and often undiagnosed. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Israel strikes Hamas officials in Qatar's capital Doha. Homes of several senior Hamas members residing in the Gulf country were hit. The Palestinian group claims Israel targeted its negotiators who were working on a Gaza truce deal. Qatar has condemned the airstrike, while Iran, which backs Hamas, called it a gross violation of all international rules. Thailand's Supreme Court sends Thaksin Shinawatra to jail for a year, rules that the former Prime Minister had improperly served his prison term in hospital. Thaksin Shinawatra went into exile after his second term was cut short by a military coup. In 2023, he returned to Thailand after 15 years and was sentenced to 8 years for corruption and abuse of power. Prime Minister Narendra Modi conducts an aerial survey of flood-hit Punjab. The state is witnessing its worst deluge since 1988. Earlier, Prime Minister Modi visited Himachal Pradesh, which has also been battling floods and landslides. The Prime Minister has announced relief packages for both the states. Poland closes its border with Belarus. It's in response to the upcoming Russian-Belarusian war games, which will begin on Friday. Belarus, a former Soviet republic, is a key Russian ally. The drills come amid fears among several Eastern European countries of a possible military build-up in Belarus. And Ethiopia inaugurates Africa's biggest dam. Its prime minister called it a great achievement for all black people. But the hydroelectric project has angered downstream nation Egypt, which has sent a letter of protest to the United Nations Security Council. It's chaos in the Himalayas. The tiny country of Nepal has been gripped by violence. The parliament was on fire. Ministers were thrashed on the streets. The Supreme Court was torched, and the capital of Kathmandu was overrun. This wasn't just a protest, it was a total upheaval. The biggest exit came around noon today. Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli announced his resignation. He simply couldn't hang on. Oli had unleashed a crackdown on Monday. It was the worst in Nepal's recent history. 19 protesters were killed, plus at least 100 were injured. And today the backlash was evident. Thousands of protesters hit the streets of Nepal. Oli's own private residence was torched. Take a look. The Prime Minister had no choice. He announced his resignation later in the day. He said he was quitting to allow a political solution to the crisis. Soon afterwards, an army helicopter was seen over his house. It ferried Oli away from the chaos. To where? Well, nobody knows yet. But what exactly is the root of this crisis and how did it escalate so fast? The trigger was a social media ban. Last week, Kathmandu blocked 26 online platforms, including Instagram and Facebook. In response, thousands of young Nepalese hit the streets. Now, Nepal, as you would know, is a young country. Around 43% of the population is below 40 years of age. So the protesters were largely Gen Z. And their complaints were not limited to social media.
जो ये जो हुआ है ना, ये इतना कुछ ये सोशल बैंडिंग के लेके नहीं हुआ है. हम लोगों को चाहिए यूथ लीडर चाहिए अब हम लोग परिवर्तन खोज रहे हैं. ये बूढ़े लोग है ना, ये बूढ़े लीडर है ना, वो हम लोग अब वक्त हो गया है. अब नहीं चाहिए, हमारा यूथ चाहिए अब.
Every corruption in the country, from the local level to federal level, all the Nepalese citizens are fed up of corruption. Every youth are going outside the country, so we want to protect our youth and make the country's economy better.
We'll deal with the issues in detail, but first let's look at how the chaos unfolded. On Monday, the government stood firm. They imposed a curfew in parts of Kathmandu. They also repelled protesters with water cannons and bullets. We're talking live ammunition here, not rubber pellets. That crackdown killed 19 protesters. But the government miscalculated. The deaths added to the public anger, and today things escalated even more. Oli tried to salvage the situation. He even lifted the ban on those social media platforms, but it was too late. The protests had spiraled out of control. Important government buildings were set on fire, like the Parliament and the Supreme Court. Take a look. The anger was also directed at ministers. Nepal's finance minister was chased through the streets. He was thrashed and stripped by a mob. The foreign minister was also targeted. Her name is Arzu Devba. She's also the wife of Nepal's former Prime Minister Sher Bahadur Devba. Both of them were attacked by a mob. The former Prime Minister was seen covered in blood. And here's the thing. It wasn't just the ruling parties either. Even the opposition was targeted in this protest. Nepal's ousted coalition had two major parties, Oli's Communist Party and the Nepali Congress. The opposition is led by another communist faction. Their top leader is Pushp Kamal Dahal. And his house was also attacked. So basically, no one was spared. Today's protests targeted Nepal's entire ruling class. It was an outpouring of pent-up anger against corruption, against lack of jobs, and against political instability. Now, we cannot defend the violent methods that they chose, certainly not the mob attacks. But they do show the level of frustration, of anger and disappointment. And as with any upheaval, now comes the most important question. What happens next? The Nepalese army is trying to control things. They are protecting some of the ministers. The army also released a statement hours ago. And here's what it says. We request all to remain calm, maintain social harmony and uphold national unity. We earnestly appeal to the entire Nepali army, the youth and the general public to stay united and disciplined. The president too has released a statement. He is urging the protesters to not cause further damage. He wants them to come to the table, basically to find a political solution. Now, earlier today, some reports claimed that the president had also resigned, but as it turned out, that is not the case. Fake news tends to be rampant during such crises. As always, we promise to be accurate. At First Post, we prioritize facts over sensationalism, which brings us to the ground situation at the moment. There were protests and celebrations late into the evening. Nepalese youth continued to clash with riot cops. Airports are also closed. No carriers are flying into or out of Nepal. Several countries have also issued travel advisories. They're asking citizens to exercise caution. Right now, the focus is on stability, to return order to the streets of Kathmandu. And the long-term goal? Well, that's a lot more complicated. The president is asking Oli and his cabinet to stay on as caretakers. It is not clear if the protesters will accept that. Also, they want younger leaders. But where will these Gen Z politicians come from? A couple of names are doing the rounds. One is Balendra Shah. He is the mayor of Kathmandu. More importantly, he is a 35-year-old former rapper, someone who can understand the Gen Z. Another leader is Rabi Lamichhane. He is a former deputy prime minister, but he was jailed over alleged corruption. And today, the protesters freed him from prison. They also waited patiently for him to address the crowd. Again, Lamichhane is not as old as his colleagues. He's just 51 years old. And we don't know which way Nepal will go next. Maybe the unrest will die down, or maybe they will escalate again tomorrow. All we can say is this: the next 42 hours will be absolutely crucial. What happens in this time will shape Nepal's future. It's something we've seen before. Staging a revolution is the easier part. Preserving it is much harder. It's Nepal today. It was Bangladesh and Sri Lanka before. Different triggers, same outcome. And stuck in the middle, India. Our neighborhood has been gripped by constant chaos. You've got public unrest, civil wars, de facto military rulers, radical regimes, you name it, and South Asia has it. But what does this instability mean for India? And how can India navigate it? Let's look at the scale of the problem. To our south is Sri Lanka. In 2022, the island was sinking under debt. People could not afford medicines or fuel or food. On cue, massive protests broke out. The ruling Rajapaksas were forced to flee Sri Lanka. Even the presidential palace was overrun. To our east is Bangladesh. I'm sure that memory is still fresh. Last year, massive student protests broke out in Dhaka. The trigger, a controversial quota. Soon, radical groups joined in. They turned this movement into a rebellion. Within days, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was forced to flee to India. Then you have Myanmar. In 2021, their elected government was toppled. The military took control of Myanmar. Today, the country is gripped by a civil war. Dozens of armed ethnic groups are battling the army. On paper, an election is expected later this year. If you move north, you have Nepal. We've already told you what's happening there. And if you move west, there is Pakistan. There is no need to topple their prime minister because he is powerless. Pakistan is effectively ruled by the army chief. He manages both foreign and economic policy. And his sole mission is to foment trouble in India. Above Pakistan is Afghanistan. The Taliban regime has been friendly to India. But remember, this is still the Taliban, a regressive, radical, and oppressive group. You cannot count on them as a reliable partner. And in the middle of this chaos is India. It is the exact opposite of what we just described: a stable democracy, a civilian leadership, and a thriving economy. The question is, how will this regional instability affect India? In mainly two ways. Number one, India shares a border with some of these countries. We also share ethnic ties, so a crisis in the neighborhood can trigger border issues. Refugees may spill over into India. Bad actors may try to find safe haven here. And this poses a security challenge. Prime Minister Modi spoke about it recently. He said infiltrators are trying to alter Indian demographics. Next is factor number two. It is the unwritten rule of geopolitics. Good neighbors help you thrive, bad neighbors drag you down. Just look at prosperous countries around the world. The US and Canada, France and Germany after World War II, the Nordic nations like Sweden and Denmark, ASEAN countries like Singapore and Malaysia, all of them thrived because their neighborhood was calm. If not, things may have been different. And the logic is obvious. Stable neighborhood equals stable borders. Stable borders allow you to focus on more important things like education, healthcare, and trade. Basically, this chaos is an unnecessary distraction. In Nepal's case, India has reacted. Let me quote from New Delhi's statement. As a close friend and neighbor, we hope that all concerned will exercise restraint and address any issues through peaceful means and dialogue. So India is clearly worried. It doesn't want another neighbor to collapse. But what can New Delhi do about it? Well, India is not America. We do not meddle in our neighbors' business. We do not mistake that, but do not mistake that for a lack of interest or a lack of responsibility. When requested, India has always stepped up to help. When East Pakistan was being oppressed, India liberated it. When Nepal was drafting its constitution, India gave inputs. When Sri Lanka was in debt, India gave billions in aid. So New Delhi's priority is clear. We need stability in the neighborhood. Yes, we have resources and assistance to give, but our most powerful asset is our lived experience, our record as a mature democracy. If India with 1.4 billion people can do it, so can Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and others. When we talk about democracy, Nepal's story is anything but straightforward. For decades, the country has been in constant flux. It drifted through feudalism, slid into autocracy, and has since struggled with a fragile democracy. The monarchy was once the soul of Nepal, and in the year 2001, King Birendra stood as its symbol. He wanted to open the kingdom. He wanted more democracy in Nepal, but his own family did not share that vision. And then tragedy struck. On June 1st that year, his son, Crown Prince Dipendra, walked into a family gathering. He opened fire, killing 8 members of his own bloodline. This included his father, the king. And then he turned the gun on himself. In a bizarre turn, Dipendra was proclaimed king while in a coma. His so-called reign lasted just 3 days. He died too, and his uncle Gyanendra took the throne. For a while, Nepal remained a constitutional monarchy. But in 2005, Gyanendra tore up that promise. He dismissed the parliament, he locked up politicians and journalists, he declared an emergency and seized power for himself. Nepal fought back. Thousands poured into the streets and their message was clear: the king must go. And he finally did. He was forced to step down in 2006. Then in 2008, the monarchy was abolished. And since then, Nepal has been a secular republic. But here's the problem. There has been no stability in Nepal. They've seen 14 governments in the last 17 years. 15 if you count the fall of the current Oli government. That's 15 governments in 17 years in Nepal. It is like a revolving door of coalition politics. Prime ministers come and go, ousted leaders return only to be toppled again. Alliances are forged, then they are broken. And with each turn, each regime seems even more fragile, more incapable than the last one. This has left Nepal in a constant state of flux. And obviously that has consequences. Inflation is soaring and corruption runs rampant. In fact, these protests were about corruption too. The trigger was the social media ban, but the protesters said that they were fed up of the corruption. The unemployment rate is 12.6%. It is even higher among the youth. In the age group of 15 to 29, unemployment in Nepal is at 20%. More than 70,000 Nepalis left the country. More than 700,000, 700,000 people left the country from 2023 to 2024. This was in search of jobs and a better life. Last year, an average of 65,000 people, 65,000 young people from Nepal left the country every month. Yes, that's 65,000 every month. They went abroad to look for jobs. Now, that's a very high number for a country of 30 million. That makes Nepal heavily dependent on remittances. In fact, 33% of their GDP comes from personal remittances, a number that has gone up rapidly in the last 30 years. So the economy literally runs on the money sent back by those who left. The youth are frustrated. They see no jobs, no fair opportunities, and no future at home. And this frustration has boiled over. Another trigger were the so-called Nepo kids. Now, these are children of politicians and powerful bureaucrats. Ordinary youth are leaving the country to work abroad, but these Nepo kids are flexing designer clothes, showing off luxury cars and posing at beach resorts in the Maldives and Paris cafes. It is a blatant display of privilege. And for many Nepalis, that has become the last straw. What we are seeing is not just a rejection of one government or one party, it is an open revolt against nepotism, against political elitism and decades of impunity. A whole generation is now asking, why should they struggle for dignity while the children of the powerful live like royalty? And in that question lies the real crisis of Nepal's democracy. Nepal wanted democracy to be a promise of freedom, but for many, it has become a cycle of disappointment. The dream was that power would rest with the people. Instead, it remains trapped in the hands of a few. The monarchy is gone, but the mindset of entitlement remains. And until that changes, Nepal's democracy will remain fragile. Now to India, where a major economic shift is underway. It's about the GST, that's India's goods and services tax. This is the country's main consumption tax. Last week, the government rolled out big changes. GST rates were cut across the board. It covers 99% of all goods and services used in India. They're covered in the reform, 99%. Now, after this reform, they're supposed to get cheaper. The new rates come into effect on the 22nd of September. But there is a catch. Industry leaders are not celebrating yet. They are, in fact, worried about these tax cuts. They're not sure how this will work in practice and if they can actually pass on the benefits to consumers. Many industry leaders are skeptical. They fear that their own costs could go up. And at the center of this concern is something called the input tax credit. Now, what's the input tax credit? Let me try and explain that. India has slashed GST rates across sectors, from dairy and education supplies to life-saving drugs and insurance. In theory, this should make goods cheaper. But in practice, the relief may never reach consumers, and here is why. When a business pays tax on its raw materials, it claims it back. That refund is called the input tax credit, or ITC. It helps avoid double taxation. So as a business, you pay tax only on the value that you add and not on the entire supply chain. But now that system is being stretched. Many finished goods, from notebooks to paneer, are now taxed at 0% GST on the finished product. But the inputs that go into them, the raw materials that go into them, still attract 18% GST. So manufacturers may not be able to recover the taxes that they pay. Here's another example. Earlier, paneer or Indian cottage cheese was taxed at 5%.